Our story begins in the heart of Seoul, the bustling capital of South Korea. A sprawling metropolis, teeming with life, where everything seemed perfectly normal. People went about their day, completely oblivious that these were their last moments of peace. Then, in a single, blinding flash, the world was torn asunder. A torrent of fire and destruction incinerates the city in an instant. This was it. Day. The day civilization as we know it came to an end. But the full story of the apocalypse started long before, 3 years before the bombs fell. It began with a man who, unlike everyone else, knew what was coming and prepared for it. He recalls 2 kinds of people who sensed the end: the paranoid super-rich, drowning in their own anxiety, and then there were those like him, who bet everything they had on one bold escape from reality. First, he liquidated all his assets and buried himself in books, gathering every scrap of survival knowledge. His most crucial mission in this early stage was a singular, vital task. After countless hours of research, he knew what he had to do first. He needed to find the perfect location for his apocalypse-proof shelter. He broke it down into 3 non-negotiable requirements for the site. After poring over the map, he finally circled his target location. The first rule: it had to be a sparsely populated area, off the beaten path but still connected to the city. Second, the terrain needed to be naturally defensible against any unwanted visitors. And lastly, the most important factor of all, the price. He had to achieve all of this within the strict limits of his budget. The chosen site was perfect, a secluded woodland area just outside the city, right below an Air Force base. The first person he met there was a curious old farmer, surprised to see someone from Seoul. The farmer welcomed him as a new neighbor, hoping they'd get along well. He couldn't remember the man's full name, but he knew him as Old Man Kim, the owner of the adjacent land. With the location secured, the next phase began: construction. He gathered a crew of workers for the project. He assured them all the necessary equipment was ready, and that he'd be getting his hands dirty right alongside them. Unsurprisingly, the crew was a bit reluctant to have the boss working with them, probably thinking he'd just get in the way. But he knew a simple trick to break the ice and build some trust. After a few rounds of drinks and snacks, their skepticism quickly melted away, and it seems his tolerance for alcohol left one of the guys completely speechless. But just as things were getting started, Old Man Kim storms in, shovel in hand, furious about the noise. The protagonist isn't surprised. He remembers this man's peculiar brand of countryside territorialism. This wasn't about permits or rules. Old Man Kim was just an annoying old man with a temper. He was known for lashing out at anyone who didn't pay him the attention he craved. He'd even throw himself in front of cars, daring people to run him over just to cause a scene. One of the construction workers is ready to teach the old man a lesson, but our protagonist steps in. He calmly takes the shovel from his worker's hand. He'll handle this himself, because he too was reaching the limits of his patience. After all, the clock was ticking down. D 950. And as the sun set, he knew he had to deal with this problem personally. But as he stood there, another old man's face flashed in his mind. A memory surfaced of a car pulling up to a rundown house long ago. It was him, younger and brasher, telling his own father to just sign over the land. When the old man quietly refused, his temper instantly flared. He lunged forward, grabbing his father by the shirt in a fit of rage. All the prime land went to his sister, he screamed, leaving him with nothing but scraps. The confrontation turned violent as he threw his father to the ground. Back in the present, his expression remained cold, betraying nothing of the painful memory. He remembered standing over his father, demanding he act like a parent for once. With his hand raised, he had screamed, asking if he was going to hand over the land or not. But just as the memory reaches its peak, he clears his throat, the sound cutting through the air. Hess not in the past anymore, Hess watching another man, a son, about to strike his own father. The angry son's eyes flash with fury at the interruption. He hesitates, his raised hand faltering now that there's a witness. So instead of a slap, he unleashes a torrent of threats, promising to burn the land to the ground. With one last warning, the pathetic man storms off and speeds away in his car. In the quiet aftermath, he simply stands beside the old man, who sits defeated on the ground. Looking at the broken father, he sees a painful echo of his own past. He breaks the silence, not with a demand, but by asking if he'd like a cigarette. As the sun sets, they sit together, and the old man asks if he has parents, a question he quietly confirms are gone. He offers a simple solution: just sell the land and live somewhere else. The old man doesn't answer right away, a deep sadness clouding his face. He finally speaks, explaining this land was once a useless wasteland, much like the one his daughter got. But then, a 10-lane road was built right in front of it, changing everything overnight. He turns back to the young man, his tired eyes asking if he truly understands now. A profound sorrow fills his gaze, a pain that money could never heal. He remembers his wife, and admits that he simply can't sell this place. This land is steeped in memories of a life they built together. With a sigh, Old Man Kim gets up, deciding it's time for them to leave. Looking back, the protagonist still isn't sure if what he did for the old man was the right thing. But one thing was certain. That conversation had finally opened Old Man Kim's heart. After that day, he no longer interfered, simply watching as the countdown to doom began. Days turned into hundreds, and an unlikely friendship bloomed over the fields. The two of them worked the land together, as the fateful day drew ever closer. Seasons shifted from warm sun to the biting cold of winter. They waited in the quiet snow, the world holding its breath. And then, finally, day arrived with a pillar of fire that consumed the earth. He snaps awake, the apocalyptic vision still fresh in his mind. A deafening roar tears through the sky, the world's final alarm. A voice cuts through the chaos, trying to pull him back to reality. Old Man Kim grabs him, his voice trembling as he asks about his son in Seoul. He begs, pleading for him to find his boy amidst the chaos. So, our protagonist sits in the dark, the laptop's glow his only companion. He searches, but his eyes reflect a grim and unavoidable truth. Standing before the bunker, he delivers the heavy news. His son is gone. The old man's strength gives out, and he collapses, clutching onto him. He doesn't pull away, simply letting the wave of grief wash over them. He offers what he can, a safe place in the bunker before the next wave hits. But Old Man Kim refuses the offer, choosing to remain at his home. And as the sirens roar to life, the world officially ends. In the quiet of his new world, an unexpected sound cuts through the silence. His phone lights up a call from one of the construction workers. His expression hardens instantly. This call wasn't part of his plan. Elsewhere, Old Man Kim walks through the desolate wasteland, no longer just a grieving farmer. He grips a heavy axe, his grief forged into a cold, sharp purpose. The fires of the apocalypse reflect in his eyes, burning away his tears. He's driven by the memory of a peaceful day, a quiet moment with his wife, a memory of a life that was stolen from him by the falling sky. Back at the bunker, the protagonist holds his own weapon, his uninvited guests having arrived. He stands ready, facing the heavily tattooed worker in a tense, silent standoff. His eyes glow with cold resolve. In this new world, everyone is a potential enemy. He flashes back to a time before the fall, a hunt out in the quiet countryside. A massive wild boar had been taken down, not by a bullet, but by his hand. Old Man Kim had been utterly shocked, unable to believe he'd caught it without a gun. The old man proudly boasted about his shooting skills, but the protagonist already knew the truth. He'd researched him. The man was a former National Guard, and that rifle was a Walter D.M. Bell, a decent weapon for its time, but nowhere near enough for the future that was coming. Back then, his focus was just on the old man and the hunt. But this time around, his gaze had to be locked on the surroundings. Specifically, the nearby Air Force base where both ROK and US troops were stationed. He knew the base held not just soldiers, but elite anti-monster units and even some hunters. His ultimate plan was simple. When war inevitably breaks out, the Gyeonggi-do Air Force Base would be his primary target. The moment a nuclear weapon is used, the ensuing chaos would be his perfect cover to loot military supplies. But while he was busy scheming for the future, an unexpected offer from the past suddenly presented itself. The man's code was D-823, his name Kim Wong-soo, an arms dealer he remembered all too well. He was a Korean-Chinese gangster who was now, ironically, an employee at the company building his bomb shelter. This man was no stranger to chaos, coming from a region near Inner Mongolia, already being ravaged by monsters. Had come to Korea to earn money, knowing that a shelter was useless without the firepower to defend it. Our protagonist saw right through him. The thick, exaggerated accent was a deliberate tell, a signal of his connections to criminal gangs. And with a simple, outstretched hand, a dangerous new partnership was about to begin. And so the deal was struck. At the time, it was an offer he had absolutely no reason to refuse. The day of the trade finally arrived, and our protagonist waited under the cold twilight sky. Of course, had done his homework, discovering Kim Wang-soo wasn't some petty thug, but a former member of the Shanghai Triad. He knew exactly where these high-grade weapons were coming from. So when the arms dealer waved him over, he felt no surprise or fear. Frankly, he didn't care. Kim Wang-soo assured him the products would be arriving shortly. All that mattered was getting his hands on the firearms. The man's criminal history was irrelevant. As they waited, the gangster's tough facade melted away as he stared at his phone. Curious, the protagonist glanced over, seeing messages from a child, and asked if that was his daughter. The Triad member smiled, proudly talking about his 7-year-old girl. A strange moment of warmth in a cold, dangerous transaction. A truck's horn cuts through the night, and Kim Wang-soo nods. The merchandise has arrived. One of his men immediately gets to work, opening up the back of the truck for inspection. Inside lies a crate containing 3 Type 56 rifles and hundreds of rounds, a small arsenal. Our protagonist picks one up, his movements fluid and familiar as he checks the rifle's action. He can tell instantly these weapons are in perfect condition, well-oiled and ready for use. A silent confirmation passes over his face. These will do nicely. With the deal done, he watches the gangster wave the delivery truck away into the darkness. Kim Wong-soo sighs, remarking that maybe settling down in Korea isn't such a bad idea. For a moment, his tough exterior cracks, revealing a man weary of his violent life. The protagonist observes this, a flicker of understanding in his cold, calculating eyes. But just as he's about to leave, Kim Wong-soo stops him, his hand slamming down on the crate. The gangster has one last question, asking about his plans to live alone in the bomb shelter. He muses aloud that it's a tough life for one person to handle all by themselves. To punctuate his point, he casually rests his tattooed foot on the weapon case. Our protagonist sees right through this little power play, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The gangster leans in, a smug look on his face, sensing a potential weakness. But then, a cold, almost predatory smile spreads across the protagonist's lips. He asks what the problem is, his hand dropping to the hilt of the blade at his waist. Kim Wong-soo's expression tightens, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, the gangster's bravado evaporates into a nervous laugh as he insists it's nothing. Kim Wong-soo tries to play it cool, remarking that for someone with such a big shelter, the boss doesn't seem to like company. He even extends a thinly veiled invitation for our hero to visit their workplace if he ever changes his mind. The associate quickly tries to smooth things over, insisting it was just a joke, and that he's heading home to see his daughter soon. But the protagonist has had enough of the small talk, telling them to just show him the merchandise. As their car disappears down the road, he grips his weapon, knowing that threat was deadly serious. He understands better than anyone that sometimes, violence is not just an option, but a necessity. Back in the safety of his bunker, he pulls out his phone, a plan already forming in his mind. He finds the contact for Kim Wong-soo, and calmly places the call. A cold look crosses his face. He's decided to handle this problem for good, before the gangster can leave the country. And out on a dark road, Kim Wong-soo answers, completely unaware he's just walked into a trap. He recalls his past self, needing shelter and weapons just to survive. But thanks to his future knowledge, he knew exactly where to find this perfect bunker. Back in the present, he holds his phone, a confident look on his face. His initial worries about this gangster problem didn't last long at all. On the other end, Kim Wong-soo fumbles to answer, surprised to hear from his boss. The protagonist calmly explains he's brought the bullets and is ready for the exchange. He tells the gangster the payment is all set and just needs a drop-off location. And there's one very fortunate detail about this situation. His enemy, now walking into a trap, came to this deal all by himself. The stage is set, and our protagonist stands ready, axe in hand, waiting for his arrival. He knows this is his only chance he has to deal with him now, while he's alone. And right on cue, Kim Wong-soo arrives, a condescending smirk on his face. The gangster lunges forward, swinging his axe with brutal, unrestrained force. But our protagonist moves with impossible speed, effortlessly vaulting over the clumsy attack. He lands perfectly, his own axe already poised for a deadly counter. With a fluid motion, he brings the weapon around in a vicious arc. The blade bites deep into Kim Wong-soo's shoulder, a spray of blood erupting from the wound. He stands over the fallen man, his expression cold and utterly detached. Barely conscious, the gangster can only stare up in horror, his mind reeling in disbelief. What on earth was this kid? A soldier? An agent? It was the only thing that made any sense. But our protagonist simply looks on, his expression chillingly calm despite the blood on his face. The gangster's mind races, wondering if He's facing some kind of trained martial artist. With his pride shattered, Kim Wong-soo grabs the young man's leg, desperately pleading for his life. He's just a pathetic, bleeding mess now, begging anyone to save him. The protagonist looks down and calmly tells him that sparing his life will be difficult. Even if he were to walk away now, the gangster would simply bleed out and die anyway. Realizing his fate is sealed, the man just asks for a quick end to his suffering. The axe falls one last time, and a moment later, Kim Wong-soo lies silent on the forest floor. But just as the grim work is finished, a faint, melodic sound cuts through the silence. A phone is ringing, and he realizes with a start that this gangster might not have come alone. Picking up the dead man's phone, he sees the caller ID. Beautiful daughter. The device buzzes in his blood-soaked hand, an international call from a family that will never see their father again. A quick glance at the chat history shows loving messages, a child asking her dad to come home soon. But he shoves the thought aside, his expression hardening. There's no time to waste on sentiment. The scene shifts, jumping forward 29 days into the future. The plan is in motion. Now clad in a gas mask, he navigates the desolate, irradiated landscape. He's reached his destination, an abandoned Air Force base, wondering if his gamble paid off. Inside, he finds a sight beyond belief. A fully stocked military facility, untouched by the chaos. Rows upon rows of advanced weaponry, enough to arm an entire mercenary group, just sitting there. A faint smile plays on his lips. His rough, desperate plan had been the right answer all along, but even amidst his victory, a dark memory creeps into his thoughts. He remembers a man, a father, now just a withered corpse in a rusted-out car. A flicker of regret crosses his mind. What if their paths had never crossed? He walks on through the desolate city, the question echoing in his head. Could that man have survived this hellscape on his own? Could he have ever made it back to his daughter? The empty ruins around him seem to give a bleak, silent answer. But then, a video plays a man warmly addressing a community of survivors. He's carefully crafting a small wool felt doll, a gift for his own child. And the chilling realization hits. This isn't a recording from before the war. This is happening now. The video, it turns out, is from an internet community of doomsday enthusiasts. Thanks to a satellite network, the internet still works even as the world burns. So our guy sits down, trying to follow the crafting tutorial step by step. It's a surreal sight. Survivors connecting through a shared hobby in the apocalypse. The instructor on screen handles the wool with a gentle, practiced ease. And with a final pat, he reveals his creation, a perfect, adorable little sheep. It looks so simple, so comforting, right? But our protagonists attempt well. It's something else entirely. He stares at the misshapen monstrosity, thinking it looks like a bizarre cult idol. And just like that, a full year has passed since the war began. The major air raids and missile strikes may have stopped for now. But the world remains a wasteland, with the government gone and no hope for recovery. On the survivor forums, a new kind of panic is spreading, fueled by posts about refugees. Paranoia grows as long-term members of the community suddenly go silent, one by one. What was once suspicion has curdled into open hatred and threats of violence against outsiders. Our protagonist absorbs this grim new reality from the cold glow of his laptop screen. He knows this isn't just an overreaction, it's the brutal truth of their world. And one name, in particular, has caught his attention. A user going by Defender. This man has become infamous, a so-called human hunter who posts proof of his kills. He's a predator stalking the ruins, turning the apocalypse into his personal hunting ground. This human hunter wasn't killing for fun. He had a singular, cold-blooded purpose. Each murder was a brutal warning, a message to anyone who dared trespass on his territory. He even taunted others on the forums, threatening to pay a personal visit to nearby survivors. As our protagonist reads on, he realizes the man is becoming addicted to the act of killing itself. Watching this kind of savagery unfold in real time, it's impossible not to become paranoid and hostile. And then, a chilling realization hits him as he connects the pieces. He remembers a wholesome user who made toys for their kids just before their account went silent forever. Time marches on, and by day 395, a punishing winter has arrived. On the forums, the desperate pleas of the living echo, begging the silent for any sign of life. The grim reality sets in. The number of inactive members now grotesquely outnumbers the active ones. He scans the desolate, snow-covered landscape, reflecting on the grim reality of survival. In this world, anyone can disappear at any moment, and he is certainly no exception. Then, his binoculars land on a small group of men huddled together against the biting wind. One of them looks up, a predator's smirk curling his lips as if he's just found his next meal. Our protagonist recognizes them instantly, the very construction crew who built these shelters. Now, they've become a pack of raiders, hunting the very clients they once served. A cold, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. What a twisted form of customer service. Back inside his own impenetrable fortress, he slowly rises from his observation post. His hand clenches into a fist, ready for the inevitable confrontation. Since they came all this way to pay him a visit, he figures it's only polite to return the favor. He waits patiently in the darkness, axe resting on his shoulder, ready to greet his uninvited guests. Outside, the raider crew finally reaches the shelter, certain this is the place they built. But the open entrance gives them pause. Could it have been looted already? Or worse, is it a trap? Unwilling to risk his own skin, their leader points forward, ordering two of his men to scout ahead. The designated pair cautiously steps into the dark, descending into the unknown. One holds up a makeshift shield while his partner keeps a rifle at the ready, expecting resistance. They scan the interior, but find nothing at first. Then, their eyes land on a box of cigarettes, a rare treasure in this frozen hellscape. But as one of them celebrates, the other's instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. He sniffs the air, catching the faint but unmistakable stench of rotting corpses. His partner dismisses the warning, insisting he can't smell a thing. Hearing their progress, the leader outside yells for the rest of the crew to move in. But before they can, a shadow drops from the ceiling, landing right between the two scouts. In a blur of motion, he smashes the rifleman's face and disarms him with a brutal kick. His eyes glow with cold fury. One down, more to go. The second raider screams as his partner's body hits the floor, a bloody mess. But his panic is cut short as a spiked weapon crashes into his makeshift shield. He's grabbed from behind, an axe pressed against his throat, completely overpowered. Thrown to the ground, the terrified hunter can only beg for his life. But the man looking down at him shows not a flicker of mercy. A voice from outside screams for a report. But inside, there is only silence from the blood-splattered hunter. 2 men are down, and now his cold gaze turns towards the remaining 3 outside. The raiders panic, one wanting to charge in, but their leader, Director Hong, stops them, knowing it's a death trap. He overhears their plan to use tear gas and smirks. At least their leader has some brains. But a strange, crimson energy begins to glow around his fist. A confident smile creeps onto his face. Their little plan is not going to work. Because this isn't just some random shelter, this is his house. Outside, the crew finds the entrance sealed shut. But Director Hong isn't worried. He smugly reveals he helped build this place, and knows it's one secret entrance, the ventilation shaft. But inside, our protagonist is already one step ahead, calmly picking up a rifle for the game to come. He finds it almost insulting, having to engage in a pitched battle with such low-level raiders. They think they know the bunker's secret, but they're completely oblivious to the real truth. After Director Hong's team left, he used what he learned to secretly extend the entire structure, where he makes his way through the hidden passage, a route that the invaders have absolutely no idea exists. With a soft thud, he emerges from his secret exit, out into the cold and snow. Now, Hez outside, and they're the ones walking straight into a trap. From his new vantage point, he can see they're still stubbornly waiting by the vent. Since they're being so persistent, he might as well give them what they're waiting for. He casually pulls the pin on another canister, ready to send them his regards. With a flick of his wrist, the canister lands, and a blinding flash erupts in the snow. Before the raiders can even register what's happening, he's already lining up his shots. One after another, they fall, their surprise turning to crimson stains on the white ground. The last man standing throws his hands up, instantly begging not to be shot. Our protagonist calmly approaches, his gaze cold as he asks how many of them are left. The terrified man quickly claims he's the last one, his voice shaking. But under that unwavering stare, he cracks, admitting there were 5 and now he's being ordered to move the bodies. The survivor begins dragging his fallen comrades towards the truck, following the command. But our protagonist keeps his rifle trained on him, a flicker of doubt in his mind. Something doesn't add up, and a sudden, chilling realization dawns on him. The raider reels back in shock, completely baffled by the sudden hostility. In his hand, our protagonist reveals the reason for his fury. A small, dirt-caked sheepdoll. Before the man can process it, the butt of the rifle cracks across his face. He's thrown to the ground, with a single, cold command to start talking. What did they do to the doll's owner? The raider frantically denies everything, claiming it's a misunderstanding. His pleas are answered only by another vicious, bone-shattering blow. Finally breaking, the man screams they didn't kill him. The old man was already dead when they arrived. That's all he needed to hear. The protagonist gives a new order: take me there. Just a short, tense 30-minute drive later, he drags the battered raider towards a lone bunker. It's the exact location from the video, and inside, the grim reality of the scene is waiting. The terrified raider confirms that this is the place, and that's the body. But his usefulness has just expired. A single shot rings out in the bunker. With a cold and steady gaze, our protagonist steps over the raider's fresh corpse. His attention is now fully on the original victim, lying still on the concrete. He scans the scene, his mind racing as he pieces together the horrific puzzle. On the body, a calling card, a note signed Defender, the human hunter. He can almost picture the killer's silhouette walking away from the scene. The victim was executed professionally, a single shot to the back of the head. A quick check reveals this isn't the first time. Defender has killed before, but a corpse holds more information than you'd think, and Hez ready to listen. A voice crackles over his radio, asking if he's found anything useful, but the body is too far gone, a decomposed mess offering no solid clues. Hez not worried though. The killer's methods can be found elsewhere. After all, in a world filled with death, there are plenty of other sources, and the most revealing source of all is a person's attitude when facing their end. His mind flashes back to the raider he used as a guide, now begging to be let go. But instead of freedom, the man finds himself staring down the barrel of a rifle. He panics, desperately pleading for his life by bringing up his children. The raider cries that his family will die if he doesn't return. A last-ditch appeal to mercy. But our protagonist simply explains the cold reality. No raider who knows his location gets to live. He looks down at the terrified raider, coldly remarking that someone else has already used that excuse. With the deed done, the body is quickly covered, another loose end dealt with. His mind drifts back to a time after leaving the bunker, when the fresh air felt so precious. It was a brief escape from his worries, a rare moment of leisure just to feel the sun. He remembers thinking it was like a small piece of paradise in a ruined world. But that peace was shattered by the distinct buzz of an approaching surveillance drone. It reminds him of an online post he read, a survival diary from a user named Dongtanmom. Their last entry was a frantic warning. A drone had spotted them, and raiders were breaking into their bunker. Trapped and with no way to fight, they had one final desperate plan involving a whole lot of TNT. That post, sharing raider intel and survivor grievances, hinted at the very truth he was now investigating. The raiders were evolving, becoming smarter, and perhaps even using the community against itself. A cold, hard truth settled over the survivors. Sharing information could be a death sentence. So the community's meta shifted. Everyone started forming armed groups, thinking numbers meant safety. But our protagonist knew better. Seeing this as a flawed strategy that just made them a bigger target, he believed that armed conflict was a last resort. The real victory was in never being found at all. His chosen territory was perfect for this. A desolate wasteland that no sane person would ever visit. Not to mention, its borders were patrolled by vicious packs of mutated, radioactive dogs. And if that wasn't enough, the nearest city was rumored to be overrun with radioactive zombies. But there were whispers of a lone survivor holding the line in that urban hellscape. A deadly sniper, cleaning the streets one precise headshot at a time. But our protagonist knew there was one more crucial rule to this new world. A simple truth that even the current predators would soon learn. No one stays on top forever. As if on cue, a raider piloting a drone slams his controller, furious that his target has vanished. His crewmates in the back of the truck are getting agitated, questioning if they're even in the right spot. One of them barks at the operator to stop talking and just find the guy already. The leader mutters that this target better be worth the gas money they're burning. He even threatens to cut his subordinate's share, but the operator suddenly freezes. Something new and completely unexpected has just appeared on his drone feed. A woman in full combat gear, armed and looking directly at his camera. His eyes widen in disbelief. He's just stumbled upon the legendary sniper of the city. One of the raiders smirks, thinking he's found some easy prey, and suggests a change of plans. But before anyone can answer, his crewmate is suddenly splattered with gore. A pack of monstrous, mutated dogs descends upon them in a flurry of teeth and claws. The first raider's cocky grin vanishes, replaced by a silent scream, as his world dissolves into a red haze of pure, unadulterated terror. The survivors in the truck slam the doors, yelling to floor it and leave the others behind. In the back, one man is snatched by a beast, his body ripped from the moving vehicle. His friend reaches out, a desperate, futile attempt to save him from being dragged away. The truck speeds on, abandoning its doomed passenger to the monsters. Inside, the remaining few can only stare back, bloodied and horrified by what they've just witnessed. The man's vision blurs, his last breath a rattling gasp as his face is splattered with his own blood. A sickening crunch echoes as the truck's side mirror is ripped away, a final casualty of their failed escape. He looks up into the glowing red eyes of the beast, a monster straight from hell looming over him. With a final, silent curse, his world is consumed by a maw of razor-sharp teeth. A week later, news of the incident finally surfaces online: a crashed truck, blood trails leading into the woods, and no survivors. Our protagonist reads the report, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the mutated dogs are terrifyingly close. But just as he's processing the danger, a new, bizarre comment pops up on his screen. He stares, confused, as the notorious online troublemaker, Dongtanmom, posts again after a long silence. She's back with another desperate plea, threatening to set off explosives if no one helps her. But this time, it's not just a bluff. A hand grips a detonator, poised to unleash chaos. Branded a liar, Dongtanmom's final desperate post was ignored by everyone. But as armed men stormed his location, he saw no other way out. With a final, desperate act, he triggered a massive explosion, taking them all with him. The blast immediately makes waves online, with a user named Defender confirming the location. Our protagonist notes the name Defender is in Gwangyo, dangerously close. But he sets that aside for now, because his own surveillance has found something far more urgent. Displayed on his drone controller is a professional sniper, armed and ready. He has to identify every threat in the area, and she just jumped to the top of the list. With pinpoint accuracy, she raises her rifle and casually shoots his drone right out of the sky. His eyes go dark. Surveillance is over. It's time to move. He arrives at the base of the towering building, the sniper's nest. With his hood drawn, his expression hardens, knowing exactly who he's dealing with. A sudden flash of insight, the sniper's bullet finding its mark without hesitation. The cold, unwavering focus reflected in her eye as she fires. And there on the street lies the proof. A fresh victim, executed in an instant. He recognizes this area all too well. It's the territory of the mad sniper. Kneeling down, he begins to examine the scene, unfazed by the body. His fingers brush over the shattered asphalt, where the bullet struck home. He realizes she gives no warning shots. Her first move is always the final one. In her own way, this person is an even greater monster than the so-called defender. He's here to pay a visit to a neighbor whose identity was revealed by his drone. Her gear, her weapon, her hair, everything screamed former US military. When the war broke out, America defended its mainland, but a greater threat emerged. They pulled all their overseas forces, recalling everyone from Korea. All their might was redirected to fight the rifts, the source of the monsters. But the soldiers left behind now claimed the nearby airbase, making recon a deadly risk. He'd much rather avoid fighting a trained soldier, but his territory is his territory. And from her rooftop nest, the sniper feels the exact same way, ready to defend her home. More than a year passes in this ruined world. Day 481. All this time, he's been watching her, patiently studying her patterns. He's got her timed perfectly. The sniping always stops like clockwork. This is his only chance, the brief window when she's likely asleep. With the main entrance completely barricaded, a frontal assault is suicide. So he relies on a much stealthier approach. Taking a leap of faith, he aims to infiltrate from the middle of the building. He scales the cold concrete wall with a grim determination. Pulling himself over a rusted ledge, he finally finds an opening. Inside, he moves through the oppressive darkness of the abandoned halls. Every sense is on high alert, listening for the slightest sound. He lands silently on the floor, ready to confront the building's other occupant. He immediately arms himself with a rifle he finds inside. Moving with practiced silence, he sweeps the lower levels. Through the scope, the halls seem eerily empty, making him wonder if he's alone. He presses forward, each footstep a calculated risk. But he knows better than to let his guard down in a place like this. He begins his ascent up the dark concrete stairs. His destination is the top floor, the sniper's lookout. So far, he hasn't encountered a single enemy, which only puts him more on edge. Reaching the final door, he takes a steadying breath. He pushes it open to the rooftop, only to find a lone sleeping bag. He thinks she's asleep, a stroke of luck that means he can avoid a fight. But a voice cuts through the silence, and a rifle is aimed right at his head. He slowly raises a hand, playing along for now. So she wasn't sleeping, she was waiting, having prepared an ambush. He recognizes the voice of the person from the camera footage. She's not bluffing, her eyes burning with intensity as she demands he disarm. He calmly assesses the situation, noting the long barrel of her weapon. Seeing him hesitate, she lets her guard down for just a second. And in that instant, he explodes forward, seizing her rifle. A shot rings out as he forces the gun away, her perfect ambush shattering in a moment. With cold precision, he yanks the rifle away from its intended target. The gun fires harmlessly into the ceiling as he overpowers her completely. This was never going to be a fair fight. He raises his foot. A brutal stomp smashes into her thigh, aiming to immobilize her. He follows up with another crushing kick, shattering her balance. The sniper's eyes widen in sheer agony and disbelief. She collapses to the ground, her body screaming from the impact. Now holding her weapon, he looms over her as she reaches out in desperation. But her plea is met with the sole of his boot grinding into her back. The hunter has become the hunted, pinned and utterly at his mercy. With a cold, almost bored expression, he offers a hollow apology, explaining his plan was just to scout. But things changed the moment he stumbled upon a hidden armory during his search. He couldn't just leave it, not when it was a disaster waiting to happen if looters got armed. Grinding his boot into her back, he makes it clear this outcome was a necessity. He tells her plainly if she wanted to survive, she should have been more cautious, more hidden. Suddenly, she screams in terror, not for herself, but begging him not to look over there. His head snaps up, her desperate plea instantly telling him she's not alone. A sound draws his attention, and a small figure nervously peeks from behind a wall. He spins around to see a little girl in a helmet and vest stepping out into the open. Her eyes are fixed on the woman on the floor as she calls out for her mama. His mind stumbles, the single thought echoing in the silence, a child. But the mother on the ground finds a new strength, her eyes glowing with raw, primal fury. He's shocked by the force he thought he had her completely subdued. With a desperate surge, she throws him clean off her back. He watches her scramble away, realizing she's not fleeing, she's going for a weapon. He has to end this now. He raises his rifle, ready to neutralize the threat. A single shot cracks through the air as he takes his aim. But what he sees stops him cold. She didn't grab the rifle, she's shielding her daughter. He had calculated everything, assuming she'd take the best weapon to ensure their survival. Yet the assault rifle lies untouched, a silent testament to a mother's final choice. And in that moment, his entire perception shatters. She wasn't a mad killer. To her, this desolate world was a jungle, and she was doing the only thing she could to protect her child. So, instead of a bullet, he delivers a swift kick, sending her pistol flying from her hand. He stands over her, making one thing crystal clear. This territory, this area, is his. He points a finger like a gun, a silent promise of what happens if she crosses the line. The little girl watches, wide-eyed, as he tells them to just stay put and take care of each other. The mother pulls her daughter close, a silent understanding passing between them. But instead of fear or anger, she has a desperate question. Does he have any medicine? Confused, he watches as she lifts her pant leg, revealing a gruesome, crudely bandaged wound. The gash is deep, blood seeping through, and suddenly, it all makes sense. That's why she was so slow. He reaches into his jacket and casually flicks a small case toward her. It's antibiotics, he says, a small compensation for invading her space. But the woman just stares, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. This isn't what she meant. A bead of sweat rolls down her face as she realizes he misunderstood her completely. So she asks again. This time more directly, does he have any of the drug? Her daughter clutches her tightly, watching the strange man's reaction. The sniper's gaze is filled with a desperate, pleading hope. He looks down at them, his expression hardening with a cold dose of reality. He tells her that the so-called miracle drug is no cure-all. If it were, everyone would be using it. But her focus snaps away from his refusal, and her eyes widen. Wait, did he just speak perfect Korean? So, from that day on, he began leaving the mother and daughter skimmed milk and painkillers. But in the past few days, the sound of gunfire echoing through the city has gotten worse. He listens, analyzing the pattern. It's not a battle. The shots are too frequent, too one-sided. He thinks back to the sniper's face, how she was already at her breaking point. Was she just firing her rifle from the rooftops, losing her mind? He figures the gunshots aren't for intruders, but a symptom of her spiraling madness. But just then, a glint of light in the distance catches his attention. His gaze locks onto a faraway building, where a light is flashing in a strange pattern. It clicks. That's Morse code, and the message is for him. Meet me at that place. With the message received, he immediately starts moving. He arrives at the meeting point, only to be immediately greeted by the sniper's daughter. The girl is frantic, her eyes wide with terror as she begs him for help. Her mother is hurt. He follows her inside, realizing he's walking into a situation far more complicated than he expected, and what he finds is just pathetic. The sniper's hideout is a shrine to American culture. She's on the rooftop, looking weary and defeated, having clearly reached her limit. While he bandages her leg, she explains the constant barrage of raiders, some even armed with RPGs. The gunfire drew them in, and her wound has festered into a severe infection without treatment. With him there, her daughter finally feels safe enough to fall asleep in her arms. Looking at her sleeping child, the sniper's tough exterior crumbles as she admits how much she misses home. She's tired of this life, just wanting to speak her own language with family, not fight in a foreign hell. She whispers that home feels impossibly far away, her spirit completely broken. Turning to her sleeping daughter, her only reason for living, the weight becomes unbearable. Tears stream down her face as she caresses her child, overwhelmed by her failure to protect her. With her last bit of strength, she looks at him and asks for drugs, anything to escape this nightmare. His eyes narrow. He knows this path, this descent into despair, all too well. A vision flashes through his mind, a terrified woman being swallowed by a horde of the infected. He looks back at her and refuses, telling her that escaping reality won't solve the problem. But he offers her something better than an escape, a promise to reduce that problem for her. A cold, determined look settles on his face as he formulates a plan. So, lend me some weapons, he says, his gaze already locked on the raider camp below. He chose this specific day for a reason, cloaking himself in the downpour. The rain provides perfect cover, forcing the raiders to huddle together, completely unaware. He slips through the shadows, knowing exactly what he's looking for in their supply cache. A small, self-satisfied smirk appears as he spots it. The RPG ammunition. He calmly slots the rocket into place, the perfect tool for a man facing overwhelming odds. Down at the camp, the guards are just trying to stay warm, completely oblivious to the danger above. But a flicker of movement, a glint in the rain, catches one of the raiders' eyes. His head snaps up, a jolt of pure terror flashing across his face. It's too late. A fiery rocket is already screaming through the storm right at them. One shot, he thinks, to eliminate as many as possible in a single, decisive blow. The explosion was effective, but he notes with grim resolve that a few too many survived the initial blast. The survivors scramble in terror, but there's no escape from what's coming next. From the darkness, our protagonist opens fire with cold, calculated precision. He's a phantom in the storm, cutting down the stragglers one by one. His face is a mask of focus, every shot finding its mark. Chaos reigns below as bullets tear through the night, bodies hitting the mud. He's a blur of motion, constantly repositioning, never giving them a static target. They finally spot him and unleash a volley of desperate, retaliatory fire. But he's already gone, vanishing into the shadows as their bullets hit empty air. The raiders are left screaming into the rain, wondering where their attacker went and just how many more are out there. The raiders are in full-blown panic, shouting to gather reinforcements and wipe out their attackers. But before they can even take a step, another shot cracks through the downpour. A head explodes in a spray of red, and the survivors freeze in shock. A lone figure steps into the firelight, his presence silencing their frantic shouts. It's our protagonist, calmly explaining that in a situation like this, light only makes you a better target. Has been freezing out in the rain, waiting for this moment, and has ready to finish this quickly. The last raider can only stare up, his face a perfect picture of dawning horror. With a hand axe ready, the protagonist thinks of the person who gave it to him. His mind is already made up. All he wants is to get this over with and go home, back to the bunker, where he brought his neighbors the sniper and her daughter to safety after it was all over. The little girl's innocent questions about the bunker's odd layout are met with a tired command to stay with her mother. For now, our protagonist is focused on patching up the sniper's injured leg. As the daughter curiously explores their new home, he finishes the first aid. The sniper assures him it should be fine. She simply followed a video guide. But even with the wound bandaged, the deeper trauma lingers in the quiet air between them. He knows he's only treated the wounds on her body. Healing her mind, shattered by the day's events, seems an impossible task. Then, a sudden spark of an idea. He calls her over to his laptop, believing he's found a miracle drug for her spirit. She leans in to see a familiar sight, an online bulletin board for survivors. But he explains this is the main hub, the English server, with countless more people than the one they knew. She stares at the screen, stunned to see a connection to the US server. He encourages her to try it out, to leave a message for the world. Hesitantly, her fingers tap out a simple, friendly greeting. "Hey guys," she types, adding a small smiley face. The response is immediate, and brutal users mock her for being a cheerful noob. A flicker of a smile crosses her lips, a brief moment of connection despite the harshness. The sight of the forum sends him spiraling back into a memory of a different time. It was the second Christmas Eve after the apocalypse, and a former developer had made a small game for the community. While his own virtual tree was empty, the popular users, like the infamous Defender, had trees covered in messages. He recalls with a grim smile how every single ornament on Defender's tree was a threat of murder. And he wasn't just some phantom online, he had real connections, like a young girl's voice crackling over the radio. He remembers her asking to borrow his laptop so her mom could watch the New Year's countdown with people back home. He'd brought them a warm meal, a small gesture of kindness in a world gone cold. Her mother, Rebecca, had formally introduced herself and her daughter, Sue, before asking for his name in return. He tried to tell them his name was Park Q, but they kept mishearing it as an insult, so he just gave up and told them to call him Skeleton. The memory shifts to another radio call. Sue's voice piping up again, asking him to wait. With a bright, cheerful shout, she wished him a Merry Christmas. The simple words reached him in his cold, lonely shelter, a rare moment of genuine warmth. For a fleeting second, a small, quiet smile graced his lips. He wished her the same, adding a quiet prayer for her to stay alive for a long time. A sudden notification dings on his laptop. Someone has decorated Skeleton's tree. He opens it to find a simple ornament hanging on the virtual branches. But it's the name attached that makes his blood run cold. John Lennon. That name a ghost from a past he'd long since buried. He stares at the screen, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. Why now? And who was it? He knew the name all too well, and the shadowy community it belonged to. Viva Apocalypse. It was the world's largest doomsday forum, a place where anonymous users traded survival intel. He remembers joining it back in the day, but the reality was a bit of a letdown. The place was a cesspool of elitist preppers mocking anyone who wasn't a millionaire. At the time, he couldn't see the point in watching rich people argue over their assets. He joined out of desperation, but the site was full of useless information. But just as he's about to log off, a single post about dummy bunkers catches his eye. Wait a second. He leans in closer, his gaze fixed on the author's name, John Ninon. The article details incredibly advanced strategies, using decoys for surveillance and tactical deception. It even suggests rigging the dummy shelters with C4 explosives. The idea is simple, brutal, and effective. Wipe out intruders with the push of a single button. This is on another level. The philosophy is similar to his own, but far more refined. A slow smile spreads across his face. Who in the world is this person? A quick search reveals he's not the only one asking. The entire community is buzzing about their new star. The question echoes across the entire community. Just who is this John Ninon? And from his cold, dusty shelter, our protagonist watches the speculation reach a fever pitch. He ponders the name, the strategy. It all feels strangely familiar yet dangerously advanced. Then, the man himself responds to the doubters with a simple verification post. He uploads his official license, and our protagonist's eyes widen. A hunter? The world flashes back over a dozen years ago, when bizarre rifts first tore open the sky. It wasn't long before these tears in reality began spewing out horrific creatures, monsters. To fight back, governments established special units, professionals in hunting these beasts. The hunters. They were humanity's first and last line of defense against large-scale monster eruptions. A constant, brutal war fought by superhumans against creatures straight out of a nightmare. But our protagonist remembers a different kind of hunter, one forged in true despair. He remembers the cold steel of firearms, ready for the horrors that awaited them, the explosive viscera of monsters erupting under a hail of precise gunfire. He was one of them, standing with his squad amidst the apocalyptic ruins. They were the ones who watched the sky itself bleed, a sign of the end, a constant, chilling premonition that the worst was yet to come. These were the true elites, their identities a closely guarded national secret. Snapping back to reality, he realizes the license he saw online isn't quite at that level. Still, he knows that a hunter certification gives this John Neenan undeniable authority. With his vast knowledge and now a verified license, he's become the community's new idol. But of course, where there's attention, gossip and envy are sure to follow. As John Neenan's influence grew, so did the number of his detractors. They armed themselves not with weapons, but with keyboards, launching attacks on his posts. He casually scrolls past their pathetic comments while eating some ice cream. These guys are so low level, he thinks. John Neenan would never stoop to their level. But then his spoon freezes mid-air as he stares at his screen, utterly baffled. Against all expectations, John Neenan responded with a shirtless mirror selfie. The community was stunned, their initial hype turning into confusion and disappointment. And to make matters worse, his official hunter registration was revealed to be a measly D rank. He watches the forums erupt in mockery, thinking the guy just committed career suicide. But the self-sabotage didn't end with a D rank and a selfie. He watches in disbelief as the guy announces a real-life meetup to prove his bunker is real. The story flashes back to that fateful day, 600 days before the apocalypse. Gu Sang-hyo, the man behind John Neenan, introduces himself with a big, confident smile. But the turnout was pathetic. Only 9 other people showed up to see the so-called savior. In a classic cheapskate move, he orders for 9 but claims he's on a diet and won't be eating. The restaurant owner immediately calls him out. Everyone present has to order a serving. So, the food arrives, a full spread of pork belly for the table. And just like that, his diet is forgotten as he shovels down meat and alcohol like a starving man. Seeing this blatant grift, the older, wealthier members just get up and leave in disgust. And with the grifters gone, our protagonist drops a bombshell on the remaining few. A war is coming. He explains that China, racked with internal division and overwhelmed by rifts, is the likely aggressor. But this information is hardly a revelation. It's the kind of news John Neenan was 6 months late on. The host himself, Gu Sang-hyo, is so tipsy he can't even remember who he's talking to. He slurs his nickname, Skeleton, and our guy immediately plays along, asking how the bunker construction is faring. Skeleton sighs, admitting he's stuck trying to find a company that can build his massive fuel tanks. In his mind, this quiet kid couldn't possibly have the connections to solve such a problem, so he's completely floored when our protagonist calmly offers to look into it for him. He suggests that through a few inquiries, he could probably connect Skeleton to the right people, and just like that, Skeleton's face lights up, convinced this stranger holds the key to his survival. A few days later, our guy calls Skeleton, calmly explaining he's looking into the fuel tank company, and just like that, he had secured the connections he needed. He reflects with a smirk. Thanks to that simple favor, his own bunker was now on a whole new level. Despite his goofy first impression, Skeleton turned out to be surprisingly useful, especially at one thing. The man was a magnet for people, with his last prepper meetup swelling to over 80 attendees. But as our protagonist sits through the meeting, he's thoroughly unimpressed. It's just a lot of talk. Just as he's deciding to skip the next one, Skeleton himself stumbles over, asking for a moment. They step outside into a quiet alleyway, away from the noise of the restaurant. Skeleton looks flushed and hesitant, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous self. Finally, he looks up and tells our protagonist that he has a question for him. Skeleton leans in close, his voice dropping as he asks the one question that could change everything. Is he a hunter? Our protagonist plays it cool, acting surprised by the sudden accusation. But Skeleton insists, his face flushed with drunken confidence, saying he's sure he's seen him before. Hes convinced Hes right, while our hero simply lets him talk, his own thoughts racing. For just a second, he hesitates, weighing his options. He could lie, of course, spin some believable story to throw him off the scent, but instead, he just admits it, leaving Skeleton completely stunned by the casual confirmation. Before the big man can even respond, a few guys from the party burst out, looking for their host. They announce a reporter is here for Skeleton, then glare at our protagonist for holding him up. With the conversation cut short, they start dragging a flustered Skeleton back inside to his unexpected interview. Skeleton stammers, his face flushed red as he's put on the spot by the unexpected media attention. The reporter and her crew ignore the other guests, who wonder what could be more important than their party. He glances back at our protagonist, completely at a loss for words while our hero just watches silently. Skelton quickly tries to laugh it off, insisting that it's nothing, really. But his friends are already roaring with excitement, cheering for the live hunter, John Nennan. And with that, our protagonist turns his back on the spectacle, deciding he's seen enough. This would turn out to be the last time he ever saw Skelton in real life. Because from that day on, John Nennan rocketed to fame, appearing on broadcasts as an apocalypse expert. He built an entire career on it, giving lectures and capitalizing on his new persona as a doomsday seller. He even became a CEO, his business card revealing his real name, Gu Sang-hyo, the man who sold a fantasy for a living. He launched a consultation business, preying on the fears of the rich. And like a man possessed, he seized every opportunity that came his way. After all, the Viva Apocalypse community he'd built was the very foundation of his meteoric rise. Head scroll through the endless praise, convinced his followers were practically a cult who'd believe anything. But that blind, arrogant faith in his own influence would soon lead directly to his downfall, starting with a single urgent text. A post had gone up, accusing John Nennan of being a complete fraud. And just like that, the bubble burst. As investigators and users alike unearthed all his lies and his history of debt, our protagonist couldn't stand the sight of the man, and frankly, he was glad to see it all end. The anonymous community that once worshipped him quickly turned into a vicious witch hunt. Faced with endless criticism, Skelton could only slam his desk in impotent fury. He ultimately snapped, lashing out with a final, furious post online. His grand parting shot? A comment so childish it was almost poetic. And with that, all the fight seemed to drain out of him completely. The era of John Nennan was over, buried under a pile of legal complaints. The self-proclaimed prophet's story had come to a pathetic end. Our protagonist remembers that whole affair with a quiet sense of satisfaction. After all, the actual apocalypse had wiped the slate clean before any real judgment was passed. But now he wonders who left this strange file, linking his name to that forgotten fraud. Could it be a coincidence? Or was the real John Nennan actually out there? He decides there's only one way to find out, turning to his laptop with purpose. With a few quick keystrokes, he reaches out to an old contact, Fox Game. He types out his question, direct and to the point. He needs to know who left that strange message on his tree. The reply is immediate, but it's a question in return from the infamous hacker and developer. He knew this was the right person to ask, the one who built the Christmas tree game itself. But at that moment, he had no idea what he was truly setting in motion. This one simple question, born from a flicker of curiosity. And just like that, Fox Games replies with an answer. A single, strange nickname, 180 centimeters. He stares at the nickname, a cold feeling settling in his gut. The question echoes in his mind. Who are you? I've never seen you before. This simple search would eventually lead him to a violent encounter with a gas-masked man. But for now, the only sound is a faint radio broadcast cutting through the gloom. A government committee drones on about national unity in a world that's already fallen apart. He's heard enough of their lies, clicking the radio off with a tired sigh. Instead, he focuses on the practicalities, packing food and water for the next 3 days. A small axe goes into the bag as well, a grim necessity for self-defense. He knows the nation is just a concept now, but one he must use to survive. As for fashion, it's the same old hoodie he always wears. Survival is the only style that matters. With his surroundings finally cleared, he shouldered his pack and left the bunker for good. It was time to depart, a grim determination set in his eyes. His destination, the sprawling, shattered ruins of post-destruction Seoul. A year and a half had passed since the apocalypse, and the city was a ghost of its former self. He pedaled through the rubble-strewn streets, a lone traveler in a dead world. A faded sign for Seoul greeted him, a bitter welcome to the city of the past. He felt a strange mix of emotions, nostalgia for what was lost, and melancholy for what remained. And as he looked upon the desolation, he couldn't deny the ironic feeling of relief that came with simply being a survivor. But that relief was quickly tempered by the sight of soldiers clearing away a fresh pile of the dead. With a blast from their flamethrowers, they set the dead ablaze. A grim, roaring pyre to cleanse the streets of the fallen. Our protagonist watches the smoke rise, his expression unreadable. This is just another Tuesday in the apocalypse. He turns his attention to his real target, a half-shattered skyscraper looming over the ruins. This is the new heart of what's left of the government, the National Crisis Overcoming Committee. Inside, a weary receptionist tries to brush him off, telling him the complaint window is elsewhere. But he isn't here with a complaint. He calmly asks to see Director Lee Sang-hoon. He places a formal-looking document on her desk, its golden crest demanding attention. He knows the director is in charge of disaster relief, and he's not taking no for an answer. Just mention Park Gyu from the military academy, he says. That name should be all the introduction he needs. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Everything is going exactly as planned. This is the National Crisis Overcoming Committee, the new seat of power in this broken world. And it's run by the military elite, including the former hunter and now director, Lee Sang-hoon. The name drop works like a charm, and the receptionist quickly changes her tune, asking him to wait. He knows full well that Lee Sang-hoon doesn't want to see him, and honestly, the feeling is mutual. But the important thing was getting inside, which is when a voice calls out to him from behind. A man in a military uniform approaches, asking what he's doing here. The recruiter starts his pitch about the front line needing more troops, but our protagonist cuts him off. Hess not going. Hess already been discharged. He's aware of their new strategy, targeting anyone who looks strong and promising. But he also knows that returning to the front is a guaranteed death sentence, and he has no intention of walking into that trap. The recruiter adjusts his glasses, stating he heard our protagonist used to be a hunter. Already exhausted by this line of questioning, he can't hide his irritation. He scoffs, demanding to know if director Lee Sang-hoon sent him, but the man calmly says no. He was sent by someone far more significant, Commissioner Kim Da-ram. The name stops him cold, echoing in the sterile hallway. He looks up in genuine surprise, clarifying Kim Da-ram from the National Committee. Suddenly, his mind is thrown back to a memory, to her voice cutting through the darkness. He remembers her standing tall, lecturing him that as long as the outcome is good, everything else is forgiven. Even then, exhausted and battered, her gaze was unwavering, a chilling reminder of her philosophy. That's just how it works in their world. And back in the present, Commissioner Kim Da-ram sits waiting for him, a file open on her desk. She looks up as he enters, greeting him with a name from a life he tried to leave behind. He acknowledges her with a silent, weary gaze, confirming he is indeed Senior Park Gyu. She knows he isn't one for small talk, glancing at a family photo before getting straight to business. As a key member of the National Crisis Committee, she has a direct order for him, a monster subjugation mission. He already knows better than to ask why him. She's holding his mandatory conscription over his head. He tries to appeal to their old deal, the promise that he wouldn't have to serve again. But a bitter thought crosses his mind in a world this broken. Do promises like that even matter anymore? He tells her he left this life to avoid exactly this. But she calmly drops another bombshell. Director Lee Sang-hoon also personally requested him, a name that makes his blood run cold. She tries to reassure him, saying the director has no hard feelings and is too busy to worry about personal matters. He can only sneer inwardly, thinking how different the world must look now that Sang-hoon is a big-shot official. Kim Da-ram presses on, asking if he truly understands the horrific situation unfolding on the front lines every single day. The stark silence of the office hangs between them, a world away from the war she speaks of. But his mind is already there, flashing with images of the brutal reality soldiers overwhelmed and monsters feasting on the dead. His gaze turns cold. The problem isn't that he doesn't know, it's that he knows far, far too well. He leans forward, his shadow falling across her desk as his quiet anger fills the room. For a moment, her composure breaks, and she offers him a sincere, almost pained apology. Rising from her chair, she changes tactics, bringing up the Papung group and their chairman's desperate plan. They're using their own employees to hunt monsters, but it's not enough, and now they need military support they can't get. She tells him to just put on a performance, a simple show for the company. He cuts right through the request, offering a quiet, chilling promise instead. As long as he's alive, he will personally guarantee she never sees the front lines. With the deal settled, he turns and walks away, leaving her in the silent office. A soft, genuine thank you escapes her lips as she watches him go. She reflects that while the world has changed everyone else, he's somehow stayed exactly the same. Later, our protagonist is back at his desk, digging into a topic on everyone's mind. What happened to the ultra-rich chaebols when society collapsed? He stares at the leaked drone footage in awe, a private, self-sustaining paradise. To abandon a corporate empire for survival in a ruined world, it was the only rational move. But as always, some of the old guard chose a different path than simply running away. A month after his arrangement with Kim Da-ram, he arrives at the ruined Papung Group headquarters. This architectural marvel was left half-finished, a monument to a world cut short by nuclear fire. With the power out, he had to take a freezing construction elevator all the way up to the 55th floor. He shivers, the biting cold a harsh welcome to the top of the abandoned skyscraper. Finally, he reaches his destination, the executive boardroom. This was once a chamber reserved for only the most powerful elites in the country. And even now, after the apocalypse, that fact hasn't changed one bit. He steps through the doors into the silent, imposing room. The new masters of this world are gathered, and they don't even bother to turn around. And the first thing he notices is a man wearing a corporate ID, a ridiculous sight in this dead world. The man turns, a practiced smile on his face, and confirms he is indeed Park Gyu, the former hunter. Without wasting a moment, the bureaucrat gets right to business, asking for his official hunter rank. He can only sigh, knowing how this sounds, and admits he was a lowly D rank. The questions keep coming, and he feeds the man a series of vague, unimpressive answers he cooked up on the spot. The man nods, seemingly satisfied after ticking off the boxes on his checklist. With the initial screening complete, he's unceremoniously told to step outside and wait. He watches the other hopefuls, thinking this whole process feels like a pathetic imitation of the old world. But he pushes the annoyance aside. He just needs to endure this and do the job he came here for. He's sure Kim Daram has already handled the important parts, when the sharp click of high heels echoes down the hall. A woman approaches him, cutting straight to the point, asking if he's the hunter she heard about. He turns to face her, a silent confirmation as he realizes she's not part of the standard interview. She explains the dire situation. A zombie horde has completely overrun a Papung industrial complex. Their own response team was useless against the swarm, and most of the defenders are already gone. She looks at him, her voice laced with bitter irony, asking if the whole situation isn't just ridiculous. People are still sacrificing their lives for a company, even as the world ends around them. She scoffs at the executives hiding in their boardrooms, calling them completely out of their minds. He simply listens, a faint, knowing smirk on his lips as he understands where this is going. Her composure finally breaks as she takes a desperate step towards him. She grabs his hand, revealing the real reason for her plea. Her father is trapped inside that complex. She presses her father's business card into his hand, desperately begging him as a hunter. The man's name is Ji Chang-soo, and she's heard a rumor that he's still alive inside. She promises to compensate him with everything she has, whatever it takes. With tears in her eyes, she makes one final plea. Just bring her father back safely. He turns without a word, his silence a form of acceptance. Suddenly, the bureaucrat from before appears with a team, announcing it's time for Mr. Park to go. He asks where they're headed, but the man's expression gives nothing away. The bureaucrat simply tells him he'll know when they arrive. With the deal set, he's led away, the secretary following closely behind. He glances down at the business card, making a firm decision about this rescue. But before leaving, he gives the secretary a blunt warning. This might not go well. After all, he reminds her as he walks away, hunters are not gods. He already knows the bigger picture with Korea's maritime routes cut off. The economy was doomed. Major corporations were collapsing one by one, and Papung was no exception. Arriving at their industrial complex, he sees the proof. A staggering collection of high-tech military equipment. He smirks, recognizing even 5th-generation tanks. This is what a Chibol's private army looks like. Just as they arrive, a man in uniform rushes out to greet them, right on time. He snaps a sharp salute, introducing himself as Park Sang-min, a former hunter and their operational advisor. Then, to everyone's surprise, this high-ranking official gives a deep, formal bow. Gyu silently sizes him up, not even 40, but already on the national committee. The hunter title is the ultimate credential now. Park Sang-min slams his hands on the map, insisting they must deploy all their forces at once. The other executives are stunned, questioning the wisdom of such a move against thousands of zombies, especially since he caused the month-long delay. But that delay, he explains, was the entire point. Gyu listens quietly as the man reveals his key insight. Zombies have a lifespan. They can't survive without nutrients, and their absolute limit is 1 month. He smirks, laying out his genius plan. By now, most zombies have starved to death, leaving the necromancer type vulnerable. The executives begin to murmur amongst themselves, shocked by this revelation. Zombies can starve? Their skepticism quickly turns to admiration. This is why you hire an expert. Gyu just watches them, unimpressed. All eyes turn to the head of the table, to the chairman of Papung Group, Japungho, for the final word. The old man's gaze is sharp and calculating as he weighs the confident young hunter's strategy. Chairman Japungho gives his seal of approval, noting that if it's quick, saving money is always good. Gyu recalls how this hunter, Park Sang-min, had confidently briefed them on the zombie's lifespan, and he had to admit, even to him, the logic sounded pretty convincing on the surface. A handsome face and a bold strategy more than enough to win over these old corporate fossils. Feeling his victory, Park Sang-min suddenly remembers there's one more person in the room. He turns his attention to Gyu, the quiet hunter sent from the National Committee, and puts him on the spot. What did he think of this brilliant plan? Gyu just stares back, his expression unreadable. The hunter waits with a smug, knowing look, expecting to be showered with praise. But Gyu finally speaks, holding up a single finger, and says that to him, the whole thing seems completely wrong. The hunter's smug confidence shatters, replaced by pure disbelief. Pardon? Gyu begins to calmly lecture the room, explaining the zombies' first secret to survival. He admits that yes, technically, they can starve to death if they don't find any nutrients. But he gestures to the map, reminding them that fresh human flesh keeps wandering into this complex. So focusing on their lifespan is pointless. He couldn't care less if their flawed strategy gets them all killed. He's only speaking up because it would be troublesome if their failure became his responsibility. Gyu is simply drawing a line in the sand to protect his future, peaceful, secluded life. He then adds another point. Using armored vehicles is basically ringing a dinner bell for every zombie. Shaking his head with disdain, Gyu makes it clear he disagrees with every single part of this plan. Park Sang-min's face twists in a sneer, telling Gyu to just stop talking. He scoffs that Gyu must have read some amateur wiki, because in reality, planning is everything. Gyu calmly retorts, asking how they can possibly win if the plan itself is a total mess. That's it. Sang-min completely snaps, screaming at this worthless trash for disrespecting him. But Gyu's eyes are utterly cold. He doesn't need the approval of someone who's all talk. He's already made his case to the people who actually have power in this room. And right on cue, a man with a corporate ID badge from CSZ, General Production, steps forward. The representative, Ji Changsu, approaches Gyu, stopping just before him. Without a word, Gyu's hand shoots out, grabbing the man by the lapels. Leaning in, Gyu quietly tells the man that his daughter sent him, and to run on his signal. The scene then jumps forward to the catastrophic failure everyone but the commander saw coming. Park Sang-min's brilliant plan has resulted in them being completely swarmed by zombies. The machine guns are useless, and as Sang-min screams for flamethrowers, a soldier spots something new. His report cuts off, replaced by a raw scream of absolute, mind-breaking terror. Before he can even describe what he's seeing, the radio goes dead silent. Reflected in an eye, a horrifying new shape appears, as Changsu questions Sang-min's intel. A towering, multi-limbed creature of bone and sinew emerges, radiating a ghastly pink aura. This wasn't some minor threat, this was a necromancer, a true enemy of humanity. While Changsu stares in bug-eyed horror, Gyu calmly announces that it's time to go. The older man can only gape in confusion at the radiant, six-armed creature decimating their forces. This was the lesson Gyu needed them to learn. Humanity simply isn't ready for this war. Back in the present, Gyu thanks the recruiter, noting that this failure should finally break the chairman's stubbornness. She then informs him that Chairman Jae Pung-ho is personally requesting a meeting. Gyu listens quietly, already trying to figure out the man's angle. He reflects on what could have possibly compelled him to meet that chairman again. It was obvious they just wanted a replacement for the utterly incompetent Park Sang-min, but looking back, he admits to himself that simple curiosity was the real reason he went. After all, he thought, who wouldn't want a front-row seat to the end of a fallen dynasty? Chairman Jae Pung-ho greeted him with a practiced smile, acting as if Gyu had struggled to get here. The chairman casually cuts into his steak, mentioning he's looked into Gyu's background and knows he's a big deal. But Gyu waves it off, calling himself a has-been, which the chairman eagerly agrees with, trying to build a connection. He praises Gyu's past, noting that even the legendary Lee Sang-hoon was no match for him back in the day. He even brings up Gyu's former teammates, who are now hailed as saviors, while Gyu just quietly eats. Finally, the chairman lays his cards on the table, offering to sponsor Gyu for a grand comeback together. Without a word, Gyu puts down his knife, his meal finished, and simply wishes the chairman good luck. He then stands to leave, informing the man he has his own plans, to challenge that complex again. But as Gyu turns away, the chairman's voice cuts through the silence. He admits he was an illegitimate child who had zero chance of inheriting anything, but he fought and took it anyway. He knows everyone says the world is ruined, that it's all pointless. But for the sake of his thousands of employees and their families, he absolutely cannot give up now. He begs Gyu, not for his help, but just for the method, the secret to defeating those monsters. Gyu pauses, a flicker of something in his cold eyes. How foolish, he thinks, for one man to carry so many, but he couldn't deny it. The chairman was an entrepreneur down to his very core, and that pure, desperate foolishness was enough to stir something even in a withered soul like his. He relents, agreeing to share what he knows. He begins his explanation. The creature they saw on the drone feed is a necromancer, type that mutates the dead. And Yu already knows how this story originally ended. The chairman's challenge was a noble one, but it was doomed to fail. He scans the list of the dead from that battle, a cold realization dawning Ji Changsu isn't on it. But before he can process this anomaly, a sudden notification pings on his screen. It's an old bulletin board post, a cruel epitaph titled, "The Fall of the Papung Group." The post features a photo of the chairman, utterly broken and defeated after his company's collapse. While other corporate leaders fled to their bunkers, abandoning everyone to save themselves, this one man, this stubborn entrepreneur, just kept moving forward. He continued to show up for work, even after his body was corrupted and twisted into one of the undead. A ghastly leader for a ghastly parade, still followed by the loyal employees who shared his grim fate. His mind drifts back to another preventable tragedy, starting with an old woman feeding stray cats. But Park Gyu was there this time, watching the scene unfold with grim certainty. He approaches her, his voice low as he tells her to stop what she's doing. He tries to warn her that her kindness here could be incredibly dangerous. The woman simply looks up, his serious face reflected perfectly in her glasses. She gives no response, turning her head away from him. With her shopping cart in hand, she walks off, completely dismissing his warning. Park Yu can only watch her go, thinking about how easily human mistakes cause disaster. He recalls what he named the cat mom incident in his past life. It was, to some extent, a preventable tragedy born from a simple, repeated error. He recalls a time, now unimaginable, when South Korea dispatched a hunter unit to China to contain the monster threat. The cause was the gates, which first appeared in India and utterly devastated the region. The plague of monsters spread through Southeast Asia and into China, with Korea being the next in line. During that deployment, Park Yu himself had captured a grotesque, overgrown sewer rat. This led to the discovery of the mutation phenomena, a terrifying change in creatures near the cracks. He tried to warn the old woman about this, telling her something terrible would happen if she kept feeding the cats. She just shrugged him off, telling him not to worry about it. Park Yu remembers telling her repeatedly, but she never listened to a single word. Back in the present, he tries to brush it off, thinking she's an adult who will figure it out on her own. He distracts himself by working on a small, wool-felt cat, his hands busy as his mind races. He tries to push the thought aside, hoping nothing bad will happen. But then, a sudden beep cuts through the silence. His radio crackles to life. It's Kim Dae-ram, his former colleague. Park Yu's face twists in annoyance. He already knows this can't be good. She's sorry to bother him, but she has just one more favor to ask. He clutches his head in frustration, reminding her she promised she'd never ask him to work again. She insists the situation is urgent, and it's happening right in his backyard, the military apartment complex, near the Air Force Base. Just as he feared, she confirms there's been a mutation outbreak. His hunch was right on the mark. Several mutated stray cats have attacked the residence, leaving a bloody scene at the apartment gates. He immediately shuts her down, saying he can't hunt mutations anymore. He lacks the skill, the gear, and the will. But she clarifies he won't be alone. She's sending an expert. All he has to do is provide support. An expert? This expert is a freelance hunter, pulling up on a sleek motorcycle and calling out to him. He strolls over to Park Yu, asking if he's the guy the council member sent for. With a confident smirk, he introduces himself, Baek Sung-hyun. Park Yu is quick to correct him. He's a former hunter, only here as support. The expert lets out a small, almost mocking scoff. Then, a flicker of recognition. He asks if he's the Park Yu from the legendary 13th class. Turns out, Baek Sung-hyun is an alumnus from the 12th class, making him Park Yu's junior. He says it's surprising to see a legend taking on side jobs like this, a task he'd expect for an underachiever like himself. The unspoken insult hangs in the air. What a waste for someone so great to be rotting away out here. And just like that, the mood shifts, as Park Yu's expression turns to ice. With a cold look, Park Yu cuts him off, stating he'd rather not talk about his past as a hunter. The younger hunter's smug expression tightens as he stammers out a quick apology. Just then, Park Yu's foot stops short as he notices fresh blood splattered on the concrete. He gets off his bike, his eyes scanning the disturbing crimson stains all over the road. Baek Sung-hyun just smirks, telling him it's exactly what it looks like. He explains that while he was scouting the area, the mutants ambushed him, but he scoffs, saying they're still just cats at heart, and ran off after he landed a few hits. Park Yu's eyes narrow. He knows hunting aggressive mutants alone is no simple task. It takes serious skill and guts. In his mind, he rates his junior as at least an A-rank hunter. And Baek Sung-hyun just proves the point, boasting that he could have handled this whole thing by himself. He pulls out a block of C4, explaining he was about to end it all in one big bang. He had them cornered and was ready to throw the explosive. But right at the critical moment, someone grabbed his arm, interfering with his hunt. Thanks to that interruption, the mutants scattered, and now he has no idea where they're hiding. Park Yu listens to this story with a deadpan expression, putting the pieces together. He looks out at the darkening neighborhood and calmly states that he has a guess. Just then, a voice starts calling out strange names into the evening air. An old woman is wandering the street, calling for Hermes and Gucci to come eat. Park Yu watches her from a distance, recognizing her immediately. He explains that she's the one who cares for the local cats, and if she's looking for them, they must be nearby. And he knows exactly when they'll show up. A heavy thud echoes in the alley as a grotesque feline form lands. The old woman cries out in relief, her babies finally answering her call. But as she worries over their terrible wounds, Park Yu and Sung-hyun watch from the corner. With a cold, emotionless gaze, Park Yu knows what he has to do. In a flash, he leaps from the building, gun already in hand. He takes aim, completely ignoring the woman's presence. The muzzle of his weapon flares to life in the dim light. A spray of bullets rips through the mutated cats, tearing them apart. The woman can only watch, a horrified scream ripping from her throat. He ignores her frantic screams, pulling the trigger as the monster lunges. A crimson claw swipes just inches from his face, but Park Yu is already moving. He drops to one knee, unloading another volley into the second shrieking beast. Not leaving anything to chance, he finishes the job with a knife to the spine. The old woman can only scream, asking why he'd do this to her gentle children. Her delusion means nothing to him as he steps forward, boots crunching on the gravel. He calmly raises his assault rifle, telling her that's quite enough of her nonsense. But before he can fire, Song Yoon's hand clamps down on the barrel, stopping him. The woman frantically shields her last remaining baby, her mind completely shattered. In her terrified eyes, she sees nothing but the cold reflection of her own impending doom. A flashback reveals the woman's past trauma, a life of helpless rage and despair. She had been a victim, finding her only solace in the companionship of a single, small cat. Soon, other strays began to gather around her, sensing a kindred spirit. She wandered the empty city streets, a strange Pied Piper for the abandoned feline population. Her small apartment became a sanctuary for them, a place where the forgotten could feel safe. In a dark corner of a warehouse, she found a strange piece, surrounded by her new family. But that fragile piece was incinerated in the fires of the apocalypse, twisting everything she loved. Back in the present, the glow of a nearby fire illuminates Sung-yoon and Gyu's standoff. Sung-yoon finally speaks, criticizing Gyu for his needlessly brutal and messed up approach. He gives a knowing smirk, clearly unimpressed by his senior's violent tactics. But Gyu just thinks to himself that this world has no room for irresponsible pleasure. He compares the downfall of any group, any community, to a massive airplane crashing from the sky. Even after the engines fail, it can still glide for a while on pure inertia. But eventually, inevitably, it plummets and smashes into the ground. Looking up at a passing jet, he notes that he's been seeing that exact pattern happen a lot lately. Back at his hideout, a pot of ramen boils as he considers another human truth: the need for entertainment. He muses that it's not a bad thing. It's a tonic for a weary life, sometimes even a purpose. And as he takes a satisfying bite of noodles, he reveals his own source of entertainment: the Viva Apocalypse website on his laptop. What started as an information forum has evolved into a space for the true doomsday preppers who actually survived. In a world cut off from everything, Park Yu explains it became a surprisingly high-quality community for comfort. The system itself is nothing special, just like the online forums of the past. You can write posts, comment, and hit the like button to show your approval. Get enough of those, and your post gets promoted to the prestigious best bulletin board. And well, not to brag, but Park Yu lets a small smirk cross his face. Even he, going by the persona Skeleton, recently made it to that very board. He had posted the story of his encounter with Chairman Ja Pung-ho, framing it perfectly. Whether it was his skilled writing or the sheer novelty of the story, his post blew up, making his name known. But just then, his eyes catch a new post on the forum that makes him pause. Huh? What is this? The cause of all this commotion was something called the Hope Lottery. It's a ticket given out alongside rations to those participating in public works. Every 3 days, a drawing was held, a tiny glimmer of hope for the desperate. It gave the people something to look forward to beyond their grim labor, and it caught on fast. While the smaller prizes were just extra supplies, the first prize was a game changer, an apartment voucher. This wasn't just any apartment, but a high-tech, self-sufficient fortress against the apocalypse. The community forums instantly lit up, with users fantasizing about living in such a paradise. But as the desire grew, simple admiration twisted into something much darker and more envious. Then, amidst all the speculation and threats, a post appeared from the real winner, ticket in hand. Park Yu stares at the screen, a memory clicking into place. He's seen that user, M9, before. The winner's post exploded online, drawing a mix of envy and congratulations. But the sudden fortune was too much for M9, and something inside him began to twist. He started taunting the other users, his online persona warping into a grotesque monster mocking their inevitable doom. While the rest of the community erupted in fury at his arrogance, Park Yu remained skeptical. He couldn't believe the government would build such a luxurious shelter for a single lottery winner. To him, it felt like a cheap trick, a hollow promise to keep the public docile. So, he decided to contact an old acquaintance, Kim Da-ram, to get the real story. He keyed his radio, asking her point blank if the Hope Project was even real. On the other end, Kim Da-ram paused, calmly lighting a cigarette on a balcony overlooking the city. She looked down at a lavish party for the elite, a world away, and replied that hope is just a mirage. She drops a bombshell. The higher-ups are moving to Jeju, and soon, as a transport plane roars overhead, she tells him there's no hope left for Seoul. She warns him to keep this highly confidential, and the line cuts, leaving Park Yu in stunned silence. The cruel reality hits him harder than he could have ever imagined. The capital is being abandoned. Even though he's safe in his bunker, the news feels strangely personal. He'd always found some psychological comfort knowing the city was still out there. Now, her warning to keep quiet echoes in his mind, because while the city is being written off, the online community is celebrating a lottery winner. Thousands of people are reacting, clinging to this manufactured hope. And in that moment, Park Yu finally understands it was all just a beautiful lie. He knows the truth. All this hope is just a mirage, and one post from him could shatter it all. But alone in his bunker, he resists the urge, stewing in his secret knowledge. He's held his tongue with the patience of a saint, even as the capital is officially abandoned. Instead, he focuses on what's real, like acquiring a much-needed indoor cultivation kit. The payment is made, not with worthless paper money, but with something far more valuable. He checks the contents, stacks of cigarettes, a true currency in this broken world. With the trade complete, he turns his attention to the bustling crowd around him. A cynical smirk crosses his face. Humans and their desperate greed never change. They're all lining up for public labor, chasing the false promise of a lottery ticket. Tensions are already boiling over as they argue, all of them clinging to a lie. Old Man Kim explains that these troublemakers are Hope's prospective residents, acting like a privileged class. Gyu watches with a cold, knowing look as an official declares that the day's distribution is officially over. The crowd immediately erupts in fury, demanding to know where their supplies are after waiting for hours. Panic sets in as they realize waiting another week without food could mean death for their families. Any attempt to force their way to the supplies is met with overwhelming violence, a lesson learned the hard way. Gyu stands silently in the mob, listening to them complain that they should be cared for until they move. But then, a sickeningly clever thought spreads through the crowd. If supplies are scarce, prices will skyrocket. His eyes narrow slightly. He knows exactly where their twisted logic is heading. And just like that, the lack of food becomes good news. The value of their future apartments just went up. He watches them celebrate this empty victory, a perfect example of a life fueled by nothing but false hope. He remembers his past life, when the word hope still meant something. Back when he was known only as Skeleton, trying to warn people. He told them the hope had almost no chance of succeeding, that they shouldn't expect too much. Because he knew, sitting alone in the darkness, that their dreams were all just a mirage. He tried to reach them, typing away into the void. But looking out at the ruined world, he couldn't decide which life was better. So, embracing the bleak reality of a doomsdayer, he decided to quit being a hunter. His own subordinate, Park Song-min, found him, calling out to his team leader in disbelief. He knew it had been hard, but he couldn't understand why Gyu would give up now. Sang-min desperately pleaded, asking if he'd forgotten about the kids who trusted and followed him. Song-min tries one last time, begging him to just take a break and come back later. But Gyu cuts him off, asking if he honestly believes that will change anything. He explains that his presence is a trap, the only thing keeping his subordinates stuck in this living hell. His mind flashes back to that day, to the moment he learned the true meaning of despair. The memory of a monster feasting on the fallen burns in his eyes. He tells Sang-min to stop trying to convince him. His mind is made up. Finally, accepting defeat, Sang-min can only offer a quiet warning about the heavy rain outside. Gyu stops. A silent, heavy moment passing between the two men. With his back turned, he gives one final order. Make sure to survive. He was now alone, living in the bunker he built the day he left his comrades behind. Because he survived that day, his core belief has never wavered. Human extinction is unavoidable. He still remembers the bone-chilling helplessness he felt, a despair that never truly left him. That feeling of absolute hopelessness clings to him even now as he types away in his bunker. He knows all his efforts are just desperate struggles to survive. Until a forum post catches his eye: an earthquake in Paju. His mind instantly connects the dots. Paju was where the first crack appeared in the country, and a localized earthquake near a crack could only mean one thing: the emergence of a giant species. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabs his bicycle, preparing to move out. If his theory is correct, he knows the National Defense Committee must be in absolute chaos right now. These creatures are a force of nature, a destructive power that humanity simply cannot stop. Fortunately, they have a critical weakness. The bigger they are, the faster they decay and collapse. So the best strategy isn't to fight, but to anticipate their path of destruction and get out of the way. You treat it like a force of nature, an unstoppable typhoon that you can only hope to avoid. And to avoid it, you need to be able to predict its every move. It requires a different kind of weather forecasting, one that predicts absolute ruin. Just as he thought, the National Defense Committee headquarters is in a state of total meltdown. He slips right through the chaos, the entire facility running around like headless chickens. Amidst the pandemonium, a flustered official bumps right into him, scattering vital papers everywhere. Gyu, ever the opportunist, calmly helps the man gather the documents from the floor. The grateful official hurries away, completely oblivious to what just happened. But a faint, knowing smirk creeps across Gyu's face that little collision was no accident. And on the stolen document, a single, terrifying classification: Kraken. Type. Gyu's mind races, recalling everything he knows about this particular monster. It's one of the most common giant species, usually an octopus-like creature, but it transforms when threatened. The real danger is the so-called death ray it fires from its armored form, a beam of pure annihilation that leaves nothing but dust in its wake. Worse, it penetrates all cover, disintegrating only living organisms while leaving buildings untouched. He remembers its recent appearance near Tokyo. Over 60,000 people vanished in an instant. His eyes fall on the projected path, and a cold dread washes over him. It's heading right for his area. He might have just died without ever knowing what hit him, but as he processes this grim reality, his attention is caught by a group of officials passing by, and among them, a pair of sharp, familiar eyes lock onto his. It's a woman he knows, and she's looking directly at him from across the room. Gyu grits his teeth. So much for his trip to Jeju Island. This changes everything. She gives him a curt, urgent warning. Evacuate, senior. It's a Kraken type. The monster's path is projected to go right by his bunker, so he needs to leave immediately. Her voice cuts through the chaos, and he turns away, her words sinking in. He doesn't hesitate, returning to his bunker to quickly pack his emergency supplies. With his gear ready, he takes one last look at the place that has kept him safe. A heavy silence fills the room as he processes the gravity of the situation. Her warning rings in his ears, a personal plea from someone from his past to get out while he still can. But as he prepares to leave, a thought stops him. He should at least warn the others. He quickly types up a post as Skeleton, explaining that bunkers won't help against the monster's rays. With only 2 views, his warning is completely buried. He sighs, wondering if it was even worth it. Well, he did his part. Time to evacuate until a crackle of static calls out his alias. It's the sniper and her daughter, Sue, wanting to know what's going on. Gyu tells the girl to get her mom in their Jeep truck and get out of there now. But his simple plan is immediately shattered by her reply. The car's broken down. The engine won't start. She asks if they can't just hide inside. Gyu's blood runs cold. Their building is right in the path of the Kraken. He quickly calculates the risk. There's no time to rescue them, and unlike raiders, there's nothing in it for him. He makes the cold, logical choice, telling them he can't risk his own life. The little girl, Sue, just cheerfully accepts it, wishing Skeleton well. But before she signs off, she adds an innocent warning. It's going to rain tomorrow. The radio cuts out, leaving Gyu standing alone in the silence. He tries to steel himself, thinking that in a world like this, emotions are a luxury. Then, his brother Sang-min walks by, casually echoing the girl's warning about the rain. Her voice rings in his head, Sue. He snatches the radio back up. His cold resolve shatters. He tells her he'll be there in 30 minutes. His eyes lock with grim determination as he orders her and her mom to get ready. Without a moment's hesitation, he's on the move, racing to save them. He's already on his feet, his promise echoing in his mind. 30 minutes. Grabbing the radio, he tells her to get her mom and wait, but a problem immediately surfaces. A pack of vicious, mutant wild dogs controls the territory between their 2 locations. Gyu knows there's no time to find a way around them, so if he can't go around, he'll have to go through. He opens a case and retrieves a heavy handgun. With a sharp click, he chambers around, his path now set in stone. His vehicle tears through the rain-soaked streets, a lone beacon in the dead city. He drives one-handed, pistol at the ready, eyes scanning the darkness ahead. And just as expected, the pack emerges from the shadows, their glowing eyes fixed on him. Muzzle flashes light up the carnage as the mutated dogs swarm his vehicle. One leaps straight for the window, fangs bared, reflected in the side mirror. But Gyu is a machine, lining up each shot with cold, unwavering focus. He fires again, the bullet a streak of light against the dark, rainy night. And another one of the beasts has its head vaporized in a spray of gore. Still, he grits his teeth, frustrated that he missed even a single shot. It's almost impossible to aim perfectly with the car shaking so violently. This reminds him that in a proper hunter team, there are 3 primary roles. First is the heavy, who provides devastating support fire from a distance. And then there's the spotter, coordinating the battle from the mid-range. Finally, there's the third and most crucial role of any team, supported by the heavies covering fire, raining down from the sky. And guided by the spotter's tactical assistance, the frontline fighter dives headfirst into the fray. He's the one who takes the monster down with brutal, overwhelming force. The one who engages in direct combat, the assault. And Gyu remembers with a grim look that this was his specialty. But those days are gone. Right now, he can't expect any support. He has to fend off these mutant dogs and maintain speed, a task he must handle alone. Then, his eyes lock onto the target building, and he sees it, the Alpha, waiting for him on the roof. Gyu's eyes narrow, his focus locked on the rooftop. He can't believe what has seeing some kind of bizarre, lanky beast with glowing eyes. A cold realization hits him. This must be the leader of the pack. The creature throws its head back and lets out a piercing howl that echoes through the night. In an instant, the rest of the pack swarms his vehicle, a direct response to their alpha's command. But Yu remains unfazed, calmly drawing his pistol as they leap towards him. He unloads a round point blank into the face of the closest mutant dog. The monster is blasted away, a spray of blood marking Yu's first victory in this chase. But when he glances back, his heart sinks. The alpha is already off the roof and closing in at impossible speed. The leader is orchestrating this hunt personally, and Yu knows his pistol won't do a thing at this range. Another one of the beasts leaps, and Yu meets it head-on with the full force of his vehicle. The impact sends the monster flying, but the shockwave jolts him in the driver's seat. He slams his arm against the wheel in frustration. This endless chase is getting on his nerves. But from atop a pile of rubble, the alpha watches, its gaze unsettlingly intelligent. Yu glances in his mirror, seeing the dogs perfectly flanking him, and a cold suspicion dawns on him. The alpha realizes this isn't just a panicked escape. Yu is driving like a hunter, herding his prey. At the same moment, Yu connects the dots. The howling, it's not random, it's a command. Another mutant dog lunges from the side, its jaws snapping just inches from his face. But this time, Yu is ready, shoving a burning flare straight into the creature's gaping maw. His hand tightens on the controls. He knows exactly what this is now, a drive hunt. He understands now their howls are a strategy, guiding his every move at each fork in the road. They're not just chasing him, they're herding him straight into a dead end. But he refuses to go down that easily, swerving hard as another beast smashes into his frame. With a sharp turn, he barely avoids the trap they'd set for him. The escape came at a cost, though, as his vehicle has taken significant damage. He glances through his scope at the alpha, a grim realization hitting him. He's out of ammo. The buggy won't last much longer, and he has to make a move before the pack attacks again. But there's no time to think. A mutant dog is already lunging, its red eyes burning with hunger. A fierce, determined glint appears in Gyu's eyes. He's got one last gambit. He ignites two flares, creating a searing cross of light that slices the monster in two midair. With one monster down, he floors it, crushing its head beneath his tires without a second glance. But from a high vantage point, he's being watched by the sniper and her daughter, who holds a radio. A voice crackles through, telling him she saw him coming and is ready to provide backup. He smirks, remembering with a jolt that he's just driven straight into her designated kill zone. Stepping out of the buggy, he finds himself surrounded by the rest of the snarling pack. He calmly pulls out his own radio, calling out for support from his newfound heavy. The plan is set, and he tells her they'll finish this in 3 minutes flat. With a roar, he leaps into the fray, his glowing axe a blur of crimson light. From her perch, the sniper's eye narrows, locking onto her targets. A moment later, the night is split by the deafening crack of her rifle. A single high-caliber round tears through the pack, turning the battlefield into a gory firework display. But as the lesser beasts fall, their leader emerges from the shadows, its golden eyes burning with intelligence. In mere moments, the ground is littered with bodies, leaving only Park Yu and the alpha in a tense standoff. He glances over the carnage, a faint smirk on his blood-splattered face, completely unfazed. The alpha, however, is no mindless brute. It cautiously backs away, realizing this is a fight it can't win. With a powerful leap, it retreats to a nearby rooftop, its silhouette a looming promise of a future battle. Just as the beast disappears, his sniper support arrives, the little girl waving and calling out his alias, Skelton. Without hesitation, she runs straight to him, wrapping him in a hug of pure relief and gratitude. He's momentarily taken aback, this small moment of warmth a stark contrast to the slaughter he just orchestrated. But the dawn is breaking, and he tells them they need to move, speeding away from the carnage. As they drive, the sniper and her daughter notice an unusual glow on the horizon. The sky over the ruined city is ablaze with a beautiful, yet eerie, light. The little girl, mesmerized, points it out, calling Skelton to look at the stunning sunrise. But Park Yu calmly explains this isn't a sunrise. It's the oxidized fragments of a dead kraken monster, a strange moment of peace in the apocalypse. He tells them both to stand still for a second. He pulls out his phone to take a picture, a memento of this bizarrely beautiful scene. But suddenly, they aren't alone. The sniper turns to a well-dressed man who appeared out of nowhere. He lowers his own phone, calmly replying that no, he wasn't just taking a selfie. A confident, almost predatory smirk crosses his face as he looks them over. He's here for a different reason, capturing something he finds much more interesting than himself. He offers to take their picture to commemorate the moment, a memento of their journey and this bizarre monster sunrise. The two of them strike a quick pose. With a snap of his camera, he captures the scene, thinking they both deserve some memories. Later, back at his dimly lit base, he looks over the photo he took. He posts it to the online community, and it gets a decent 72 likes. The post, titled "Memory Shot," has their eyes blurred out for protection. He feels a flicker of satisfaction. It's been a while since he got this kind of positive reaction. But just as he's feeling good, another post on the forum catches his eye. A Defender murder confirmation post is rocketing to the top of the board. His brief moment of peace shatters. He leans in, wondering who the vigilante has taken out now. The post is from Defender, confirming a monster kill, not a human one. But as Park Gyu stares at the background, a sudden chilling realization hits him. The angle, the lighting, the time of day, it's all too familiar. He remembers seeing that photographer on a nearby rooftop. They were in the same place. And as if summoned by his thoughts, a notification pings on his screen. A message from Defender, containing a photo of him from behind, asking if this is Skeleton. Park Gyu's mind races. He remembers Defender's old posts about living in the area. He tries to calm himself, deciding it must be a coincidence, and the best move is to deny everything. So he types back a short, blunt reply, "No." On the other side of the screen, the photographer smirks, amused by the obvious lie. But his denial is met with a flurry of new messages. She saw everything. And suddenly, it all clicks. She's talking about his old warning post, the one that saved her life. Just as he processes this, his walkie-talkie crackles, pulling him back to the present. On the other end, Defender herself is keeping watch over the city, arresting Rebecca at her side. She calls him Skeleton, her voice cutting through the static with a warning. People are coming. A large group of survivors, drawn by the promise of safety, are heading straight for them. He listens with a growing sense of dread. This is the kind of attention he never wanted. It reminds him of other unwanted guests, like the feral dog pack led by the alpha they called Gold. He'd fought them before, a bloody battle that had left their numbers weakened but not broken. However, the threat of monsters was one thing. The chaos of a growing human settlement was another. But the survivors themselves aren't the true problem he's facing. The real issue, he realizes, is the exact spot they've chosen to settle. Of all the places in this ruined world, they've made their camp right next to his bunker's main exhaust vent. That vent is connected to the very heart of his operation, the diesel generator he calls Skeleton Heart. It's a massive machine that takes up an entire floor, powering everything he needs to survive. But running it is like sending up a smoke signal, an undeniable sign of life. If he turns it on, the exhaust will lead the refugees straight to his hidden sanctuary. Yet if he turns it off, the heart of his bunker stops, and his home is no longer a home. In the sweltering summer heat, all the food in his freezers would spoil, leaving him to starve. Park Gyu knows that if he's discovered, all his future plans will be ruined. He watches them from the shadows, judging their state. They seem like refugees, not raiders. For now, he decides to try solving this with dialogue, not bullets. The survivors are busy setting up their camp, their leader shouting orders to settle in. But then Park Gyu steps out from the trees, interrupting him to say this is private property. With his rifle held ready, he tells them all to please leave. The old man is taken aback, his gaze dropping to the weapon in Park Gyu's hands. He scoffs at the idea, questioning if land ownership even matters in a world like this. Trying to ease the tension, he tells the young man not to be so wary. They're from the pioneering team, and to prove it, he pulls out an official-looking document. A pioneering permit. Pioneering Corps, the name rings a bell, and Park Gyu recalls an old article he'd read. It wasn't a mission of honor. It was a way for the government to discard unnecessary people. The old man holds up his permit, oblivious that it's just a government-issued eviction notice. Realizing they're not malicious raiders, Park Gyu offers them a sliver of mercy, leave in 3 days. The leader is stunned, still insisting they're authorized by the state. A slight squeeze of the rifle's grip is Park Gyu's only reply. He calmly explains that the very reason they're out here is because a functioning state no longer exists. But 3 days pass, and when the 4th day dawns, their camp is still there. He confronts the old man, asking if he's waiting for orders from a headquarters that's long gone. The leader finally breaks, pleading that if they abandon this spot, their families back in the city will have their rations cut off. The old man's composure shatters, begging Park Gyu for mercy. He clutches his hand, explaining that these are not raiders, but the elderly, abandoned by all. All he asks is for them to be allowed to live out their days as quiet neighbors. Park Gyu looks down at the man's crudely bandaged finger, a testament to his harsh life. But without a word, he turns and walks away, leaving the desperate plea hanging in the cold air. Back in the oppressive darkness of his shelter, the heat and humidity feel suffocating. He slumps against the wall, exhausted, wondering if the simplest solution is to just kill them all. But he hesitates. His code is clear: if they're not looters, he doesn't want their blood on his hands. So, in a moment of sheer desperation, he turns to the only community he has left, typing out his dilemma on a forum. Staring at the screen, he waits for an answer from the anonymous void, his face a mask of uncertainty. A message from the user Defender cuts through the silence with a cold, simple warning. Park Gyu isn't surprised. A typical, pragmatic response from someone like him. He partly agrees, but for now, hell, just watch them. They're still trying to maintain some order. Later, he meets up with another user from the forum, who seems surprised he isn't some old man. This is Kyle Dose, a normal user who found something interesting in the nearby mountains. Kyle points towards a spot deeper in the sun-dappled woods. There, nestled in the brush, is a smooth, white object, humming with an unnatural light. Park Yu immediately recognizes the shape, identifying it as a capsule. But it's not just a capsule. He knows the chilling truth, it's one of their eggs. A flashback to their online chat reveals how the meeting was set up, with Kyle fortunately unsuspecting. Park Yu scoffs at the car's GPS. Standard routes are useless in this new world. He has a much better plan, one that leverages the connections he's built. He radios the road control headquarters, dropping his ID and mentioning Commissioner Kim Daram. Instantly, a voice on the other end confirms his identity and provides a new, clear path. A smirk plays on his lips. All that time spent dealing with the National Committee is finally paying off. The destination Kyle Das gave him was Paju, a city scarred by a massive, ominous red rift. This was the infamous site where the very first rift in South Korea had torn open reality. Pulling up a remote mountain road, he sees Kyle waiting for him, just as planned. He knows the area around the main rift is heavily guarded, but no one would think to look out here. Stepping out of his truck, he introduces himself with his online alias. I, Skeleton, have arrived. Kyle Das gives a casual wave, finally meeting the man behind the screen name. But Park Yu cuts straight to the chase, demanding to see the capsule immediately. His mind is already on the mission, recalling that its very presence means the rift is corrupting this land. Soon, this entire forest will become an uninhabitable wasteland. Hearing the item is a monster egg, Kyle's face drains of all color, the immense danger finally sinking in. Park Yu simply confirms he warned him, casually pulling a small hatchet from his belt. He tells the stunned man to step back, taking point as they head into the eerie woods. Then he drops a chilling instruction. If he dies, Kyle should just take the truck and run. He hopes it won't come to that, his expression turning sharp and focused. But he knows better than anyone that in this world, nothing is ever guaranteed as he dashes ahead. Eyes glowing with a crimson light, Park Yu swings his axe with enough force to split the earth. He pours all his killing intent into the blow, a blur of red energy arcing downward. However, just an inch from the surface of the monstrous egg, his muscles scream in protest as he halts the attack with all his might. A shimmering green barrier flares to life, stopping the blade cold. The axe head hovers, unable to penetrate the invisible wall of energy. Kyle stares, stammering in shock, as Gyu calmly identifies it as a reflective barrier. He explains it's a defense that distorts dimensions, sending any attack right back at its source. But as Gyu speaks, a sudden, chilling realization dawns on Kyle's face. He asks what would happen if something uncontrollable simply broke out from the inside. Gyu's answer is chillingly simple. If it breaks, then hell die. Kyle can only stare, stunned by his utter lack of fear. With the matter settled, he effortlessly lifts the massive container into the back of the truck. Kyle can't help but comment on how different Gyu is from his infamous online persona, Skeleton. Had always pictured some weird old troll, and Gyu's faint smirk shows he finds this hilarious. But as he gets into the driver's seat, the teasing stops for a moment of genuine thanks. Of course, he can't resist one last jab, telling Kyle to like his posts if he's really so grateful. Kyle just smiles, playing along with a promise he has no intention of keeping. As they drive off into the desolate city, Gyu finds himself lost in thought. It's the first time since the apocalypse began that he's met an online acquaintance in person, and strangely enough, it feels less like meeting a stranger and more like finding a long-lost friend. He wonders if, in a twisted way, he has the apocalypse to thank for this strange new friendship. But friendship is one thing, his plan is another. On the way back, he'd left a little present on a nearby highway. Sure enough, a pioneer squad from the shelter finds it, their leader staring at the glowing object in confusion. The men murmur amongst themselves, it looks just like those things from the rice paddies, but this one is active. The leader radios in to report the unidentified object, completely unaware of the danger he's in. The response from headquarters isn't a calm instruction, but a frantic scream telling them to run. Back at the command center, drone surveillance has already confirmed the horrifying truth. The commander barks into the radio that it's a monster spore, and it could be active. He screams that there's no time for questions about their camp. This is an order, not a suggestion. And far away from the panic, Gyu sits patiently in the darkness, waiting for the show to begin. He reflects on his handiwork, a flawless performance by his own standards. Thanks to that little monster spore, his territory has finally found some peace. The sun now shines down on his quiet, fortified home. A month passes in this newfound tranquility. Gyu kicks back in his chair, feeling better than he has in a very long time. That pioneer squad from the shelter? They vanished after the entrance was sealed, never to be seen again. And the government pests have gone silent, too busy planning their own escape to bother him. He scrolls through an online forum, thinking he could really get used to this perfect peace. But his calm is broken when he notices another comment from that guy, Defender. The post isn't about monsters or loot, it's a shocking image of massive civil unrest erupting in Seoul. Fists are raised in fury as the people demand the National Committee protect them. They scream in the streets, strongly opposing the government's plan to relocate and abandon them. Watching from his high-rise office is director Lee Sang-hoon, the man at the center of the storm. His assistant warns him to get away from the window. Things are getting violent out there. But the director just peers through the blinds, his mind on something else, entirely wondering if that guy is still alive. His subordinate is baffled, having no idea who he could possibly be talking about. He means Park Yu, of course, the former hunter he can't seem to get off his mind. He gives a simple order: find him, and ask him how long he plans to keep hiding, because the legendary professor wants to know. The scene then flashes back, years ago, to when the very first Crimson Rift tore open the world. It was a crisis that shocked every nation, forcing the leaders of the world to come together and respond. But every nation was playing a double game, each one trying to turn this world-ending crisis into their own advantage. So, a large-scale exploration was launched to identify the true nature of the anomaly. A research team, deep inside the strange energy, carefully guided their point man into position. Suddenly, their equipment went wild, and a horrifying realization dawned on their faces. They screamed for their colleague, Mr. Kim, to get out of there, but he just stood there, confused. Before he could even process the warning, he was sliced apart in an instant. This foolish attempt at research only accelerated the eruption of monsters, and humanity paid the price in blood. Only then did the world finally grasp the severity of the threat and unite to create a new breed of soldier, the Hunters. And from this desperate need, specialized training institutions began to appear all over the world. One of them was the Korean Hunter Academy, GUARD, where I was part of the 13th graduating class. Back at the academy, the new rankings were posted, and my name was right where it always was, number 1. For 3 years running, I'd held that top spot, sparking the usual whispers among the students. They'd gossip that all I did was train, that I was obsessed with killing monsters even in my sleep. Even my greatest rival, Lee Sang-hoon, could only watch on with that grim, determined face of his. But while they were all focused on schoolyard drama, I was already far beyond it. A persistent beeping finally broke my concentration in a dimly lit control room. An urgent call was coming through the walkie-talkie from someone named Kim Daram. I picked it up, annoyed, assuming it was just another request to help quell the protests in Seoul. But the voice on the other end was tense, immediately bringing up a capsule on Road 13. His tone sharpened as he asked me directly, "You're the one who put it there, aren't you?" The voice on the other end states my name and then his own, Lee Sang-hoon. I leaned forward, exhausted. Yeah, it was me. But how did he know? His deduction was simple, almost insultingly so. A capsule in a clean area means the culprit is local. Heh. Same old stiff, condescending tone as always. He presses on, asking why I do something so dangerous. What if a monster had been summoned? Summoned? I thought they were just monster eggs. Since when do they act like portals? He corrects my outdated knowledge. It's a temporary portal. A bitter reminder of how long I've been out of the game. But he didn't call just to lecture me. He cut straight to the real reason for this conversation. He gives me an order, plain and simple. Go to Jeju Island. And if I refuse? He's already got his leverage ready, a recommendation for an instructor position. I look down at the walkie-talkie and give my answer bluntly. I'm not going. I like it here. But he fires back, his voice dripping with condescension. Does a place like this really have a future? The question stings, and he knows it, accusing me of being stuck in my old inferiority complex. From his office, Lee Sang-hoon tries to connect with me, claiming they were both talentless back in the day. He even says he didn't have any talent, a blatant lie as we see a flash of his own latent power. His assistant watches as he finally gives up, telling me to find another instructor. He's done talking. She can only sigh, knowing her boss is as stubborn and pig-headed as ever. But Lee Sang-hoon leaves me with one last, chilling warning. The entire city might be in danger soon. He turns away from the window, his final words to his own subordinate, a grim order to just stay alive. Then, one last time, he calls out my name over the radio, letting it hang in the air. The radio falls silent, leaving me alone in the dim light with his warning echoing in my head. My thoughts drift away from the city, back to the quiet, rustling fields, back to a time when survival wasn't about fighting monsters, but about a simple sickle against the sun. I'd found my own way to live, away from the hunters and their constant war. It's been nearly 2 years since the world collapsed, and I started this new life. I remember scattering rice seeds in an old abandoned paddy, hoping for the best, and now, I carry the fruits of that simple labor on my own back. It all started with the advice of an old man, Mr. Kim, who saw potential in the forgotten land. He taught me to never underestimate the value of a single grain of rice. A lesson that, thanks to him, means I'll be eating well for the foreseeable future. But even in my secluded life, the outside world finds a way to creep in. Lately, the hunter community has been obsessed with a ridiculous rumor about Defender. Some keyboard warrior is convinced they're a woman, based on a shadow in a photo. He considers the logic killing is easy, but disposing of the bodies requires immense strength. It has to be nonsense, just a trick of the light. But the thought of survival triggers an old memory, a voice crackling over a radio. Just stay alive. He scoffs at the thought. Who's going to die? This is the safest place in the world now. Then a name surfaces, dragging the past along with it Lee Sang-hoon. His mind is pulled back, years before the world fell apart, back to a classroom, where a younger, more naive him had a question for the instructor. A kid who always sat in the front row, asking sharp questions about infiltration species. Park Yu remembers that version of himself, the one before the world ended. A relentlessly competitive spirit, even at that young age. But his trip down memory lane is cut short by a sudden beeping. His walkie-talkie crackles to life. It's Kim Daram again. He picks up, already annoyed. What could he possibly want now? He tells the representative that if it's about Jeju Island, that's old news, and he won't be going out for a while. But just as he's about to sign off, a chilling message cuts through the static. The director is dead. His mind goes completely blank. What? He stammers into the radio, needing to be sure. Did he just say Director Lee Sang-hoon is dead? Kim Daram's voice confirms Gaius' worst fear. The director made an extreme choice all by himself. He explains that a will was left behind, flashing Gyu's mind back to the director's younger, burdened days. The reason becomes terrifyingly clear. A furious public demanding that someone take responsibility. Back in his quiet room, Gyu listens as Daram asks if he'll come to the mourning hall for a man too upright for this ruined world. The will's purpose was to appease the mob, to offer a head on a platter. He's asked again, more gently this time, if he will come pay his respects at the funeral. Daram explains they've barely managed to set up a memorial altar at the military hospital, but he adds a warning. To reach Seoul, Gyu has to take the road littered with those dangerous capsules. Gyu confirms, and Daram reveals that just yesterday, new security personnel were deployed to that exact road. And they aren't just regular soldiers. They're the government's elite, awakened ones. Daram gives him a heads up, just so things don't get awkward. Gyu can hardly believe it. The government sent their elite awakened to that road? He scoffs, addressing the ghost of a man who always stood in his way, always trying to make things difficult, even from beyond the grave. But the memory of Lee Sang-hoon that surfaces is a quiet, unmoving one. Decision made, he turns to his arsenal and grabs a pair of tactical axes, a remnant from his discharge, a small piece of his past self he brought with him. And with that, he sets out into the darkness, not in a truck, but on a simple bicycle, because despite everything, he needed to visit Lee Sang-hoon one last time. As a soldier, he armed himself and began the long journey to pay his final respects. To avoid any military patrols, he takes the unpaved back roads, hoping for a quiet journey. But so much for stealth. As a motorcycle headlight immediately cuts him off. The rider's face is hard, and he clearly isn't here to make friends. And of course, just Park Yu's luck. The man recognizes him, much to his annoyance. This is Baek Seung-yun, a freelance hunter who works as an errand boy for the National Committee. He asks where Park Yu is going, and when the answer is Seoul, he insists our boy comes with him. Park Yu pleads to be let go, but Seung-hyun just scoffs and lights a cigarette. He says he'd love to let him pass, but his hands are tied, and that's because he isn't alone. A whole crew of hunters is waiting nearby. Seung-hyun reveals he's not even in charge, pointing to the real bosses, the ones with bright blue eyes. Park Yu sizes them up, his gaze cold and unreadable. The jacket emblem says it all. Roaring Tiger, a notorious hunter guild. Seung-hyun explains these are the real hunters, a new breed entirely. But our boy remains unimpressed by the posturing. This new generation, the awakened, emerged after humanity lost nearly a third of its population. Scientists then figured out how to artificially induce these monster-like powers. And just like that, the government-recruited superhumans made the old-school hunters obsolete. The leader of the pack smirks, calling Seung-hyun a juicy as he asks about their target. Seung-hyun dismisses Park Yu as a former hunter, but the leader just mocks him, asking if he's a part-timer just like Seung-hyun. All the errand boy can do is let out a weak, pathetic laugh, caught in his own lie. Seung-hyun can only cover his mouth, utterly humiliated. The smug leader continues, asking why a supposed former hunter is sneaking through farmland like a criminal. Park Yu glances at the sweating escort, then turns his attention back to the real problem. He cuts through the posturing with a single question that silences the field. Which batch are you from? The arrogant hunter's face goes blank, his condescending smirk completely gone. This guy is hopeless. Park Yu calmly steps forward, taking control of the entire situation. Flustered, the leader gets in his face, trying to turn the tables by demanding to know Park Yu's batch. Without missing a beat, Park Yu answers with quiet confidence. He's from the 13th batch. The leader tries to laugh it off, saying any batch before the 18th is basically irrelevant now. He places a hand on Park Yu's shoulder, suggesting he go home quietly before he gets hurt. But Park Yu's hand simply tightens in his pocket. A silent show of resolve. Baek Seung-hyun wisely suggests they just turn back, but Park Yu is already walking forward, calling them out. His eyes narrow with cold determination. He's done with the pleasantries. Instead of arguing, he simply points past the bewildered guild leader. He gestures to a glowing capsule in the middle of the road, asking if that's the only thing in his way. A simple question, laced with an undeniable challenge. If I deal with that, I can pass, right? The leader finds this hilarious, mocking the very idea that an old-school hunter could do anything. His goons laugh along, filming with their phones and making bets that their leader will have to escort him if he succeeds. Park Yu doesn't even flinch, standing his ground as if their jeers were just the wind. He's already running through the tactics, recalling that for a solo hunter, the old ways were brutally simple. He knows there's only one way to do this, the way he's always done it. The moment he steps into range, the capsule erupts in a violent burst of thorny energy. But he's not retreating. He's riding the shockwave, launching himself straight at the source. With eyes locked on his target, he brings the hatchet down in a clean, powerful arc. The impact cracks the air, a bright flash of light as his weapon meets the capsule's shell. He doesn't let up, hammering it again and again as dark fractures begin to spread. Each blow is precise, calculated to shatter its defenses piece by piece. The Roaring Tiger Guild members can only stare in disbelief, their mockery turning to shock. Even their leader is frozen, his smug confidence completely vanishing from his face. And with one final, overwhelming strike, the entire capsule shatters into nothing. The guild leader's mind goes completely blank, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of what just happened. But Park Yu knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't trying to destroy the capsule. He was trying to wake up what was inside. Where the capsule once stood, a swirling vortex of raw, untamed energy now churns. The other hunters finally understand, their mockery replaced with raw, unfiltered terror. Hess, insane. He didn't just break the containment. He deliberately unleashed the monster. As they all scream to run for their lives, Park Yu just calmly grips his weapon, ready for what's next. From the depths of the vortex, a horrifying figure begins to emerge, its head shaped like an ancient statue. His mind quickly analyzes the threat, initially pegging it as a dancer-type monster. But as its many skeletal limbs unfurl, he corrects himself. No, this is something far worse, a necromancer. And while everyone else flees, he charges forward, diving headfirst into the nest of limbs. His strategy is simple but brutal. They can't generate force fields at zero distance, so he just has to get close. He carves a path through the storm of limbs, leaving severed monster parts scattered across the road. But the necromancer fights back, with every severed piece sprouting a forest of deadly thorns. He ducks and weaves through the onslaught, a blur of motion closing in on the main body. With one final push, he gets right in its face, bringing his hatchet down to finish the job. The Roaring Tiger Guild members can only watch, their arrogant smirks replaced by slack-jawed disbelief. As the creature dissolves into dust, Park Yu turns to the stunned crowd, asking why they're just standing there. The look on his face isn't one of triumph, but of pure, cold dismissal. He walks past them as if they're statues, casually asking if they plan on moving anytime soon. Their minds are completely broken. How could one man, with no real weapons, do something like this? Is he even human? The guild leader stammers, ordering his juniors to escort Park Yu, but they're too stunned and start making excuses. But then, a more seasoned hunter steps forward with a confident smile, volunteering to go himself. Park Yu recognizes him as a fellow old schooler and cuts to the chase, asking if he can just borrow the car. He leaves the rest of the guild to study the monster's remains, a slight smirk on his face, and with that, the two of them are off, leaving the humiliated Roaring Tiger Guild in their dust. Inside the car, Park Yu says he didn't need a personal driver, but the hunter insists, saying he wanted to. He admits he was getting fed up with the inexperienced level 3S, who kept disrespectfully calling him old man. This brings up a critical rule of their world. An awaken's power is measured in levels, and the gap between them is absolute. Levels 1 through 4 grant simple powers, while 5 to 9 unlock abilities truly practical for combat. But then there are the legends, the impossibly rare few who break through to level 10 and ascend to a whole new realm of power. The driver finishes his thought, saying he was glad Gyu put those guys in their place. He then turns to Park Yu, curious if he could have handled that situation on his own. After a moment's thought, he figures his odds of winning were maybe around 65%. But with a knowing smile, he admits he chose not to fight. A brief memory shows us why. A wife and a young daughter waiting for him at home. He tells Gyu that back when he was single, he was reckless and didn't care about the consequences. But now, with a family depending on him, he has to endure and play it safe. With a final thanks, he says it's been a while since he felt that good as they speed through the ruins. Their car finally pulls up to their destination, a large, derelict hospital. Just as Park Yu is about to leave, the hunter calls out his name, stopping him. The hunter offers a final piece of advice. With Lee Sang-hoon dead, the old guard is weak, so he should watch his back. Gyu couldn't care less. But the man presses the point, reminding him that he has friends on the national committee. With a cynical smirk, he explains that when people are just trying to survive, they become dangerously unpredictable. Gyu takes in the heavy warning, his expression hardening as he considers the state of their broken world. He turns without a word, his footsteps echoing as he enters the desolate hospital lobby. He walks purposefully down a long, dark hallway, the silence of the abandoned building pressing in around him. Deeper inside, he finds what he was looking for, a makeshift funeral portrait of Lee Sang-hoon. Gyu looks upon the face of his former director, solemnly announcing that he's arrived. Standing before the simple altar, he can't help but wonder why they'd hide his funeral in a place like this. As he lights incense to pay his respects, his thoughts turn to a singular, crucial purpose: the Lee Sang-hoon plan. A woman appears, confirming his suspicions. The higher-ups named the Jeju Island plan after the director, sealing its fate. She glances at Gyu, testing him, asking if he truly understands the grim necessity behind it all. Of course he does. A heavy silence hangs between them as he considers the brutal logic. Rift intensity is tied to population, making the mainland a lost cause, and Jeju Island the only defensible position. It's a last-ditch effort to save the nation's future, but the downside is horrifying. Everyone else will be abandoned. Still, something doesn't add up. Gyu wonders how a plan this massive could have been placed on one man's shoulders. The assistant's explanation is cold and simple. A plan to abandon 10 million people needed a sacrificial lamb, and so, they assign the blame to the most junior person involved in the decision. Director Lee Sang-hoon. Her eyes fall, a flicker of memory crossing her face as she admits he was a stubborn man. A vision of the director, resolute and firm, proves her point: he was a man of conviction, used and discarded. She offers a small, humanizing detail, recalling how the director was so cheap he'd even shortchange wedding gifts. Gyu cracks a slight smirk. Yeah, that sounds exactly like the man he knew. But her tone shifts, her expression sobering as another, more important memory comes to mind. On the very day the relocation plan was finalized, someone came to see the director. The scene flashes back to that office, the air heavy with a terrible, unspoken burden. A philosophy hangs in the air. The one who makes the hardest choice is never at the top or the bottom. It must be someone detached, someone who can ignore the desperate cries of the present and coldly weigh the lives of 10 million people against the future of humanity itself. In that room, that impossible, soul-crushing weight fell upon director Lee Sang-hoon. And it turns out his visitor was there to remind him that this was his duty to bear. The assistant's voice narrates over the memory, telling the director he's doing what even the professor couldn't. But Lee Sang-hoon was deeply skeptical, wondering if they truly believed a future could exist on Jeju Island. He posed the question to a man named Kang Hanmin, who simply offered a smug, knowing smile. With a glint in his eye, Hanmin simply replied that they would all find out soon enough. Back in the present, Park Yu is stunned. Kang Hanmin was involved in Director Lee's plan all along. The assistant sees his shock, her own nervousness evident as she prepares to reveal more. She tells him what Hanmin said right before he left. A chilling question. Would old schoolers even be needed on Jeju Island? She then looks at Gyu with a dead serious expression, asking if he has any room in his bunker. The implication hangs heavy in the air that this new world order has no place for people like them. Her question hangs in the air, a desperate plea from someone who sees the writing on the wall. The scene suddenly shifts, taking us to the door of hospital room 501. Heavy footsteps approach, belonging to a man in tactical gear entering the ward. Inside, a room full of battered and bandaged hunters looks up, their quiet recovery interrupted. Their expressions change to respect as they struggle to salute their team leader, Kim Daram. Daram's eyes, however, are cold and unforgiving as he scans his broken subordinates. He takes in the sight of their injuries, slings, neck braces, bandages covering every surface. A female hunter meets his gaze, her face a patchwork of cuts and gauze. Then, with ice in his veins, he delivers a soul-crushing order to the entire room. He declares that any incompetent loser, unable to fight properly, must leave his team immediately. He tells them he never wants to see a pathetic sight like this again. The words land like a physical blow, leaving the broken hunters in stunned silence. For one of them, the dam of composure breaks completely. He admits he just can't take it anymore, the brutal cycle finally crushing his spirit. Another hunter pleads with his comrades to just quit, fearing their leader's methods will destroy them. But not everyone agrees. A female hunter refuses, her pride wounded but her will intact. And in that same moment, a young Park Gyu made his own decision. He would stay. He would endure this humiliation and throw every single one of those words back in his leader's face. Gyu understood, even then, that Kim Daram's cruelty was forged from the same fire that drove him. Now, in the present, he prepares to train, his assistant confirming they don't need a large space to begin. But even Gyu was once confronted by a desperate plea from the volunteer's wife to save her son. The memory takes him back to a desolate hospital waiting room, a moment of crushing pressure. He recalls clutching his head in agony, begging his own senior for any kind of help. He'd offered to pay whatever it took, just to find the child a safe place to rest. The boy's mother was terrified, explaining that Seoul was on the verge of riots. Her words echoed in his mind. If anything happened to her son, she wouldn't be able to live. But as he sat there, wrestling with the request, a grim certainty settled in his gut. He had to refuse. This wasn't just some simple unrest. The entire atmosphere felt dangerously unstable. He saw the grim possibility of military intervention, a civil war that would drag on for ages. In that scenario, he couldn't become a long-term babysitter, not when a new figure was already approaching. The man in the white cap introduces himself as Hong Young-ho. He claims to be a junior of the late director Lee Sang-hoon, from the 18th Guard batch. Park Gyu watches silently as the man turns to a desk clerk, asking if they have any spare medicine. His younger sister is sick, but the clerk just scoffs, asking how anyone could expect extra medicine in these times. Just as the situation sours, Park Gyu steps in, casually introducing himself as a classmate of the director. He adds that he's also a senior to Commissioner Kim Daram, and suddenly, the man's desperation turns to shock. With the medicine secured, Hong Young-ho bows deeply, thanking Park Gyu over and over again. But once they're alone, Park Gaia's tone shifts, questioning if he really knew Lee Sang-hoon at all. The man admits it was a lie. He just used the most powerful name he could think of in a desperate gamble. Because from the 18th batch onward, non-powered hunters were obsolete, cast aside for the awakened and left with no future. They were the cursed class, stuck between the experienced seniors and the super-powered juniors. Park Gyu listens as the man explains that proper medicine is impossible to find on the market. It was why he had no choice but to come to this national hospital, his last resort. His younger sister was in danger, and he was running out of options. With the matter settled, the sky darkens over the city. Hong Jung-ho bows deeply again, and Park Gyu simply dismisses him. Mission accomplished. The man returns to a hidden location, announcing he's back. He hands over the medicine to a hooded figure, reporting that the operation failed, but this part was a success. The figure replies that they couldn't get into director Lee Sang-hoon's funeral as planned. But Hong Jung-ho cuts in, telling them to brace for what he saw just moments ago. Hong Young-ho reports back breathlessly, still in disbelief that he actually met the infamous skeleton. But Park Gyu isn't surprised, coldly stating this will be quick since they're both aware of the situation. Suddenly, a gun is pressed to the back of Hong Jung-ho's head, an interrogation, not a debrief. But as he's being forced down, a single, telling word escapes his lips. Defender. In an instant, before Park Gyu can even process it, his wrist is caught and twisted. The entire situation flips as Hong Jung-ho expertly disarms him, sending the pistol flying through the air. Park Gyu can only stare, stunned by the sudden and complete reversal of power. Now holding the gun himself, Hong Jung-ho calmly suggests that talking would be easier without weapons pointed at each other. His movements were just too fast, a clean block that completely neutralized the threat. The gun clatters to the ground, and both men lunge for it in a desperate scramble. But Park Gyu is a hair faster, his fingers closing around the grip. A wild, triumphant look flashes in his eyes as he brings the weapon back up. He takes aim, thinking this little game of cat and mouse is finally over. But Hong Young-ho moves with impossible speed, his eyes blazing red as he kicks the gun aside. A shot rings out, missing completely as a brutal punch lands, followed by an overwhelming grapple. Blazing energy blades erupt from Hong Young-ho's hands, clashing against Park Gyu's desperate block. The fight ends in an instant, leaving Park Gyu on the pavement, laughing in utter disbelief at Skeleton's true power. His laughter fades into confusion as he stares up, trying to process the beatdown he just received. Park Gyu pushes himself back to his feet, his expression now cold and serious. But Hong Young-ho just smirks, pulling a heavy knife from his back, asking if he's really ready for more. He shrugs, casually agreeing to a second round, attempt match. Then, his eyes dart sideways, his cocky demeanor faltering for just a moment. He takes in the full scene, not just his opponent, but who's sitting right behind him. A stray bullet here, he thinks, could hit the hooded woman he's protecting. Without another thought, his hands go up in a sign of surrender. He lets the blade clatter to the ground, insisting he was just kidding around. With a disarming smile, he waves, suggesting they just talk this out like reasonable people. But Park Gyu isn't buying the sudden change of heart. He watches with a knowing look, thinking to himself that this is just as he expected. This man isn't an aggressor. He's someone who needs to protect another. With the act dropped, Hong Young-ho asks the real question. How long has he known? Gyu's expression remains unreadable, cold. He answers without hesitation. From the very first moment they met. The revelation stuns Hong Young-ho, his composure completely shattered. Gyu explains that at the team leader level, you develop a sense for these things, and he recognized him from the cursed 18th batch. But before the standoff can continue, a new voice cuts through the tension, asking if they're done yet. A group of Roaring Tiger members swagger onto the scene, mocking them for taking so long when it's not even a monster fight. And suddenly, we're thrown into a flashback of that very batch, a scene of carnage where one member complains about the messy throat slitting. A younger, colder Hong Young-ho holds a blade to a victim, questioning what use a man with no ability could possibly have. Standing over the bodies, blood spattered on his face, he asks his men if they're almost done. He then gives a final, chilling order. They are to engrave their call sign, Raptor, onto the heads of the deceased. A quick flash of a bloodied note shows just a fragment of the secrets they left behind. Back in the present, Gyu explains that while Awakened fought monsters, the 18th batch handled all the dirty back-end work. They were more commonly known as the Murder Batch, and Jung-ho realizes the rumors have spread far wider than he ever imagined. Still, he can't quite believe it, questioning how Gyu could have possibly known from their very first meeting. But Gyu's aim remains steady as he admits that, of course, there were other clues. Gyu coolly explains that he happened to visit a site Jung-ho had been to before. It was there he had the chance to examine a body that the 18th batch had dealt with. He analyzed everything from the scene, including the killer's physique and the specific measurements of their stride. It all pointed to one man, the director's junior from the 18th batch, Hong Jung-ho. Thanks to that little field trip, Gyu says, he figured it all out. And with that, he drops the final piece of the puzzle, calling him by his real title, Defender. But instead of fear or denial, a slow, condescending smirk creeps across Jung-ho's lips. The smirk breaks into a full-throated, almost manic laugh, echoing in the quiet street. Gyu's aim doesn't waver in the slightest as he calmly asks what could possibly be so funny. Jung-ho just smirks, remarking that he used to think only the 18th batch were this creepy. But as it turns out, that obsessive nature is a pretty common trait among all hunters. He patronizingly tells Gyu that his brilliant deduction fell just a little short at the very end. Gyu's confidence wavers for a second. What could he possibly have missed? Jung-ho admits it was impressive to track him from the clues he left, but there's a fatal flaw in Gaia's logic. A woman steps out from behind him, and Jung-ho drops the bombshell. He isn't exactly Defender. He calmly introduces the woman at his side as his sister. The final piece of the puzzle slots into place. Defender isn't one person. It's a duo. Gyu finally understands. All those online theories about Defender being a girl were actually half right. Jung-ho explains their simple arrangement. He handles the fieldwork, while his sister runs the online operations. Gyu is baffled. He has them dead to rights, yet they're just talking. He asks why they'd reveal this. It's a massive strategic secret. Why in the world would they just give it away to him? Instead of answering, Jung-ho's sister just leans in and whispers something to him. A smug, almost playful grin spreads across Jung-ho's face as he asks if it even matters. He claims they're just doing all of this for fun, and that's when a chilling realization dawns on Gyu. The sister even steps in front of the gun, casually saying they aren't bad people, but Gyu sees through it. These two aren't serious. They're just acting on their whims, with absolutely no regard for the consequences. With this understanding, Gyu lowers his weapon. Jung-ho immediately taunts him, asking if he wants a second round. He looks completely unfazed, a cocky smirk plastered on his face, but Gyu just looks away, defeated. No, he's done here. He turns his back, dismissing the entire encounter as a complete waste of time. But as he walks away, the sister's voice calls out his handle, forcing him to look back. She gives a cheerful little wave, thanking him for the medicine and saying she'll see him next time. Gyu is just left standing there, utterly bewildered by her nonchalant attitude. With that, the strange siblings get in their vehicle and simply drive away. He likely hoped that was the end of it, but their paths were destined to cross again much sooner than expected. Later, back in the relative safety of his bunker, a sudden notification pings on his computer. A new message has arrived, and the sender's ID is one he recognizes. Defender. She's asking if he has bullets to trade. Gyu types back, confirming if it's the sister. It is. He tells her he has none, but her reply is instant and aggressive, a cold threat that doesn't match the carefree girl he met at all. Her aggressive tone melts away into desperate bargaining, but Gyu isn't having any of it, shutting her down at every turn. Then she makes an offer he can't refuse. She'll boost his online posts, artificially inflating his views and reputation. His eyes narrow. This is a language he understands. A deal is made not in bullets, but in clicks. And so, under the cover of darkness, Gyu heads out, following a crude map to their specified location. He arrives at an old mansion overlooking a defunct theme park, a solid choice for a defensible base. Gyu analyzes their strategy. They're not hiding. They're actively clearing threats from their territory. As he walks onto the property, case in hand, he stops dead, sensing something is very wrong. He looks up to see a grotesque warning, a blackened corpse hanging silently in the night air. Before he can even react, a calm voice cuts through the silence, calling him by his online name. It's the brother, Hong Jung-ho, welcoming him with a casual wave as if this was all perfectly normal. Gyu cuts right to the chase, demanding to know what's with the corpse. Hong Jung-ho just shrugs it off, saying it's not a very fun story to tell. But as he turned away, Gyu couldn't shake a deeply unsettling feeling. The man's profile, it bore a chilling resemblance to the hanging body. Pushing the thought aside, Gyu questions the need for so many bullets. He knows Hong Jung-ho uses knives, so he correctly assumes they're for his sister. But before he can get an answer, his host sharply puts a finger to his lips. He grabs Gyu's shoulder, telling him to be quiet and just listen for a moment. Confused, Gyu focuses, straining his hearing to catch whatever has the man so tense. Then he hears it too faint, rhythmic sounds echoing from inside the mansion. It's the sound of something rustling in the tall grass. A sharp, sudden noise cutting through the night. Then it becomes clearer it's the sound of someone crying, a desperate and terrified wail. The cries for help echo from the mansion, and both men stand frozen, listening to the child's plea. Gyu can't believe it. A child? But Hong Jung-ho calmly confirms his suspicion. Yes, that's the one. He begins to explain, gesturing towards the amusement park in the distance. A group of absolute degenerates has gathered there, armed to the teeth and holding a young boy hostage. We see the boy himself, walking alone through the eerily quiet park, a pawn in a dangerous game. Watching him from afar is a blood-splattered man, his expression soured with annoyance. He turns to his grim-faced companion, complaining that the kid's appearance ruined what was about to be a good fight. He then looks his partner dead in the eye, mockingly pointing out how angry he got over the idea of killing children. The wavy-haired thug continues, calling his partner's morals a sensitive spot. He sneers down at Skeleton, dismissing his actions as a half-hearted pretense of virtue. He argues that trying to avoid being the bad guy just puts everyone else in danger. His female companion looks on, exhausted, as he declares he's seen enough of it to be sick. But Skeleton feels the sharp edge of the man's resentment as he speaks, and in that moment, he has a sudden realization. This burning anger, it isn't actually directed at him at all. His gaze lands on a grim silhouette against the night sky, a corpse left hanging from a tree. So that's the real target of his fury. They didn't even bother taking the body down. Skeleton finally looks up, stating firmly that he's no hypocrite and won't adopt their twisted ways. The thug's words strike a nerve, and Skeleton's mind is violently thrown back into his past. He remembers a mission gone wrong, a desperate scream for a senior hunter echoing in the chaos. His team was in a panic. Their leader, Professor Park Gyu, had just fallen into a monster-filled rift. He recalls the feeling of waking up, battered and bloody, hearing their calls but unable to respond. With his limbs shattered, his team deemed a rescue mission far too dangerous to even attempt. Then came the ultimate betrayal, as one of his own members invoked his own ruthless teachings. She coldly declared that there's no place for the incompetent on the battlefield, and that now included him. Judged as worthless and a liability, he was abandoned, left for dead in the depths of the rift. He somehow crawled out of that hell a month later, only to find he no longer had a place in the world. It was that incident that changed everything, simplifying his goals and setting him on his current dark path. His new creed was simple: just survive, even if it meant being the only one left standing. He'd accepted his powerlessness in the grand scheme of things, deciding to just take care of himself. His phone buzzes with a notification, a mundane reminder of a world he's disconnected from. Sure, there are moments, small reminders that he's not entirely helpless in this new era, but that doesn't change the brutal reality he's embraced. His own life is the absolute priority. And as he explained this philosophy to his captives, the thug leader's expression shifted to a slow, knowing smile. The man wasn't horrified or angry. He and his partner just broke into hysterical laughter. Skeleton could only stare, confused, as the thug apologized, saying he just really liked his way of thinking. They were the same. He declared their own safety is paramount, and anyone who threatens it deserves to die. It was a disgusting, unpleasant sense of camaraderie, finding a kindred spirit in a man like that. He reflects on their twisted kinship. The thug kills with open enjoyment, while he does it with a thin veil of pretense. But strip away the methods, and the ugly truth remains. They're both murderers who only care for their own survival. Suddenly, the thug leader changes his tune completely, offering something to a very confused Skeleton. He holds up a small notepad, reminding him of the day the Kraken appeared, and how a certain post saved them. With a strange sincerity, the man declares that Skeleton was the one who saved their lives back then. He'd wanted to thank him properly, even sending messages to try and get to know him better. But Skeltone never replied, did he? He remembers those messages well, interpreting the friendly words as a chilling threat. The thug smiles, holding out the torn note, and asks if Skeltone is scared of him. He says that after today, he feels he owes a debt, and this note is his way of repaying it. Skeltone's eyes narrow, processing this bizarre turn of events from the very man who just tried to kill him. The man, revealing his online handle is Defender, offers him a unique item, a Defender summon ticket. He promises that if Skeltone is ever in trouble, he'll come running, just once, wherever he is. As they turn to leave, his female companion calls out to Skeltone. With a coy smile, she asks him to please reply to her messages from now on. Skeltone can only stand there, watching them depart, still trying to process this insane turn of events. He remains silent, the blood on his face a stark reminder of the fight that just ended so strangely. Looking down at the makeshift ticket, he figures these people are too impulsive to be lying, and he can't deny it. Having a dangerous wildcard like Defender owe him a favor is a major win. True to their word, Defender started commenting on all of Skeltone's posts after that day, although their enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming, flooding his feed with endless declarations of love. Meanwhile, the forums were in an uproar, with users baffled by Defender's sudden praise for Skeltone. The hooded woman, watching from her laptop, found the entire spectacle absolutely hilarious. A few days later, Skeltone got an unexpected message from Kim Darum, thanking him for his condolences. He replied cautiously, asking if everything was okay on her end. Darum was direct, cutting straight to the point, and asking if they could meet. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind as he asked if she would be coming alone. The scene shifts to a remote, sunlit location, the agreed-upon meeting spot. Skeltone stands there waiting, hands stuffed in his pockets, anticipating her arrival. Soon enough, a jeep rumbles into view, pulling up right in front of him. The driver's door opens, and Kim Darum steps out, her expression all business. Skeltone gives a nod, confirming he's arrived at their meeting spot. But his mind is racing. He remembers her asking about his bunker and cautiously asks if she came alone. Darum confirms she's by herself, explaining she was just curious to see where he lived. He eyes her suspiciously, trying to figure out her real angle. Well, if she was going to leave a child, she would have brought one. With a mental shrug, he decides to indulge her. With a grand, sweeping gesture, he welcomes her to his humble abode, the Skeltone-proud palace. Darum's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock at the sight before her. She can barely process what she's seeing, stammering out if people actually live in a place like this. Her critique begins: it looks like an unfinished storage room and smells distinctly like a musty basement. The final straw is the toilet just sitting in the middle of the room, prompting an annoyed Skeltone to ask if she came just to nag him. Darum's light-hearted nagging suddenly vanishes, replaced by a grim seriousness. She reveals the nation is fracturing a deep split between the powerful Legion and Congress factions. The army was betrayed, callously excluded from the Jeju relocation plan. Now, those slighted soldiers are marching on Seoul, and she predicts civil war is imminent. Skeltone's eyes widen as he connects the dots, a dreadful realization dawning on him. She confirms his unspoken fear. She's not just reporting the news, she's joining the rebellion. Though she may be retired, she tells him she simply cannot stand by and watch such injustice. Her words trigger a dark, bloody memory for Skeltone, a time when he was broken and helpless. As the vision fades, she reveals her own history. She was a member of the legendary Professor's crew. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she admits that while he seems unchanged, she can now see the years have touched him too. With a grim look, she tells him this might be the last time they ever see each other. She wishes her old friend well, leaving Skeltone alone in the silent warehouse. As she departs, her ride arrives a military helicopter descending from the smoggy sky. It touches down on a rooftop, blades whipping dust as Kim Darum watches it land. The pilot, looking a bit queasy, announces their arrival over the comms. But before he can finish, a glowing skeletal hand clamps down on his shoulder. Its owner, a woman with a cybernetic arm, casually complains about his terrible driving. She's greeted on the ground by a researcher, who welcomes her to the new base of operations. But the powerful hunter dismisses the pleasantries, demanding to see the mission report immediately. On the table is her next target, an operation passed along by none other than Hanman. And on that report, a familiar face: Park Yu. She muses to herself that this is one target she'll actually be glad to see. Meanwhile, in a quiet, sunlit field, a voice calls out his alias. Skeltone. A cheerful girl on a bicycle pedals up, happy to see that he's finally come outside. He offers a casual wave, acknowledging that it's been a while since they last met. She points to her basket, explaining her mom sent him a gift, a javelin, much to his confusion. With the recent bombardments, her mother figured he could use it for protection. He thanks her and offers her a snack. The girl cheers, delighted, as the two of them walk together under the afternoon sun. But this quiet life is a far cry from his past. A flashback takes us to 2 years and 2 months ago, after Seoul fell to a nuclear bomb and civil war. In the darkness of a bunker, Skeltone had turned to Kim Daram and asked about her mother. He offers her a tray of food, gently probing to see how she's been holding up since the world ended. She casually boasts that her mom taught her how to shoot, and she's gotten pretty good at it. Skeltone dryly calls it apocalypse-style education, but warns her to be careful not to provoke the wrong people. Brushing off his concern, she simply leans in with a confident agreement, her trust in him absolute. His mind drifts back to the old powers that once ruled this ruined landscape. The National Committee. They were known as the National Assembly Faction, a group of old politicians and hunters who governed the chaos. But their reign was a sham. They planned to abandon Seoul and flee with only their closest allies. When the frontline military learned of this betrayal, the enraged core faction turned their guns toward the capital. Initially, it seemed the military's might would easily crush the corrupt politicians. But the soldiers were met with a bloody, one-sided slaughter, cut down where they stood. A single, ruthless woman steps over the carnage, revealing the true, terrifying power the faction held. The Assembly faction retaliated, sending their own elite hunters to reclaim the capital. With Seoul split in two, the civil war officially began. Snapping back to the present, Skeltone voices his doubts about the current negotiations he's been hearing about. He gently pats the girl's head, warning her to report anything unusual from the nearby base, as their fates are linked. His words suddenly jog her memory, and she looks up, asking if something she saw counts. Intrigued, he gives her his full attention. She describes seeing a field of strange, tall, white cylinders. She recalls watching from afar as a new town was supposedly being developed in the wasteland. But what she saw was a truly bizarre and massive construction project. A grim understanding dawns on Skeltone, his aura flaring with dread. This isn't a town, the rift's influence is spreading. Skeltone gives the girl a dire warning. Her mother must never attack those things. Staring out at the passing city, he grimly confirms that they are extremely dangerous. He reflects on hunters like himself, the old-school types who fight with tactics and skill. But even for them, one rule is absolute. Never face overwhelming numbers alone. With no time to waste, he speeds off, his mind set on his destination. He pulls up to the National Crisis Overcoming Committee, his only real option. Predictably, a guard steps out to stop him, stating that this is a restricted area. Skeltone doesn't argue, simply flashing his old retired hunter credentials. He's here to report a monster capsule colony, news that makes the guards freeze. As Hez led inside, he sighs internally. He hates asking for help, but there's no other choice. The official at the reception desk cuts right to the chase, asking what business he has here. Skeltone lays down the evidence, explaining he's discovered a massive colony of monster capsules. He warns that if it's left unchecked, the number of casualties will be beyond devastating. He demands to be put in contact with the person responsible for handling monster threats. A tense silence fills the room as Skeltone waits, his expression unreadable. But the response he gets isn't from the person in charge. Suddenly, armed guards are moving in, surrounding him from all sides. He turns, completely unfazed by the rifles now pointed in his direction. They inform him that orders from the higher-ups are to take him in for a brief investigation. So the man who came to save the day finds himself sitting in a cold, sterile interrogation room. He's not too bothered, though, figuring this is just a minor bureaucratic delay. But the silence is broken by the sharp click of high heels approaching the room. A woman walks in, revealing a gleaming cybernetic leg as she gets closer. She remarks that while she'd heard he was alive, she never expected this kind of reunion. Leaning against the doorframe, she gives him a smirk and greets him. "Long time no see, Senior Park Gyu." His calm demeanor shatters, his eyes widening in complete shock as he recognizes the face from his past. It's Woo Minhee, a junior from his academy days, and she sits across from him, looking far from healthy. She admits that not all of them made it out unscathed, her eyes flaring with an ethereal blue light. A torrent of raw power gathers in her hand, swirling like a miniature galaxy. This isn't just any hunter. She's one of only 20 savior, level-awakened beings on the entire planet. Park Yu finally breaks the silence, asking if she was officially dispatched to see him. With a smug smile, Minhee confirms that a certain senior handman gave her this little task. Her glowing eyes narrow as she feigns a sudden realization. Oh, that's right, they're not supposed to talk about handman in front of him, are they? He knew it, that jab was intentional. Her awful personality hasn't changed. He cuts to the chase, sliding evidence of a new capsule colony across the table. Minhee's expression turns serious as she studies the photo. If this is true, then Seoul doesn't have much time left. But, as she reminds him with an impatient tap of her cybernetic fingers, they're in the middle of a civil war. Mobilizing troops will take too long, so he proposes a simple solution. Why doesn't a savior-level hunter just handle it herself? The bait is set, and she leans in, clearly intrigued by his bold suggestion. A sly smile spreads across her face. He wants her help? Fine. But what, exactly, is in it for her? With their deal struck, he speeds away from the facility. She had agreed, but on one condition. He had to do a little favor for her first. She'd call him when everything was ready, a predatory smile playing on her lips. Driving into the sunset, he can't shake the feeling she's trying to turn him into her personal mercenary. Just then, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts from the trees up ahead. He pulls over instantly, his hunter's instinct screaming. That's the unmistakable glow of a capsule summoning. Cautiously, he makes his way into the woods, the air thick with malevolent energy. The very soil and plants around him are twisted and corrupted, a sign of a prolonged infestation. All the evidence points to one terrifying conclusion. A monster is being summoned, and he draws his weapon, ready to face it alone. He grips his axe, confident that if it's a small species, he can handle it alone. But his confidence evaporates as a colossal shadow blots out the sky. A horrifying insectoid creature emerges, its chitinous shell pulsing with energy. His blood runs cold. He recognizes this monster type all too well. It's a dancer. The full weight of the situation crashes down on him as he processes the information. Of all the monsters that could have appeared here, it had to be this one. The dancer is a close combat reaper, a whirlwind of scythe-like limbs that slaughters everything in its path. He knows charging in with just his axes, no matter how skilled he is, would be pure suicide. This thing requires specialized hunter equipment, support he can only get from the National Committee. But the person in charge now is Wu Minhee, and he'd rather face a monster than get entangled with her again. He was running out of options, cornered by his own history, but just then, a notification chimes. At that very moment, a solution he never could have predicted presented itself. A message arrives from an unknown user, claiming their master has something to say to Skelton. The master's request is simple and direct. They want to meet him, and the name that appears on screen sends a jolt through him. John Neenan, a ghost from a past he thought was buried. He remembers the name well, a legendary hunter from the early days, a celebrity on the Viva Apocalypse forums. Even he had to admit, back then, he learned a great deal from John Neenan's incredibly detailed posts, but it all came crashing down when it was revealed his work was plagiarized, and the community turned on him instantly. The scandal, combined with an unforgettable and childish online flame war, completely destroyed his credibility. And just like that, the legendary John Neenan fell from grace and vanished withouk a trace. Park Yu sits alone in his dim apartment, the name John Neenan weighing heavily on his mind. Of all the people to resurface now, and with a simple, direct request to meet, he finds it odd that Neenan is using a representative. Has the man built some kind of organization? He recalls meeting him years ago, a memory of a crowded restaurant. In person, Neenan was far more shallow than his online persona, but he had an undeniable talent for gathering people. He could rally large groups, using their collective strength to punch far above his own weight. Park Yu knows all too well that such a talent is a double-edged sword, and dangerously exploitable. An idea sparks. He remembers Neenan was a hunter, which means he might still have gear. He begins to type a reply. He can't meet hastily, he tells them, but under certain conditions it might be possible. The condition is simple, a test and a potential opportunity. He asks if they have any hunter gear. The reply is swift, not with words, but with an image of a full-blown arsenal laid out for him to choose from. Park Yu's eyes widen slightly. So, they actually have the goods. This is getting interesting. With the test passed, the plan is set. He's told to come to a specific address in 2 days. The location given is a bleak, run-down shantytown in the northern part of Seoul. He arrives on the day, cautiously stepping into the grim, forgotten neighborhood. He can't help but wonder, why would the infamous John Neenan be hiding in a place like this? But as he walks deeper into the alleys, he feels the unmistakable sensation of being watched. A voice suddenly calls out his alias, Mr. Skelton, from the shadows. A man in a hoodie and goggles introduces himself as the contact, confirming Neenan is waiting. With that, he's led away from the slum and towards a nearby apartment building. With a series of loud clanks, the guide undoes the heavy chains and locks on a steel door. He then turns, explaining that John Neenan is waiting for him deep in the basement of this very building. With his flashlight cutting through the gloom, the guide leads the way down a flight of stairs. Yu follows, his unease growing. Why would a simple villa have such a massive underground complex? Something feels off. So he stops to ask the guide what his true relationship with Neenan is. The man's answer is simple, almost unnerving. He's not an employee, but a follower. They finally arrive at another door, where the guide announces they're almost there, but Yu needs to wear something first. He pulls out a bulky, orange, full-body suit with a sealed helmet. Taking off his own hood and goggles, the guide holds it out as Yu recognizes it with a jolt, a radiation protection suit. The guide calmly explains there was an accident down here while developing nuclear batteries. Now, fully suited up, they stand before the final door as the guide continues his story. Yu processes the information, his mind racing a nuclear battery with the output of a power plant. With a heavy groan, the thick metal door slides open, revealing the darkness within. The sheer scale of it all is staggering. Gyu can't help but wonder what on earth is really happening here. And from the shadows, a voice calls out, welcoming Skeltone, the legendary hunter, Professor. The figure, heavily bandaged but unmistakably John Nenon, says he first saw Gyu on the battlefield of Cherwan. Back then, Ninon was just a fresh-faced rookie, watching from the crowd in absolute awe. The memory is unforgettable. Yet he admits that when he saw Gyu at the recent meetup, he didn't recognize him at all. After all, who could possibly connect that legendary warrior, standing atop a mountain of corpses, with the quiet, unassuming man he saw just a few days ago? Ninon admits it took him a while, but he finally remembered Gyu was the legendary professor, his idol. He then recalls a darker time, when the world turned its back on him, and Viva Gallery led the charge. In that moment of public ruin, he claims, only Gyu didn't join the chorus of stones being thrown. His voice turns venomous, confessing he's waited for the day to get revenge on those ignorant masses. And that, he says, is exactly why he needed to show Gyu this. As a brilliant blue light floods the room, Gyu is thrown off balance, finding himself surrounded by a massive wall of monitors. His mind races. Could this be some kind of civilian surveillance system? He whirls around, demanding to know what the hell the bandaged man is plotting. But John Ninon just grins, his face a mask of pure, unhinged glee. He gestures to the screens, proudly announcing the creation of his new community, Fail.net. Gyu is speechless, his mind blanking at the sheer absurdity of it all. But Nenon is on a roll, screaming that here, in his new web community, he can do whatever he wants. He has the power to control posts, to ban people forever, even to change nickname fonts. Gyu just stares, completely deadpan, wondering if this is some kind of joke. Seeing his confusion, Ninon's subordinate steps in, explaining the site's genius. It runs on a massive server, one that required Nenon to tamper with nuclear power, leading to his current state. The subordinate declares him a hero for this sacrifice, but Gyu is simply baffled by their logic. He's then asked if he truly grasps the power an online community wields in this apocalyptic world. With over 10,000 users, the subordinate reveals they've successfully hacked into the rival site, Viva Gallery. And their master plan? A comment attack. Gyu feels pathetic for expecting anything more. Still, Gyu can't resist a bit of petty revenge, ordering his assistant to look up an old hater. But he has to admit, despite the sheer absurdity, this man possesses a devilish talent. Suddenly, a choked gasp echoes through the room as a spray of blood hits the floor. Ninon's subordinate panics, but Gyu just watches, thinking how few people can drive themselves to death for a goal. John Nenon's life is clearly hanging by a thread, his bed stained with the effort. Gyu muses that such a singular focus is probably the only way Nenon can forget his pain. And honestly, he has to admit it's impressive in its own twisted way. He finally turns to the dying man, his voice cutting through the tension. Staring him down, he states that he has a very important question. The bandaged man looks up, just as Gyu begins to ask if he were to join Failnet. He asks, could he also get one of those shiny nicknames? You know, like the one Ninon has for himself on his own private board. John Ninon, God. Gyu points, his tone dead serious, locking eyes with the dying information broker. But Ninon's eyes widen in alarm, stammering out a quick no. That, he explains, is an admin-only feature, as the scene fades to a quiet forest at dusk. Later, a dejected skeleton stands alone, having been denied his god status title. But he's not empty-handed. He's here to pick up the hunter gear he requested. A single, powerful weapon, the MK7 Harpoonizer, an old friend from his active days. He grips the weapon, nicknamed the Hunter's Spear, and a wicked blade extends with a sharp click. Just in time, too, because his first target as a reborn hunter has just appeared. His eyes narrow with cold focus. After all this time, it's finally time to hunt again. He knows monsters have special abilities, the most common being the reflective barrier. It's a simple defense. Any physical attack is sent right back at the user. But as humanity fought back, the monsters evolved, developing even deadlier skills. Gyu remembers the worst of them, a terrifying ability known simply as detonation. It could ignite any gunpowder in range, rendering firearms completely useless against them. That's why humanity engineered a counter. Separated ammunition, like the kind in his harpoon gun. Two inert materials that only mix and explode when the trigger is pulled, bypassing the monster's defense. The creature slams its massive leg into the earth, unaware it's facing a hunter with the perfect counter. Gyu stands his ground, weapon ready, staring down the very beast he was built to destroy. With a piercing screech, the beast lunges, its bladed legs raining down on him. They slam into the earth, creating a massive, fiery shockwave. But Gyu is already moving, dashing to the side to narrowly evade the onslaught. The creature shrieks in frustration, its attacks growing more desperate and wild. It unleashes a relentless barrage, turning the entire area into a chaotic minefield of explosions. Hitting the ground, Gyu realizes getting close to this thing is practically impossible. But then a confident smirk spreads across his face as he readies his weapon. He doesn't need to. With a cold, focused gaze, he takes aim with his specialized harpoon gun. He pulls the trigger, and the weapon hums to life, firing a single, powerful shot. The harpoon streaks through the fiery chaos, a silver bullet heading straight for the monster's heart. The harpoon hits dead center, its payload glowing brightly just before detonation. A thunderous boom echoes through the forest as Gyu calmly turns away from the blast. For him, this is just another hunt, another monster to put in the ground. He moves with a brutal efficiency born from countless battles. A heavy axe swing finishes the job, a familiar and satisfying end to the fight. He stands over the smoldering remains, thankful that he only had to deal with one. But holding his weapon again stirs something within him. It just feels right. He can't help but admit he still misses the thrill of the battlefield. Deciding to head home, he logs on, only to find the community forums in chaos. It seems the entire web is being spammed by users from John Nennon's infamous website. The forums are baffled by the sudden flood of posts, all pointing back to one place, fail.net. For the members of that site, this is just a new frontier, a chance to spread their message. They emerge from the darkened corners of the web, a strange and dedicated bunch. The regular users can only watch in confusion, dismissing them as mere doomsday preppers. Park Gyu observes the digital chaos with mild amusement, a spectator to the madness. But his browsing is interrupted by a notification, a direct message from the user Defender. He groans internally. It's this guy again, with his weirdly persistent messages. Elsewhere, the sender gets an earful from his sister, whose annoyed Skeltone only talks to him. It seems these two siblings have been following Gyu's online persona for a while now. But Defender insists this time is different, so Gyu finally types back, demanding to know what he wants. Defender's message pops up, asking if Gyu remembers a certain drill instructor. Gyeongjang. The name sends him spiraling back to a memory filled with the deafening roar of gunfire. He recalls his training days, effortlessly dominating the shooting range and taking first place. Even then, there was a cold, sharp focus in his eyes that separated him from the others. And there was the instructor himself, Gyeongjang, a man who believed failure deserved punishment. He relentlessly drilled into them that against non-human foes, one mistake means death. Back in the present, Gyu pinches the bridge of his nose, the memory clearly a headache. He dismissively messages back, asking what about that uptight prick. But the reply that comes through is dead serious. Gyeongjang has gone missing, taken by someone. This wasn't just some old trainer, he was a legendary first-gen hunter who taught the old guard. Defender's message continues, showing drone footage of Gyeongjang being dragged away by military goons. The image is already spreading online, with people asking what's going on if even first-gen hunters are being rounded up. His friend signs off with a simple warning for Gyu to stay safe, having passed on the news. Gyu stares at the screen, his mind racing. Gyeongjang had serious influence. This wasn't a simple removal. This could only mean one thing. An entirely different, more powerful external force has taken control. Just then, a nearby radio crackles to life, breaking the silence of his hideout. Gyu looks up, his expression hardening with suspicion and annoyance. A woman's voice comes through the speaker, calling his name. It's her. Woo Min-hee appears on his monitor, suggesting they meet since he must have free time now. He grabs the radio, bluntly asking what she wants, adding that honestly, he'd rather not see her at all. Woo Min-hee smirks, her eyes glowing as she taunts him about his now irrelevant request for capsules. Gyu listens in grim silence, the weight of his powerless situation pressing down on him. She doesn't even wait for a response, casually informing him she already knows his address and is sending a car. As if on cue, a vehicle pulls up and a man in a suit steps out, asking to confirm his identity. He's escorted out, flanked by men operating on the direct orders of Major General Wu. For security, they hand him a blindfold and tell him they'll also be taking his weapons. Disarmed and his vision obscured, Gyu sits silently in the back of the car as it drives off. His mind is already working. They wouldn't need a blindfold for the main headquarters. So where are they going? The car comes to a halt, and he's told to get out, his feet landing on a solid concrete floor. They're indoors. He focuses on the sounds, the echo of their footsteps telling him they're walking down a long hallway. A child's terrified voice cuts through the tension, begging his mother to leave this place. Gyu's mind races. Children? What kind of twisted facility has he been brought to? A sharp command is given, and a hand moves to finally take off his blindfold. His vision returns to find Woo Min-hee sitting across from him, offering a hollow apology for the secrecy. Unimpressed, Gyu cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why he's here. She smiles, telling him to relax, framing this as a special opportunity just for him. An opportunity? The word hangs in the air, met with Gyu's cold disbelief. She leans forward, dangling the one thing she thinks he's always wanted, the power of an awakened. But her words hit a raw nerve, and a dark, simmering fury flashes across his face. With a sudden crash, he explodes forward, pinning her by the throat against the railing. Yet even with his hand crushing her throat, Woo Min-hee's glowing eyes show no fear, calmly telling him to let go. She taunts that he'll have to soon enough, as the heavy stomp of boots echoes from just outside the room. In an instant, her armed goons storm in, the clicks of their safeties filling the air as they aim right for Gyu. They demand he release her, but she waves them off, chiding Gyu for being so sensitive about his past. She reminds him of a painful truth. Back then, there was no way to awaken someone who had no potential. But now, her eyes gleam with a chilling light. They found a way for people just like him. She twists the knife, bringing up his frustration watching useless academy students become celebrated saviors. Just imagine, she purrs, if someone with his knowledge and skill could finally evolve and return to the fight. Her cybernetic hand gently touches her neck, promising that he would be the one to expose the current heroes as worthless. The choice is his. If he wants to make things right, all he has to do is say yes. Gyu tightens his grip, his voice low and dangerous. He sneers, asking if this is the same twisted deal she offered Gyeongjang to become her lab rat. Woo Min-hee doesn't even flinch, her eyes glowing with an unearthly light. A slow, chilling smile spreads across her face as she mockingly asks how he could have possibly guessed. In fact, she purrs, she was just about to introduce him to the legendary hunter himself. The horrible confirmation sends a shockwave of rage through Gyu. His mind flashes back to his own desperate past, right after escaping the fissure. An instructor had warned him that the awakening test he kept taking was a gamble with his very life. But even after 3 failed attempts, sitting broken in a hospital bed, the younger Gyu refused to give up, already planning his next desperate move. With a snap, he rips the IV from his arm. His friends watch in horror as he declares with cold resolve that he's taking the test again. Seung-hyun explodes, asking if he's lost his mind, reminding him he's failed 3 times already. But what does that even matter to Gyu now? He looks down, a quiet acceptance settling over him. At the very least, he has no regrets. But then, the facade cracks, and the truth spills out. He finally understands. He's ready to give up. His mind is flooded with the bloody reality of the battlefield, a powerless hunter before a true monster. He knows now that without otherworldly abilities, a hunter is nothing more than prey. Seeing his friend's broken spirit, Seung-hyun starts to agree, telling Gyu that he should just quit. But he can't finish the thought, instead blurting out that there has to be another way. Seung-hyun pleads with him, promising to figure something out, but he needs a promise in return. His hand clenches, his gaze hardening with desperate resolve. He makes Gyu swear to never, ever tell him that he's giving up again. But in the present, a condescending smile plays on the mysterious woman's lips. She finds it funny, remarking she was just about to introduce them as Gyu's eyes glow with red-hot fury. He explodes forward, his hand instantly clamping around her throat. The tendons in his arm bulge as he squeezes with all his might, teeth gritted in rage. Her guard reacts instantly, weapon clicking as he screams for someone to get him off the Major General. He barrels forward, swinging the butt of his gun right at Gyu's head. And yet, the Major General doesn't even flinch, her gaze remaining cold and utterly unimpressed. But that attack never lands, as Gyu moves with blinding speed. He effortlessly parries the rifle, knocking it clean out of the guard's hands. With a single fluid motion, he throws the man over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground. Another guard rushes in, throwing a wild haymaker from the side. Gyu simply ducks under the blow, his eyes never leaving his true target. A sickening crack echoes as he twists the second guard's arm back, breaking it instantly. A third man steps up, throwing a punch directly at Gyu's face. Gyu doesn't even bother to dodge, instead stepping forward to meet the blow head-on. He grabs the stunned guard by the head, his expression an icy mask of contempt. And with a final, definitive stomp, the last of the guards is put down. Gyu drops low, a kick from the last guard whistling harmlessly over his head. He moves to disarm the man, but a sharp voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that's enough. His eyes snap upwards, instantly locking onto the source of the interruption. And a split second later, a massive explosion of pure force erupts right on top of him. The reinforced concrete floor cracks and splinters from the sheer impact. Gyu is slammed downwards, forced to a knee as the shockwave washes over him. He can barely process it. This isn't just skill. This is the overwhelming power of a high-level awakened. Woo Min-hee descends, her cybernetic limbs gleaming, telling him he should learn to listen. Scraped and bleeding, Gyu glares up in disbelief, demanding to know why she would do this. He reminds her that the man at the heart of all this, Instructor Gyeongjang, was her teacher, too. Her eyes glow with cold conviction as she tells him this was something their instructor wanted himself. Gyu's mind goes blank, completely unable to process her words. The scene cuts to the past, a camera recording a moment that changed everything. A younger Minhee sits across from instructor Gyeongjang, confirming he understands the risks. He calmly holds the waiver, the document that seals his fate. The recording shows him asking a simple, heavy question. What are the chances of success? In the present, Minhee tells a stunned Gyu that honestly, there was no guarantee at all. The science was untested. The catalyst for an awakening, still a complete mystery. If the experiment failed, the only option was euthanasia, and Gyeongjang accepted the terms. With the truth laid bare, Minhee finally addresses Gyu's earlier accusation directly. The truth, she says with a chilling calm, is that they have always operated this way. The scene flashes back to a pivotal night, a memory of when it all began. A younger, more vulnerable Minhee was told that they needed more ability users, and she was the key. She had asked if her only job was to locate these potential candidates. But the mysterious man with glasses corrected her that was a given, for they were the saviors. He extended a hand, proposing a grander vision, to give every single person a chance. A chance, he specified, for them to take on this world. With his eyes glowing a sinister red, he revealed his definition of true salvation. Back in the present, Minhee explains that this facility sorts those potential awakened, and thanks to that twisted promise, it's a place overflowing with desperate people. She scoffs, saying people like Instructor Jang are a dime a dozen here, even parents sell their own kids for a chance. Just like she once was, a broken body on an operating table, helpless. She remembers waking up, mangled and bandaged, a new cybernetic arm grafted onto her. With a heavy sigh, she turns to Gyu, telling him if he had never left back then, things would never have ended up this way, her eyes glowing with a cold, dark resolve. Gyu takes in her words, the weight of their shared past settling in the silence. He finally breaks it, asking her quietly how Instructor Jang is doing. Minhee walks away, explaining that he's basically a zombie now, reacting to things but not truly there. Gyu listens in horror as she spells out the grim future. If he doesn't wake up, he'll be declared brain dead and euthanized. He can't accept it, refusing to leave his old instructor to wander the earth like the living dead. The news sends Gyu's mind spiraling back to the past, to the sound of a pen scratching on paper. It was Instructor Jang, excitedly showing off a ridiculous sketch for a jet-propelled combat axe. A younger Gyu was completely unimpressed, even as his mentor cheerfully admitted the idea was nonsensical, but it was just a joke to celebrate his graduation, a lead-in to the real gift. 2 perfectly crafted axes. Then, Jang's tone had shifted, becoming serious as he warned that the monsters were evolving. He told Gyu that as a commissioned second lieutenant, he had new responsibilities now. Looking his student in the eye, he passed on his most important lesson. Never, ever give up. He charged Gyu with a mission, to become a hunter worthy of leading the new era. This was his duty as the representative of the 13th generation callsign Professor. Back in the present, the weight of that promise and that memory hangs heavy on Gyu's shoulders. He finally stands before the man he's been searching for, the disgraced info broker, John Ninon. The old hunter simply writes, passing on the crucial information Gyu needs. In a moment of overwhelming relief, Gyu drops to his knees, hastily leaving a message of his own. It's a final goodbye, signed with the call sign his mentor gave him all those years ago. But as he turns to leave, the sound of heels clicking on the floor stops him cold. Wu Minhee appears, praising Instructor Jang's heroism with a voice dripping in condescension for Gyu. She offers him a chance to follow in his mentor's footsteps by taking a test. A way to succeed where he failed, she says. A way to atone for his past mistakes. For a long moment, Gyu just stares, processing her manipulative offer. Then, without a word, he gives her a very clear and very final answer. Meanwhile, across the city, rain pours down on an abandoned amusement park. A figure splashes through the flooded pavement, clearly on an urgent mission. It's Defender, pressing his earpiece and demanding a location update on his targets. Rebecca's voice crackles back, guiding him with a drone. They're just 50 meters behind him. But a second later, she screams a panicked warning. He's not behind you. He's right in front. Defender looks up to see a bald, cloaked man standing silently in his path. Reacting on pure instinct, he draws his knife and lunges forward to strike. But his opponent is faster, sidestepping the attack and delivering a single, fatal slash. Watching her comrade fall, Rebecca's voice hardens as she barks new orders. Grab the body! The rest of the team is to fall back and regroup in the building just ahead. The regroup point is a dark, abandoned cafe, silent as a tomb. One of the hunters made it, dragging Defender's body and gasping for breath. But the sound of splashing footsteps breaks the silence. Someone is coming. No, not someone. The heavy stomping means it's a whole group. From the ground, he watches in horror as a procession of robed figures marches past. He presses himself against the counter, heart pounding as he peeks out. Their leader stops, his eyes flaring with a cold, inhuman light. A silent, menacing army stands in the rain, their collective gaze piercing the darkness. The terrified hunter realizes he hasn't just been found. He's stumbled into a cult. And as this unfolds, the survivor forums are already exploding with a strange new rumor. A user posts a photo, asking if anyone recognizes these eerie, white-masked figures. From his hideout, Park Yu watches the thread as people dismiss them as mere cosplayers. But the original poster clarifies they're a dangerous group from China, the Converging Rivers cult. He explains their twisted belief system. They view monsters as gods and worship them. And they aren't just peaceful fanatics. They're extremely violent, known for performing human sacrifices. As this information sinks in, a military convoy rumbles down a deserted city street. A single robed figure steps out, blocking their path with unnerving confidence. With a chilling grin, he raises a detonator and clicks the button. A massive explosion tears through the convoy, engulfing the lead truck in fire and shrapnel. The soldiers in the following vehicle can only watch in horror, one breaking down in tears at the sudden carnage. Their acts of terrorism had led to the deaths of countless hunters, a grim memory for those who survived. Lee Sang-hoon clenches his jaw, remembering it well. He was sure he'd eradicated them when a notification chimes. It's a message from Defender, and it's urgent. He's calling for Skelton's help. But the one operating the account, Defender's sister, is confused. Isn't she the one with the summoning ticket? Defender looks over, his expression serious. This, he explains, is a completely different matter, one they can't handle. She types back, asking what happened. Defender seems to struggle with where to even begin. Park Yu listens intently as the message comes through. A strange group of people has appeared at the amusement park. Piloting a drone, the sister gets a visual on a cloaked figure, suspecting they might be the fanatics from the forums. The drone flies higher, revealing not one, but a whole group of them, the Converging Rivers cultists, gathered in the open. But seeing them on the screen, Defender's expression hardens. He looks at his sister and says, "Hell handle it." Under the rumbling, rain-slicked sky of the amusement park, the confrontation begins. With a sudden crash, Defender moves in, confident he can handle these strange fanatics. He swiftly takes down the first robed figure, knife in hand and ready for more. His sister explains to Park Yu that her brother went out to deal with them alone. But then, a sudden warning snaps him back to reality. He looks up and realizes his mistake. He's completely surrounded by them. Watching through the drone, his sister could only stare in horror. There were far too many. Defender was overwhelmed by their numbers and barely managed to escape. Taking over the keyboard, he tells Park Yu that the worst part is yet to come. Because among those fanatics, there was an awakened, and his expression darkens at the memory. Park Yu guesses maybe a level 3, but Defender just scoffs at the idea. He clarifies that they're dealing with a combat-type awakened who's, at least, level 5. The memory of that overwhelming power makes him clench his fist. He knows they have to run. He recalls the authorities rounding up the fanatics, seemingly just a minor nuisance back then. In the pouring rain, soldiers took them into custody without much of a fight. Park Yu knew there were awakened among the cultists. It was common knowledge. But they were always weaklings. Level 1S and 2S. Never a real threat. A level 5 changes everything, and he grits his teeth, realizing the full scope of the danger. If that monster gathers all those fanatics and takes over the territory, he can't possibly win alone. He needs help. But his allies are few. One is already dead, and the other is long gone. His thoughts drift to her, an ally who he considered even more dangerous than the enemy. But she's gone, and he slumps back in his chair, frustrated by his completely useless social network. Suddenly, an idea jolts him upright. Wait, there is someone he can call. A sliver of hope. A new plan solidifies in his mind. He needs someone incredibly reliable, especially when it comes to dealing with other humans. The report on his screen reminds him of the stakes. Defender barely escaped with his life. Just then, a message from Skelton lights up their room, telling them to grab the essentials and get outside. With his decision made, Park Yu grabs his weapons and prepares to move out. His truck cuts through the quiet darkness of the night. He arrives, stepping out of the vehicle with grim determination. He approaches the two people he called for, Defender and his sister. They stand waiting for him, their faces etched with weary resolve. But Park Yu didn't come alone, bringing a professional sniper named Rebecca into the fold. He gathers the four of them, declaring their new, temporary unit, Team Skelton. Their target is a quiet plaza, patrolled by ominous, hooded figures in the dead of night. The cultists walk their rounds, completely oblivious to the danger watching from the shadows. Suddenly, a silent blue streak of energy slices through the darkness. It finds its mark, and one of the cultists' heads explodes, shocking his companion into a horrified scream. High above, Rebecca holds her position, taking her orders from Park Yu as chaos erupts below. Her instructions are precise and deadly. Focus fire on the ones with glowing eyes. Rebecca locks on to her next target, another one of the glowing-eyed fanatics. She gently squeezes the trigger, her focus absolute. A single, heavy shot rings out, a testament to her deadly class. The cultists scatter in terror, screaming at each other to find cover. But before they can react, a storm of bullets tears through their ranks. Park Yu and the defender have arrived, guns blazing. They are the assault team, and their job is to sow chaos. With the cultists' attention now on them, the two begin to fall back. Park Yu gives the signal, telling the defender it's time to split up. Behind them, the enraged horde gives chase, baying for their blood. But Park Yu isn't just running. He's retreating tactically, laying down a hail of suppressing fire. His bullets find their mark, tearing through the mob and dropping cultists left and right. One of the more vocal fanatics tries to rally the others, screaming at them to surround their targets. But another cultist has a better idea, snatching a fallen rifle and taking aim himself. A volley of shots rips through the darkness, kicking up sparks and dust. Park Yu sidesteps the attack with a grimace, never breaking his stride. The bald cult leader clicks his tongue in annoyance he missed. His eyes begin to glow with a chilling intensity. But before he can act, the world dissolves into a grid of light, revealing a glowing silhouette of his prey. Park Yu has just mapped the entire battlefield, turning the amusement park into his personal chessboard. With a chilling grin, the bald cult leader's eyes lock onto his target. He's found him. He immediately orders his rifle-wielding fanatics to cut him off and prepare an ambush. But as one of the cultists moves into position, a soft thud echoes in the alley. He looks down, his eyes widening in confusion at the small grenade rolling to a stop at his feet. The world explodes in fire, and from the chaos, Park Yu bursts forth with a knife gleaming in his hand. He's a blur of motion, a clean slash taking down two of the robed goons before they can even scream. The leader can only watch, his eyes glowing with pure fury at this brazen counterattack. Park Yu doesn't stop, continuing his deadly sprint through their ranks. But just as he gains momentum, the distinct sound of gunfire rings out from a new threat overhead, a combat drone. The drone's presence sends a jolt of panic through the cultist. They know exactly where we are. But before he can warn the others, the defender drops from the rooftops to join the fight. From a hidden location, their spotter pumps her fist, a system notification confirming the rare mob is down. She boasts over the comms that she's already taken out 3 of the level 3s, but gets radio silence in return. Park Yu is already on the move, stepping into the building to deal with the rest. He slides in with blinding speed, a clean kick sweeping another robed fanatic off his feet. The defender enters right behind him, finding the last of the grunts already neutralized on the ground. But one of them slowly rises, a strange energy humming from his hand as dark markings glow on his skin. The defender quickly warns Park Yu to be wary. This is a level 4, capable of using dangerous shockwaves. The defender's confidence shatters. He's the one who has to deal with this monster, but there's no time for doubt as he immediately dashes forward to engage the level 4. The marked cultist doesn't even flinch, casually raising a hand to unleash his power. A sudden explosion of fiery energy erupts, completely swallowing the defender whole. But this was all part of the plan. He calmly zips up his special fire-retardant jacket. He hits the ground and tumbles, smothering the flames that cling to his body. Bursting out of the dying embers, he lunges at the stunned cultist with his knife. A vicious slash rips across the fanatic's face, cutting his attack and his ego short. He realizes that without their precious shockwaves, these guys aren't so tough after all. But elsewhere, Park Yu can only watch, a single chilling thought echoing in his mind. Because right on cue, the cornered fanatic unleashes a blinding, point-blank energy wave. The cultist's face, however, is a mask of pure shock, not victory. The defender grunts, taking the full, searing force of the blast directly on his arm. He stumbles but doesn't break, having already decided he would just have to eat this hit. His mind was already made up. If he could just steel himself and endure one solid blow, he could drive his knife through the attack, burying it deep into his opponent's neck. The desperate gamble pays off, and the fanatic's body slumps lifelessly to the floor. Even the defender seems surprised, letting out a heavy sigh, realizing it actually worked. But there's no time to celebrate, as the fight inside was just a distraction. The defender immediately activates a device, his expression hardening with focus. Elsewhere, his sister, acting as his spotter, watches the drone feed intently. Suddenly, the screen flickers and dies with a sharp click. Her face drains of color as she realizes she's just lost all visual contact. Out in the field, their surveillance drone sparks and explodes mid-air. Standing calmly in the open is a menacing, cloaked figure, unfazed by the blasts. It's the cult's leader, his eyes glowing as he single-handedly neutralizes their tech. Skeltone gets the report. All drones are offline, hit by an ability called Blackout. And as if on cue, a strange chant begins as the cultists raise their hands in unison. They bow low to the ground, worshipping their so-called Lord Protector. The defender watches on, completely baffled by these lunatics, but Skeltone is already focused, turning to his team with a crucial warning. He makes it crystal clear. If they encounter a level 5 awakened or higher, they are to back off immediately. He even orders the sniper support to stand down. Their job is just to clear out the small fry. With his orders delivered, Skelton takes a single, resolute step forward. He draws his weapon, facing down the first robed figure to block his path. It seems he plans on dealing with the true threat all by himself. This lone wolf strategy triggers a memory for his teammate, the defender. He remembers protesting this exact kind of self-sacrificing play, something he knows Skelton hates. But Skelton's response then, as it is now, was ice-cold and certain. He isn't sacrificing himself. He's simply choosing what he considers the safest option. And with that thought, he leaps from his perch, hurtling down towards the enemy. He lands with a cataclysmic bang, unleashing a massive shockwave of pure energy. The robed cultists are sent flying, completely powerless against the sudden eruption of force. The defender can only watch in absolute disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. Skelton stands calmly in the epicenter, his body now wreathed in a brilliant blue aura. It's a revelation, an awakened who can wield the very same abilities as the monsters they hunt. But that blue aura isn't his only trick. He pulls out a gun. He unloads a full clip, peppering the lead cultist with a volley of bullets. The cultist scoffs, effortlessly stopping the projectiles in midair with some kind of barrier. Skelton just grins. As a dark, crackling energy manifests in his open palm, he casts it forward, not as an attack, but as a swirling vortex of shadow. The floating bullets are instantly sucked into the void he created, and in a brilliant reversal, the vortex spits them right back out at their owner. The defender and his team can only stare, dumbfounded by this display of absolute control. Skelton's eyes are cold, calculating. He was just getting started. As other projectiles zip past, he dodges with casual ease, completely untouchable. The cult leader's confidence cracks, a single bead of sweat betraying his growing fear. Skelton closes the distance in a heartbeat, pulling a wicked-looking hatchet from his belt. With no hesitation, he brings the weapon down in a powerful, committed arc. It smashes against the cultist's barrier, erupting in a blinding flash of deflected energy. But the man stumbles back, shocked to find himself wounded, his own barrier having failed him. Skelton stands over him, pistol still smoking, and explains it was all just a little bit of intimidation. Those flashy moves, the axe swing, they were nothing more than feints. He had already analyzed the man's power, a barrier that reflects any physical attack. But he found the loophole: if you never intend to land the blow, the reflection has no target. He knows every power has a limit, and he's been patiently waiting for this one to run out. This is how the old-school hunters do it, he thinks. Bait them, drain them, then move in for the kill. And with that thought, the battlefield erupts in a storm of concussive blasts. The cult leader is battered by the sudden, overwhelming firepower. Skelton, however, moves through the chaos with cold, calculated grace. The man throws up a hasty barrier, only for Skelton to get so close he can hear the empty magazine click. A fresh clip is slammed in, and he immediately unleashes a torrent of gunfire. The cultist's barrier sputters and cracks, sending reflected energy flying in every direction. But Skelton effortlessly weaves between the deadly ricochets, never breaking stride. He closes the final gap, his boot planting firmly on the ground. Before the cultist can even react, the hatchet is already descending for the final blow. The hatchet strike lands, and the cultist desperately channels energy into his hand for a counter. It explodes in a blinding flash of light, a final, desperate burst of power. But he glances back, realizing with a start that his followers are too busy to help. Rebecca and her companion are ruthlessly cutting them down, leaving him completely isolated. And Skelton is already on the move, firing his pistol without a moment's hesitation. The cult leader scoffs, thinking it's another feint, and deciding to save his barrier. But as Skelton charges forward, a horrifying thought dawns on him. Wait, this isn't a feint. The bullets slam into his non-existent defense, and he understands his fatal miscalculation. Skelton's eyes are locked on his target, his intent chillingly clear. All the leader can do is stare, his hand raised in a useless gesture as his world shatters. But the bullets were just the opening act for his real strategy. A brutal psychological game he calls scalping. The cultist finally understands the feints weren't random. They were calculated to break his will. And now that he's cornered and terrified, Skelton closes in with a hatchet. A vicious slash rips through the air, and the cultist can only think, is this man even human? He realizes Skelton's pattern. Feint, force a defense, then attack while he's recovering. He hops back desperately, but Skelton is already leaping through the air, giving him no space to breathe. As the cultist fumbles to cast one last spell, he sees the truth in his opponent's eyes. This isn't a man, it's a monster. A sickening thwack cuts through the silence of the night. The leader collapses to the ground, utterly and completely dismantled. Gasping for air, the cultist realizes he's losing far too much blood. He clutches his wounds, knowing he only has enough energy for one more barrier. As Skelton charges, a desperate gamble forms. The barrier reflects attacks, so he won't aim for a kill shot. And just as he thought, Skeltone pulls out a gun and starts firing wildly. The bullets rip into his shoulder and side, painful, but not fatal. The cultist smirks. He's got him figured out. But then Skeltone stomps, and a pulse of raw energy shatters the ground. The cultist throws up his final barrier, ready for the real attack to begin. He glares at Skeltone, preparing to counter, but something is wrong. A cold dread washes over him as he notices his opponent's hands are empty. His eyes widen in horror as he looks up, seeing the hatchet materializing directly above his head, bypassing his shield entirely. The hatchet plummets from the sky, a simple, undeniable force of nature. It was a feint, the gun, the ground smash. All of it, and the cultist realizes it far too late. Skeltone lands firmly, his trap sprung and his prey completely helpless. In a final, desperate act of self-preservation, the cultist throws his hands up to block. But Skeltone's hand flashes out, catching the weapon just inches from its target. He leans in, a cold lesson on his lips. A barrier doesn't work against gravity. With the plan revealed and the game won, there's nothing left but the execution. The blade comes down, clean and merciless, splitting the man's skull in two. A memory flashes through his mind. A mentor once told him if there were 100 more like you. But there aren't. And for this cultist, one was more than enough. If only there were more old-school hunters, he thinks, the world would be a different place. The headless corpse of the cultist leader finally gives out, slumping to the ground with a dull thud. His followers can only stare in mute, collective horror. Their shock quickly curdles into pure, unadulterated panic. The defender is ready to give chase, but Gyu calmly tells him to stand down. A headless snake can't fight. Instead, he turns to his companion with a question. Did you actually learn anything from watching me? He gestures with his bloody hatchet, then towards the defender's own holstered pistol. The real lesson, he implies, is about to begin. Gyu tells him to pay close attention, because this is a lesson he'll need to use later. The defender reluctantly agrees, the scene shifting to the quiet compound under the night sky. Inside the now silent halls, the real work is about to begin. He walks through the carnage alone, stepping past the bodies of those he and Gyu cut down. A grim determination settles on his face. This is a necessary, brutal task. Standing over the leader's corpse, Gyu notes that this guy wasn't a real Lord Protector. He was just a candidate at best, someone who didn't even understand his own abilities. Gyu breaks down the cult's strict hierarchy, revealing just how unimportant their target truly was. It clicks for the defender. The cult sent a nobody because they don't care about this place, and no reinforcements are coming. With a newfound resolve, he picks up a rifle, deciding it's time to clean up and get out. The full weight of his situation finally crashes down on the defender. He remembers that first day, the sheer arrogance of pulling a knife on Gyu. A single misstep, a tiny mistake, and he knows he would have been erased without a trace. He can't help but wonder if all old-school hunters are monsters on this scale. His attention is drawn down the dark, silent corridor. In the distance, Gyu stands over the last of the fallen cultists. The job is done. Gyu turns and silently tells him it's time to go. There's not a hint of emotion on his face, as if this was just another Tuesday. But as their mission ends, a new one is just beginning elsewhere. As a car screeches to a halt, a polished black boot steps onto the pavement, announcing a very important arrival. The woman stepping out is none other than Wu Minhee, a vision in red, fur, and cold steel. She smirks, noting how Gyu came crawling back after acting like he never wanted to see her again. With a confident stride, she wonders what could possibly be so important to warrant his attention. Her eyes land on Jongho, and Gyu can practically feel the kid sweating beside him, his first time facing a level 10 awakened. But Gyu ignores the posturing and gets straight to the point, gesturing for her to follow him. He opens a hidden door, revealing a room stacked high with strange, metallic capsules. This, he explains, is what the cultists were collecting, and this isn't their only stash. He lays it all out. The Converging Rivers cult is gathering these to expand the fissure. This is the proof she needs. He insists a threat big enough for the military to finally get involved. Wu Minhee listens, her cybernetic fingers tapping her lips as she considers his grim discovery. But Wu Minhee scoffs, questioning why she should ever trust the word of a mere civilian. Gyu doesn't flinch, holding her gaze, his expression dead serious. He knows exactly who he's dealing with, a woman with a famously terrible personality, fickle and irresponsible. But despite all that, he can't back down now. He needs her power, her influence, if he has any hope of protecting the quiet life he's built. We see flashes of that life, the farm, his family, his simple online hobbies, all of which he wants to enjoy for as long as he can. His earnestness catches her completely off guard, her eyes widening as she asks if he's even the same Gyu she knew. He's confused by the question, but she clarifies the Park Gyu she remembers has never asked anyone for a favor in his life. She calls him out for being infamous for his self-centered attitude, making Gyu pause and wonder, was he really that bad? But as he's lost in thought, she finally gives him a real answer. To be frank, they just don't have the manpower for this. Minhee elaborates on her predicament. They need to find the puppet master behind this cult, but lack the means to do so. Gyu agrees, pointing out how impossibly fast they established a foothold, a clear sign of a powerful backer. He steps forward with purpose, the click of her heel echoing as he prepares his final pitch. And there it is. The only logical path forward is for them to work together. She doesn't refuse. Instead, her cybernetic hand offers him a card, a direct line to Red Mask. This cult, she explains, is just a band-aid solution. The real problem, the fissure, will continue to grow regardless. She knows he's going to need her organization eventually, so why not start now? Gyu takes the card, accepting the terms of this new, dangerous alliance, a mutual exchange of power. With a confident smirk, she reminds him he doesn't exactly have the luxury of saying no. Her expression is one of pure satisfaction. She's just secured a very powerful, very useful new piece on her board. To sweeten the deal, she offers to handle the capsules for him right now, a little advance payment. But as she stands there, smug and in control, a strange, deep pulse thumps through the air. It's a jolt she feels deep in her core, an unsettling rhythm that wasn't there a second ago. In that moment, Gyu's power reaches out, not seeing a woman, but a complex machine. He perceives the interlocking mechanisms, the delicate balance of her cybernetic body. Every single component is laid bare to him, like a row of perfectly aligned dominoes. And with a single, silent command, he gently pushes the first one over. A sharp, screeching sound echoes as her enhanced eyes widen in absolute shock. His hand suddenly closes around her cybernetic one, not in partnership, but in complete control. Gyu looks back at her, his cold gaze silently telling her she just made a huge miscalculation. Her entire body trembles uncontrollably from the invisible violation. She quickly ends the call, brushing it off as nothing, her voice strained. Meanwhile, Gyu and the survivors finish packing their last box of supplies. Rebecca, already in the driver's seat, confirms she's found a new safe house. As they get ready to move, Gyu interrupts the somber silence. His gaze is fixed on a dark shape hanging from a tree by the fence line. The brother and sister look away, clearly wanting to ignore the grim sight. But Gyu presses them, simply asking who that person is. After a heavy pause, the man's hardened expression finally cracks. He reveals the gut-wrenching truth. The body belongs to their father. The man coldly claims he killed his own father, daring Gyu to have a problem with it. Gyu's expression remains flat, unimpressed by the tough guy act. The brother tries to hold his defiant gaze, but there's a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Gyu sees right through it, his sharp gaze picking apart every detail. He cuts through the tension with a single, sharp accusation. Liar. Gyu explains that hanging someone isn't his style, and the corpse had no other wounds. As the questions land, the sister grabs her brother's arm, her composure shattering. She pleads with her eyes, urging him to just tell Gyu the truth. The brother's facade finally cracks under the weight of their secret. With a heavy sigh, he hangs his head, preparing to finally confess. The confession begins, a quiet admission that the man took his own life. Gyu remains perfectly still, his stoic expression giving nothing away as he listens. But there's no grief in the brother's voice, just cold satisfaction, as he calls the man a weakling who didn't deserve to live. His story flashes back to a happier time, an amusement park, and a broken promise to his son, Jongho. We see his father apologizing to the family, explaining that work called, even on Children's Day. He swore to his son that next time would be different, that he could play as much as he wanted, a promise he would never keep. The brother explains that their father was what most people would call a good person, always trusting and quick to forgive. He was kind, gentle, but in this world, that just made him a pushover. His entire life was a cycle of working overtime and loaning out money he knew he'd never get back. With that bitter history established, he looks over, ready to reveal what this good man did when the war began. When the war broke out, his father brought strangers to their very doorstep, his family watching in disbelief. He didn't just help them, he let them into their home, a decision dripping with naive kindness. The son, Jongho, immediately confronted him, absolutely furious. He couldn't believe it, screaming at his father, asking if Head completely lost his mind. His dad tried to calm him, insisting they were trustworthy acquaintances and that numbers meant safety. But Jongho wasn't hearing it. He was a hunter Wad served overseas. He was the one who could protect them. The father just placed a gentle, dismissive hand on his son's shoulder. With a look of profound weariness, he simply told Jongho no. The scene then flashes to the inevitable, bloody aftermath of that decision. His father's hand, covered in blood, trembles as it grips a knife, the price of his goodness laid bare. The memory continues, showing the grim reality of their situation as Jongho watches on, powerless. His face is a mask of grief and rage, swearing that he would suffer anything to prevent this. But his father is completely broken, weeping over a body, believing she was too young to deserve this. He collapses into his son's arms, convinced it's all his fault, that he's a terrible father who deserves to die. The memory flashes back again, showing the family and the strangers they took in. At first, things were fine, but Park Yu's cynical voice cuts through the memory, asking if anyone really thought that peace would last. His eyes narrow, already knowing the ugly truth of human nature in a world like this. The sister's face, now marred by a vicious scar, provides the silent, brutal answer. No. The scene shifts to the moment it all went wrong. A mother trying to quiet her crying baby amidst the chaos. Then, the betrayal. The refugees turned on them, and the father's desperate plea echoes as they stand over his daughter. The attacker makes his pathetic excuse: she bit him. She was like a wild animal on drugs. His companions chime in, gossiping about how she's nothing like her father, at least she's pretty and still breathing. A woman even questions their actions in front of her own child, but Jong-ho's eyes burn with pure rage. He explains that this is what humans are, self-serving creatures who only value their own lives. So, in a world that's kill or be killed, he repaid their betrayal in kind, slaughtering every last one of them. He can only wonder what his father was thinking, watching him, his face a mask of tears and blood. The man just broke down, completely shattered, as his son stood behind him, a silent, cold executioner. But Jong-ho offered no comfort. He simply turned his back and left his father to collapse on the floor. He didn't want to know what was going through his mind, couldn't bear to face the old man's despair. Instead, he just went to tend to his sister's wounds. Leaving the darkness of that room behind him, he did what he could for his mother's body, and gently tended to his wounded sister. It was only after she was safe, and he finally had a moment to breathe, that he remembered his father. He searched everywhere inside, but the old man was gone, so he stepped out into the cold night. His steps led him through the darkness to the old abandoned amusement park nearby. And there, against the barbed wire fence, he saw him, his father, hanging lifelessly. Back in the present, Jong-ho finishes his tragic tale with a shrug, calling it boring and telling them to move on. Gyu just watches him, his expression unreadable after hearing such a horrifying story. But then he speaks, warning Jong-ho that he'll regret just leaving his father's body behind like that. Jong-ho lets out a tired sigh, pulling out a cigarette. He turns back, cynically asking what Gyu wants him to do about it: cremate him. Jong-ho coldly states his father did this to himself, choosing death over responsibility, and that he'll never be forgiven. But Gyu presses on, suggesting he take the body so that he can find forgiveness in his own time. Completely fed up, Jong-ho lets out an exasperated sigh, covering his face. His patience finally snaps, and he warns Gyu that's enough, a faint aura of power glowing from his hand. He tries to turn it around, asking how Gyu would feel if someone meddled in his family matters. But Gyu's response is blunt. He wouldn't know because he doesn't have any parents. The sudden, brutal honesty leaves both Jong-ho and Rebecca speechless with shock. Flustered, Jong-ho points a finger, accusing him of fighting dirty and hitting below the belt. Gyu's expression remains unchanged, as if to say that, despite everything, even Jong-ho knows that leaving his father like this is just plain wrong. A memory of a simpler time. A child's drawing of family on a foggy window. The thought seems to strike Rebecca, who finally sighs in resignation, admitting she gets it now. Later, Gyu drives, noting with grim irony that Jong-ho's new hideout is just a few miles from his own territory. He pulls up to a dilapidated building, wondering if this could possibly be the right place. Jong-ho is already there with a woman named Da-jong, explaining that while it looks rough, it has a secure basement. He asks for some time to handle things, promising to call after they get his captive father settled. Gyu watches from his truck as Jong-ho leads Da-jong toward the entrance. Jong-ho pauses, noticing she's just standing there, and asks what's on her mind. She brushes it off as nothing, but her distant gaze suggests a heavy heart. The moment they step inside, their mother appears with a bright smile, welcoming them home. The moment Gyu returns, he's tackled in a hug by the little girl, who excitedly shouts his name, Skeltone. He lifts her into his arms as she proudly reports that she guarded the house and now expects a delicious treat for her hard work. The narrator reflects that things went smoothly after that, though this new base of operations is far from Seoul. Meanwhile, in a sterile command center, one of Woo Min-hee's subordinates questions if their focus is in the right place. But she cuts him off with cold authority, reminding him that she handles the monsters and he is to simply follow his orders. Gaius' brief moment of peace is interrupted by a crackle from his walkie-talkie, and he sighs, realizing his headache isn't over yet. A voice crackles through the speaker, and it's Jong-ho, cheerfully and shamelessly calling him brother-in-law. The scene shifts to a quiet countryside, where a radio broadcast calmly announces that autumn has arrived. Over a shot of a hidden concrete bunker, the broadcast continues, warning of an early and severe cold wave on the way. The ominous weather report then fades into the background as the announcer moves on to playing requested songs. As the classical music plays, Gyu prepares a warm drink, taking a rare moment for himself. Of course, this relaxing program is nothing more than propaganda broadcast by the Legion. He muses on how restless they've become since Minhwa's forces began backing the NCOC, splitting their ranks. His thoughts briefly drift away, wondering how Darum is faring in all this chaos. But his peace is cut short by a sudden beeping from his radio. It must be the Defender siblings. A voice comes through, admitting it's been a week, and they should have asked for his help sooner. It's Da Zhang, and she cheerfully announces that her brother has something he wants to say. Gyu takes a slow sip, a smirk playing on his lips. He's probably about to get a heartfelt thank you. He wasn't really looking for their gratitude, he thinks, but he supposes he won't turn it down. But instead of thanks, Zhang Ho's voice blasts through, shamelessly calling him brother-in-law and demanding a housewarming party. Gyu is so stunned he practically drools into his mug. Brother-in-law? What is this guy on about? He immediately heads out, knowing that despite being murderers, the Defender siblings are annoyingly famous, and they're exceptionally good at drawing attention, which they've just done by showing up right outside his place. He confronts them head-on, demanding to know what Zhang Ho meant by calling him that. Da Zhang plays along perfectly, blushing and scolding her brother for being so hasty before they've even met the parents. Gyu dryly reminds them that none of them have any parents, but she just smoothly invites him in for tea. He tries to brush them off, but Zhang Ho insists, reminding him how well he brewed their special tea last time. The difference is stark. Gyu's cheap instant mix versus their absurdly expensive, premium black tea. With a smug tap of their fists, the siblings know they've won, cornering him into accepting their hospitality. And as for their new home, it turns out to be a lavish, private casino hidden right beneath the house. Zhang Ho smugly asks if Gyu likes the place, but he's not impressed, noting that none of this helps them survive. Meanwhile, Da Jiang is happily typing away, adding that at least they won't have to kill as many people now. He peers over her shoulder and sees she's writing a gushing forum post about Skelton being a tall, handsome sweetheart. He lunges, grabbing her hand just before she can hit upload, his eyes burning with fury. She complains that she was just trying to help his unpopular image, but Gyu can't believe she thinks this is helping. She lectures him like he's a child, insisting that if he doesn't stay in the public eye, he'll be forgotten. Gyu's expression hardens, and he cuts her off with a far more serious question. Do they remember a user named Anon337? The name conjures a grim memory of a man carving toys for his kids and a flashback to his bloody corpse. Zhang Ho doesn't even flinch, calmly confirming he remembers and asking if Gyu wants to know why they killed him. But Gyu doesn't care about their reasons. He's far more concerned about what happened to the man's children. He explains that the man's videos were always about making toys for his children, but Gyu only found a single body in the bunker. At the time, Head thought maybe raiders had gotten to them first, as he couldn't find a single trace of any kids. So he asks Zhang Ho directly, who just leans back with a knowing, infuriating smirk. The Defender confirms it with a casual nah, saying there weren't any children there. Then he twists the knife, revealing there were never any kids to begin with, as his memory flashes back to a cold, snowy day. He and Da Zhang had stumbled upon the man wandering alone in the woods, looking completely lost. The poor soul was just standing there, unresponsive, with tears freezing on his face. Unmoved, Zhang Ho simply drew his blade, dismissing him as just another lunatic to be dealt with. They found his shelter, a lonely bunker entrance half buried in the snow, and inside, they stood over his corpse, callously planning to loot the body before leaving him to rot. But as Da Zhang looked around the cramped space, her expression suddenly changed. She spotted a small stuffed animal, a clear sign that this man was one of their own forum members. Zhang Ho muttered about his bad luck, but Da Zhang felt a growing unease, thinking something was very wrong with this bunker. The toys were all untouched, almost like props that had never been held by a child. And now that she thought about it, she'd never once seen a kid in any of his survival videos. The truth began to dawn on them as they looked down at the man's lifeless body. For the first time, Zhang Ho seemed uncertain, asking his partner what they were supposed to do. Back in the present, he tells Park Gyu they just left everything as it was and walked out. He admits with a sigh that he'll never understand the minds of parents. At this, Park Gyu rises, a sharp observation ready. It seems you guys have a real soft spot for anything related to family. He wonders aloud why family is always their weak spot, but someone else is enjoying the online reactions. Suddenly, her eyes widen. A new notification has caught her full attention. It's a post from a reporter detailing the negotiations between the Legion and the NCOC. Park Gyu calls everyone over, playfully calling Zhang Ho brother-in-law. The woman turns her laptop, urging them to see this incredibly interesting post. It explains that with their terms ending, the NCOC politicians need a big win for re-election. Park Gyu listens, his expression hardening as he learns they're working with the Jeju forces to make an impact. And that big impact is an evacuation fleet, set to ferry survivors to Jeju Island. He leans in closer, taking in the details. A trial run of 2,000 people. His mind races. Jeju is the promised land, the heart of Korea's military, so why are they opening the gates now? Jong-ho immediately asks if this intel is for real, but Park Yu just scoffs. He mocks him for having any faith left in the government, reminding him of that poor fool M9, the infamous lottery winner who blew all his supplies, celebrating a promise that was never kept. Park Yu grimly predicts the man won't even make it through the coming winter. His friend has to agree that having blind faith in anything is foolish. But Park Yu's gaze hardens, retorting that choosing not to care is just as bad. And in that moment, a dangerous idea begins to spark in his mind. He immediately gets in touch with his information broker, John Nennan. The broker confirms the leak's source has government ties and offers him a secure, untraceable account. Park Yu explains his plan to bait the insider, but his team looks on, skeptical and worried. To hide his identity, Park Yu adopts the most ridiculous online nickname he can think of, Yo Mama. His post history is a masterclass in cringe, designed to build the persona of an 1-year-old troll. His hacker companion is baffled, but Park Yu is certain this will be enough to convince anyone he's not a man in his 30s. With a wicked little smirk, he declares that everything is now ready for the main event. The only thing left to do is create a new post and cast an irresistible bait. He knows what he's about to do is essentially leak classified information, but to catch the government's eye, he has to go big. The story he'll tell is a dramatic one, a memory of a young man caught in the terrifying glow of a sudden awakening. It was a chaotic surge of power, an explosion of pure energy that vaporized those who were too close. He even adds details of other powerful individuals observing the event, lending his fabrication an air of truth. His plan is simple. Fake a level 10 plus awakening. He types out the post and sends it. The trap now officially set. The post goes live, and immediately, the comments flood in a mix of disbelief, mockery, and genuine curiosity. But then, a message cuts through the noise. Someone calling themselves Red Mask, an admissions officer from the Guard Academy. Park Yu watches the notification pop up, and a flicker of confusion crosses his face. That name, Red Mask. Why does it sound so familiar? And then it clicks. His eyes widen in shocked realization. He knows exactly who that is. The private chat confirms his fears, asking for his name and age. There's no way. This isn't just some random recruiter. Hess talking to Minhui Wu, a monster-class hunter in her own right. His teammates are losing their minds, recognizing the legendary level 10 plus hunter. They frantically warn him about the danger of getting caught, but Park Yu just smirks, completely unfazed. His acting is flawless, he insists, and he'll get every last secret out of her. The scene shifts to a memory, a lecture hall where a man speaks of a legendary figure, Gyu Park, callsign Professor. He was the one, the lecturer explains, who first unraveled the very mechanics of the mutations that plagued their world. Not only did he understand them, he was the first to identify and defeat entirely new monster types. His incredible adaptability on a constantly shifting battlefield earned him the highest recognition. For his deeds, a younger Gyu Park was named the nation's very first S-rank hunter. But the legendary professor is nowhere to be found in this room. In his place is an 1-year-old kid named Neungyeom Kim, with the username Yo Mama, and with a glint in his eye, Park Yu gets to work. The master of manipulation makes his grand entrance into Minhui Wu's chat room with a simple sup. Meanwhile, at a secure facility, someone is frantically calling for the Major General. Minhui Wu herself arrives, her assistant confirming she holds that very title. But she's stopped by a terrified group of civilians, warning her that she can't be here. Minhui Wu listens with a cold analytical gaze as one of them, a mother, steps forward. The woman desperately asks if her second child could take the test to get into Jeju Island. She puts a hand on her young son's shoulder, insisting he's smart and developing quickly. But her hand tightens into a fist as she explains they keep telling her he's too young. With all hope in her eyes, she begs the Major General to put in a good word for them. Minhui offers a practiced, empty smile, telling her to talk to the people in charge of the process. They'll know better, she says, leaving the small family completely crushed. She turns to her assistant, coldly reprimanding her for this breach in protocol. Her assistant stammers an apology, explaining they're short-staffed as more people arrive due to the cold. And the sheer scale of the problem becomes clear, a tide of desperate refugees they can no longer control. Minhui announces she'll handle the fisher activity near Jeju Island herself. She glances back, coldly telling her assistant that she expects her to do her job properly. Her footsteps echo down the stark, empty corridor as she walks away. With a heavy sigh, the sound of her advanced prosthetics marks her weary steps. Alone in her office, she lets her facade drop, wondering how much longer she can endure this. She decides to take a break, tossing her jacket aside and sitting at her desk. But as she does, a peculiar post on a forum catches her attention. Gone is her exhaustion, replaced by a sudden, intense focus. The post describes an awakening with unnerving detail, visions of a fiery axe and glowing eyes. She realizes this isn't a prank. The writer must have experienced it firsthand. Minhui Wu realizes this isn't just any awakening, it's a higher caliber one. Individuals at this level, especially those above level 10, are considered living superweapons. With every faction scrambling to recruit him, she knows talent of this caliber must be secured. She quickly enters a private chat with the user, Nyungium11, but something feels off. Her professional request for an introduction is met with a simple, almost mocking sup. He introduces himself as Nyungium Kim, an 11-year old who is 2 meters tall and 120 kilograms. He then casually admits he made most of it up except for the very last, very crude detail. Minhui is left utterly speechless, her hand flying to her mouth in pure shock. A wave of secondhand embarrassment washes over her as she processes what she just read. She slumps back, realizing she just got into a ridiculous exchange with an elementary school kid. Dropping the act, Minhui Wu gets serious, praising his accomplishment and offering a direct path to Jeju Island. The offer immediately catches Park Yu's attention. Jeju Island is clearly a place he needs to be. But with his gnarled fingers, he types back that he's already got it handled. A boat is scheduled to take him. Minhui instantly deduces he must be talking about the government's evacuation fleet. She decides to leverage this, certain that the government would prefer this information stay quiet anyway. She warns him that the ship is a rickety, undersized vessel that might just sink on its way there. But more importantly, she points out a critical detail. The fleet only departs after the election. She plants a seed of doubt, suggesting the busy politicians might simply forget their promise to the refugees. Her words land, and as Park Yu processes the potential betrayal, she offers a much safer alternative, a private flight. But their private chat isn't so private, as two figures watch on, with the man confirming they finally have their proof. The Legion hacker confirms her suspicions aloud. The evacuation fleet was a lie from the start. She tells Park Yu to screen cap his chat with Minhui. It's time to upload the proof and expose them. But on his screen, a notification from Red Mask pops up, questioning what's happening. She's noticed something is wrong, asking why she suddenly can't track his location. A jolt of panic hits him as he dashes away. She's onto him. Her message is growing more demanding. He stumbles back to his laptop, cornered and sweating under the glow of the screen. She offers him one last chance to tell her the truth, promising to go easy on him. But instead of confessing, he tries to troll her, making a childish joke about her name and threatening to track her IP. His eye glints with a flicker of defiance, a reflection of the digital battlefield on his screen. He dares her to come at me, but her response is ice cold, demanding his exact location, right now. With a final, mocking message sent, he slams the laptop shut, the sound echoing his bravado. He turns away from the screen, a bead of sweat on his brow, trying to regain his composure. He assures his accomplices that his ridiculous act will convince Red Mask she's dealing with a child. But Jongho, his wavy-haired associate, isn't so sure, looking at him with utter disapproval. He questions if all that childish taunting was really necessary, seeing right through the act. Park Yu's eyes narrow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before he puts his cool mask back on. He just got a little too immersed in the role, he claims, but Jongho remains unconvinced. This all started a few days ago, when his team sent him edited screenshots to frame the real Neungium. Back in his dimly lit room, a message from Jongho comes in, asking if he's uploaded the files yet. The plan worked better than they could have imagined, getting a flood of replies, 10,000 of them. The response was immediate and overwhelming, a number that left even Park Yu speechless. He realizes that, even after filtering out the bots, almost every active user must have seen his post. Suddenly, a heavy thump echoes in his chest. He clutches his shirt, confused by this strange, unfamiliar feeling rising within him. Just then, his train of thought is broken by a private message notification on his laptop. It's from a user named John, Ninon, containing only a simple, digital thumbs up. Park Yu had always dismissed that guy as a simple-minded attention seeker, with his constant taunts and shirtless profile pictures. But seeing it now, he wonders if all those infuriating actions and pitiful motivations were secretly leading to this one great moment. A chilling wave of understanding washes over him. It all finally clicks into place. His revelation is cut short, however, as a reporter starts frantically posting, desperate to uncover Yo Mama's identity. Park Yu shudders, his mind reeling from the possibility. No, it just couldn't be. Before he can process it further, a radio on the table crackles to life. A woman's voice calls out his name, breaking the silence. On the other end is Minhui Wu, asking if he ever actually uses the internet. She seems exasperated, pressing on about whether he's heard of a user named Yo Mama. The questions echo through the static, a simple query he's completely unprepared for. His response is bafflingly honest. He has no idea what the net even is. Minhui is left momentarily speechless, realizing she may have gone a little too far with her assumptions. She quickly changes the subject, reminding him he still owes her for the capsules, and that it's time to pay up. With that, she informs him that someone is on their way to pick him up, summoning him to the dead, empty streets of Seoul. He steps out of the government vehicle into a city that clearly wants nothing to do with it. The lingering hostility is a bitter byproduct of the committee's so-called reconstruction project. Finally arriving at the meeting point, Park Gyu is immediately taken aback by who's waiting for him. Min Hui-woo sits there with a cool smirk, asking exactly why he's staring at her like that. She presses him on his shocking lack of internet knowledge, and his answer is hilariously basic. She can't help but mock his boomer-like response, but he just cuts to the chase, demanding to know the job. With a satisfied smile, she finally lays it on him. He's going to a campaign rally. It's just a simple publicity stunt for a candidate, and he questions why one capsule is such a big deal. But her confident, knowing smirk tells him he's missing the most important detail. It's not about the capsule itself, it's about its highly symbolic location. The National Assembly building. Gyu acknowledges the symbolism of the location when a man approaches, asking if he's their assigned hunter. The man extends a hand, introducing himself as Sangmin Park of the committee, eager to finally meet. But the moment Gyu hears that name, his eyes widen in disbelief. It can't be. Sangmin's polite smile also shatters as he finally gets a good look at the hunter's face. He points a trembling finger, stammering in shock he remembers this man. A flashback reveals Sangmin's past, a former hunter who became an operations advisor for the Tempest Group. And Gyu was there too, trying to point out the fatal flaws in Sangmin's grand plan. But the arrogant advisor ignored every single warning, pushing forward with his doomed operation. It ended in absolute catastrophe, his forces completely overrun and slaughtered. This failure was the beginning of the end, leading to the utter collapse of the entire Tempest Group. Gyu coolly remarks that Sungmin was just lucky to have survived, and when an aide grabs him, he tells the man to get lost. But Sangmin himself smoothly intervenes, flashing a politician's smile and a thumbs up, trying to de-escalate the situation. They make their way toward the main committee building. A small but enthusiastic crowd is there to greet committee member Park. Gyu observes with a critical eye. Sangmin's entire support base seems to be just a dozen or so middle-aged women. Sangmin immediately bows to one stern-looking woman in particular, who watches him with her arms crossed. Gyu wonders if she's his main backer, but his thoughts are cut short when a man calls out to him from the crowd. He turns, his expression instantly guarded. Another person who recognizes him. This is getting complicated. It's a familiar face from his past, a hunter who greets him by an old alias, Sunyeon Baek. The man shakes his hand, asking how he's been, but Gyu just gives a vague answer about getting by, trying to end the conversation quickly. The hunter then asks if the people with Gyu are his crew, but Gyu doesn't bother to answer. Instead, the man gestures to his own squad, a group of fellow freelance hunters who share his misery. He explains with a wry smile that they're all skilled, but there isn't much work for old-school hunters anymore. Before Gyu has to respond, Sangmin Park calls out, cheerfully announcing the start of the briefing. He lays out his plan, calling it straightforward as they stand before the target building. Sangmin declares that he and Gyu will be the ones to retrieve the capsule and carry it out. As for everyone else, their only job is to film the whole thing. He waves his hand dismissively, but Gyu immediately interjects, telling Sangmin he's severely underestimating what a capsule is. He reminds the politician that it's a monster summoning portal. What happens if it activates while they're moving it? Sangmin just gives a slimy smile, saying that's Gyu's problem to solve. After all, this is for the people. Gyu can't believe what he's hearing. Sangmin puts a hand to his chest, feigning sincerity as he claims this is all for the people. Enraged, Gyu calls him out, insisting this is just a cheap stunt to win votes. The politician's slimy smile widens as he agrees, and winning, he says, is exactly what the people want. Just then, one of the other hunters speaks up, loudly questioning how they're supposed to work without any support. Gyu instantly picks up on the performance. The man's voice is exaggerated, clearly meant for Sangmin to hear. Or perhaps, he thinks, it's a show for the politicians, supporters, who are watching their every move. Elsewhere in the group, a couple of other hunters mutter amongst themselves, one telling the other to keep it down, but his partner just scoffs, mocking Sangmin for holding a pathetic rally now that he's lost his backing from the Tempest Group. The first hunter steps forward, making it official as he tells the committee member they simply can't work like this. The man presses his point, stating that they'll need more support than what's being offered. He stands before the crowd, directly challenging Sangmin's ability to actually manage the situation. Completely cornered and blushing with shame, the politician can only mutter for them to just go. Taking their cue, the other freelance hunters immediately turn to leave the pathetic scene behind. As they walk off, Gyu finds his mind wandering, thinking how Beck's methods were always brutally efficient, almost unpleasantly so. His thoughts are cut short when one of the departing hunters turns back, asking if he has a radio. The man proposes they connect for future work, holding out his receiver and asking for Gyu's ID. Gyu hesitates for a second, but decides networking is smart and gives his call sign. Darum. The name drops like a bomb, and the friendly atmosphere instantly evaporates as Gyu senses the shift. A cold realization washes over him that was Darum Kim's radio ID, and he's just outed himself to men who knew the original owner. The hunter's friendly demeanor vanishes as he demands to know why Gyu has something that belonged to her. He casually puts an arm around his companion, mentioning that committee member Darum Kim was a close junior of his. A smug, knowing smile plays on his lips as he suggests maybe he shouldn't say what he knows. Gyu's patience wears thin, and he cuts straight to the point, asking what happened to Darum. The man reveals what he heard. She joined the Legion but made the mistake of standing in the wrong line. As his group turns to leave, he calls back with a final chilling remark. It sounds like she just bet on the wrong horse. Before Gyu can process the news, a timid voice calls his name. It's the politician, Sangmin Park. The once arrogant man is now whispering apologies, admitting he had no idea what a spectacular hunter Gyu really was. But Gyu is done with this farce, stating he'd rather not be blamed for what comes next, and telling Sangmin to let Major General Wu know he quits. In a panic, the politician lunges forward, grabbing Gyu's arm and pleading for him to stay. He desperately tries to guilt-trip Gyu, pleading for him to think of the people. As he begs Gyu to just walk inside, a stern voice cuts him off, calling out his name. One of his supporters, a woman with an air of authority, tells him that's enough, but Sangmin ignores her, whispering that Gyu won't even have to touch the capsule, just stick around for 10 minutes. It's all an act, he admits, just a show to convince his mother, promising to give Gyu a glowing review. Gyu has heard enough, turning his back on the pathetic display as Sangmin shouts for him to come back. As Gyu walks away, Sangmin's thoughts drift to his own justifications for this whole mess. He reflects on the committee's constitutional duty to keep the other branches of government in check, but the entire executive branch, from the president down, had already fled the city. So what were they supposed to do? It wasn't even their idea to hold the elections in the first place. Gyu stops, a strange feeling creeping over him. Have 10 minutes always felt this long? Then, his eyes lock onto a series of strange markings scattered across the floor. He crouches instantly, his suspicion confirmed. These were made by a spider type the capsule must have hatched. Just then, Sangmin approaches from behind, asking what he's looking at. Gyu sighs, realizing his luck has officially run out. He gives the man 3 seconds. A pistol is suddenly pressed to his head, but it's Gaia's calm voice demanding the weapon be put on the ground. Sangmin's face is a mess of sweat and desperation, apologizing but insisting he needs Gyu to cooperate. Unfazed, Gyu repeats the command, his tone leaving no room for argument. 3 seconds. The gun remains pointed at him, Sangmin's trembling hand the only sign of his crumbling resolve. As the politician tries to plead his case, Gaia's hand shoots out, seizing the man's wrist with crushing force. With a vicious smack, Gyu twists the politician's arm, sending him flying through the air. He slams Sangmin face first into the ground, the gun clattering free. In a flash, the tables have turned, and the cold steel of the pistol is now pressed against Sangmin's forehead. The terrified man asks if Gyu is going to kill him, but gets an ice-cold response. Are there other options? Sangmin's desperation shifts into a grim resolve. He's been cast aside, but he can still be useful in death. He lays out his final gambit. His corpse, found here in the assembly building riddled with bullets, would be the perfect political tool to frame his enemies and spark a crisis. Gyu listens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The man is a cornered rat, but a surprisingly sharp one. But there's a fatal flaw in that little plan, and Gyu is more than happy to point it out. That scenario only works if another human kills you. Now get up. With the gun pressed to his back, Gyu forces Sangmin forward, the politician's hands raised in defeat. The command is simple and cold. Start walking. Their footsteps echo through the empty building, one pair confident, the other shuffling with dread. But in the darkness, they are not alone. Something else is skittering nearby. A monstrous arachnid scurries through the abandoned assembly hall, its nest disturbed. They proceed down a pitch-black corridor, the atmosphere growing thick with tension, until their path is suddenly blocked by a dense, sticky wall of white webbing. Sangmin's blood runs cold. He recognizes the work of a spider-type monster, but Gyu is unfazed, calmly pulling up a monster profile on his phone to analyze the threat. The creature is revealed, a 6-legged variant that traps its prey in webbed mazes. Gyu finishes his lecture. If they get to the spider before it grows, it's one of the easiest monsters to kill, but he adds a cold warning that it will still shred any untrained fool who gets close. And Sangmin finally understands his frustration. Desperate, Sangmin insists he had no other choice, asking if Gyu remembers his mother. He flashes back to her cold, domineering face, explaining she's far worse than she appears. His whole life, he confesses, has been under her thumb. Every friend, every job, every decision. This reckless operation is the very first time he has ever defied her, the first choice he's made for himself. Gyu listens in silence, his expression unreadable as Sangmin's desperate words hang in the air. A strange, twisted smile spreads across Sangmin's face as he says if this fails, he should have just stayed her puppet. With the confession over, they move forward again, their footsteps echoing through the dark hall. They reach a pair of reinforced doors, and as Sangmin pushes through, Gyu silently raises his weapon, ready for what lies ahead. Gyu's eyes remain fixed, processing the weight of Sangmin's confession. The room they've entered is massive and dark, a single light illuminating their objective. They stand on the precipice, looking down at a large, secure container. Sangmin's voice is thick with emotion as he explains that just this one time, he wanted to accomplish something completely on his own. He wanted to succeed and finally show his mother that the son she raised wasn't the absolute fool she thought he was. He begs Gyu to understand that universal feeling of wanting to make your parents proud. With a heavy thud, Sangmin collapses to his knees. He bows his head, pleading for Gyu's help just this one time. Gyu looks down, his expression unreadable, and says he understands Sangmin's situation. But his eyes narrow with cold logic as he asks a simple question. Why should he have to risk his life for it? Sangmin is floored, sweat beading on his face, begging Gyu to at least pretend to hear him out. But Gyu isn't even looking at him anymore, raising his pistol towards the shadows. He spotted something, noting the thick webs clinging to a nearby door, a sign of the spider type. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rips through the silence behind him. One of Sangmin's men is being mauled, a grotesque spider-like creature bursting from his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Gyu spins and opens fire. His shots land true, blowing the creature to pieces in a visceral explosion. The hunter collapses as Gyu lowers his weapon, realizing with a grim certainty that was just a spiderling. A cold dread washes over Gyu. Spider types shouldn't lay eggs until their maze is complete. But the pistol in his hand begins to hum, glowing with an intense, unnatural heat. His mind screams in denial, but he knows exactly what this is. With a desperate shove, he hurls the overheating weapon away from them. It detonates moments later, the concussive blast throwing him to the ground. Sangmin is just stammering in shock, but Gyu knows this wasn't a malfunction, it was detonation. An ability used by spider types, and if they can use it, that can only mean one thing. His eyes widen in absolute horror as the full implication crashes down on him. A faint skittering sound from above forces his head to snap upwards. The ceiling is crawling with them, a nest of horrors, and the queen is watching. And from the queen's maw, a torrent of her children spills forth. Sangmin can only stammer, wondering when she made all these. But Gyu knows the truth. Instead of a nest, she kept the eggs inside her body, a mutation. He recalls the general consensus. Monsters are thought to be simple, unintelligent creatures. But the reason humanity was pushed to the brink is far more terrifying. They adapt, creating new types based on how humanity fights back. When the military was deployed, the necromancer types rose to turn our dead against us. When humanity built defensive lines, the colossal kraken types appeared to shatter them with ease. And when hunters with cold steel became the strategy, the graceful but lethal dancer types emerged. It was a cruel mockery of every struggle. A lesson he learned long ago at the academy. A lecturer's voice echoes in his mind. Always avoid fighting an unknown type, but Gyu clarifies his purpose. He didn't come here to kill a monster, but to deal with one person. The lottery winner freezes, a single thought screaming in his head. Just leave him and escape, so why can't he move? Gyu recalls the man's earlier question if he knew what it was like to make his parents proud. Unfortunately, he explains with cold emptiness. He doesn't have any parents. A painful memory surfaces a terrified young boy lost in a sea of panicked faces. His parents were devoured by monsters right before his eyes. Back in the present, Gyu tells the man to run or die, his choice is his own. This isn't about some cliché plea for help. He steps forward, axes ready, facing the grotesque creature. He just wants to understand something. He wants to know why they keep losing, but for now, he's going to kill that thing. The lottery winner can only stare, dumbfounded, as Gyu declares his simple, brutal intent. He's utterly baffled. Why would anyone willingly charge toward that nightmare? Without a second's hesitation, Gyu dashes forward, leaving the man screaming in disbelief. He ducks and weaves, eyes locked on the true enemy amidst the chaos. His axes become a blur, carving a path through the swarm of smaller spiderlings. He keeps his head down, focused, a predator moving through a storm of blades. The smaller creatures are everywhere, a writhing carpet of death swarming him. He takes a few hits, but the impacts barely seem to register. He realizes he can't possibly deal with all these spiderlings one by one. But that was never the plan. All that matters is closing the distance. His focus sharpens. He knows his only limit is how long his body can keep up. But before he can make his move, a thunderous crash rips through the building. The mother beast descends, slamming down with terrifying force right in front of him. One of its bladed limbs immediately whips towards his head with lethal speed. Gyu hits the deck, the razor-sharp appendage whistling just inches above him. It smashes into the ground, pulverizing the spot where his head was a split second ago. The shockwave sends debris flying, and the lottery winner can only scream in helpless terror. But Gyu is already facing the next attack as the monster looms over him. He rolls with the motion, narrowly dodging another crushing blow. And in one fluid movement, he brings his axe up, ready to parry. But he doesn't just parry, he explodes into a whirlwind of slashes, his axe is a blur of motion. He dashes forward, closing the distance while the beast is still reeling. The monster responds in kind, its bladed limbs scything through the air toward him. Gyu drops into a slide, a storm of razor-sharp appendages whistling harmlessly overhead. He twists his body, bringing his axe up to meet a downward strike with a shower of sparks. With a quick step, he sidesteps another attack, never losing his rhythm. His eyes are locked on the target, calculating, searching for the perfect opening. And his counter was a success. A loud crack rings out as one of the monster's limbs fractures. Enraged, the creature rears back, all of its limbs poised for a devastating final attack. But Gyu is already in motion, hopping to safety just as the killing blow is about to land. The beast unleashes a furious barrage of sharp projectiles, filling the air with death. Gyu's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he tracks their trajectory. With a clang of steel, he expertly deflects the swarm, his axes moving in a blur. He grits his teeth. The main monster is slow, but these smaller spiderlings are a constant annoyance. But the true danger, he realizes, is the creeping corruption auras they're spreading. Just then, one of the wretched little things manages to latch onto his arm. He immediately slashes it away, not giving it a single second to dig in. Every moment this fight drags on, the scales tip further out of his favor. Knowing this, he makes his move, dashing forward with purpose. He has to end this now, before the corruption consumes everything. He charges straight ahead, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The monster retaliates, unleashing a horrifying storm of spiky projectiles from its limbs. A suffocating cloud of living ammunition descends, ready to tear him apart. But there's no panic in his eyes, only cold, sharp calculation. He knows trying to block or dodge them all would be foolish and impossible. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he commits to a much more precise strategy. A skill activates, and his perception of the battlefield shifts entirely. He doesn't need to deal with the whole swarm, just the ones directly in his path. With absolute focus, he carves a perfect line through the deadly barrage. And just like that, he's through, emerging from the storm with his target in sight. His axe is split apart, the path now cleared for the real fight to begin. He slams against the wall, using the hard landing to redirect all his momentum. But the monster is already on him, a bladed limb slicing through the air. He meets the attack with a powerful kick, shattering the ground on impact. Another limb comes in low, but he parries it effortlessly with his axe. The creature's attack is thrown completely off balance by the perfectly timed block. It's a beast whose entire body is a collection of natural, deadly weapons. Seeing his opening, he uses its own body as a foothold, ramming his weapon in deep. There's no hesitation as he drives the steel straight into its torso, and before it can even register the pain, he's already in the air, primed for the next strike. With a vicious downward cleave, he puts all his weight into the finishing blow. The axe slams directly into the monster's head, aimed to split it wide open. But instead of tearing through flesh, his blade grinds to a shocking halt. He stares in disbelief. The creature actually blocked his attack with its own horn, and in that moment of hesitation, a sharp projectile zips right past his face. He barely manages to parry it, a clang of steel ringing out in the chaos. The monster presses its advantage, slamming its main scythe-like arm down on him. He grits his teeth, straining to hold back the overwhelming, raw power of the beast. But the force is too great, sending him sliding backwards across the pavement. He hits the ground hard, one axe knocked from his hand, leaving him at the monster's mercy. He catches his breath, a quick self-assessment confirming no serious injuries. Grasping his remaining weapon, he knows his approach has to change. This open area is a death trap. He needs to lure the beast somewhere narrow. With a new plan forming, he breaks into a desperate sprint for a nearby doorway. The monster responds instantly, firing another volley of razor-sharp projectiles. He plants his foot, pivoting hard as he reaches the solid steel entrance. With every ounce of his strength, he hauls the heavy door shut. Not a moment too soon, as the projectiles slam into the metal with a deafening crash. The reinforced barrier holds, plunging the corridor into dust and shadow. He allows himself a single, shaky breath, safe for now on the other side. But his moment of safety is cut short when he realizes he's not alone in the corridor. A terrified survivor demands to know what he's doing here, accusing him of having run away. The man explains that the main exit was already corrupted by the spider monster's influence. Pargyu lets out a frustrated sigh. He's now stuck with a liability who asks if they're finally safe. The man tries to convince himself, babbling that they just need to find another way out now. But that hope shatters with a deafening clang as a monstrous limb punches straight through the steel door, He looks on in terror as Park Yu desperately holds the piercing appendage back with his axe. Through the gash in the door, the monster spits out smaller, skittering spiderlings onto the floor. As the survivor opens his mouth to scream, a phone suddenly smacks him right across the face. He's left completely stunned, clutching his cheek, utterly confused by the sudden, bizarre attack. Park Yu grits his teeth, straining against the immense pressure. He roars at the useless survivor, telling him to stop just standing there. A desperate plan forms, and he screams for the man to turn on his phone's flash and run. The survivor, stunned but compliant, finally understands his role in this. As the wall behind them shatters, he sprints away, his phone's light cutting through the darkness. He becomes the terrified bait, glancing back as he runs for his life. But Park Yu's eyes widen. He's noticed something crucial about the monster's behavior. The massive creature smashes through, its horrifying maw instinctively drawn to the bright, moving light. Just as the man thinks he might make it, a smaller spawn leaps onto his back. But Park Yu is already there, his axe swinging down to slice the parasite clean off. In his panic, the survivor's hand slips, the phone tumbling from his grasp. But before it hits the ground, Park Yu snatches it, his reflexes sharp as ever. He immediately tosses it back, smacking the man right in the hands, a non-verbal get it together. He screams a final warning. Do that again, and he'll be left behind without a second thought. The terrified man can only nod, clutching the phone like his life depends on it, because it does. They continue their desperate sprint down the dark, oppressive hallways. Out of breath, the survivor hopes they've lost it. But Park Yu isn't convinced. He explains that light is irrelevant. These monsters hunt with their senses and a horrifying clairvoyance. The narrow corridors are the only thing slowing the creature down. One misstep, and it'll be on them instantly. Park Yu offers a sliver of hope. Spider types are territorial, but his grim expression tells the survivor the real problem is just beginning. He calmly explains that this cramped hallway is a terrible place to fight, but his companion's face twists in pure horror, screaming a desperate warning. The spider monster is already there, its massive leg poised to strike from above. Without even a flicker of panic, Park Yu sidesteps the attack with fluid grace. The creature's limb slams into the ground, missing him by inches. Before the dust can even settle, Park Yu is already in motion, hopping onto the monster's arm. He launches himself airborne, instantly turning a defensive dodge into an offensive maneuver. Planting his foot firmly against the wall, he finds his leverage. Then he explodes forward, soaring through the air with his axe raised high, and brings the weapon down with brutal force, sinking it deep into the monster's flesh. But the axe only sinks in with a sickening crack, getting stuck in its tough hide. As its maw gapes open, Park Yu scoffs internally, of course. It's that damn horn again. With no time to waste, he shoves off the creature's face, kicking hard to create distance. He lands gracefully, already calculating his next move. Fighting it up close with spiderlings everywhere is a losing game. Regrouping with the terrified survivor, he sees the monstrous form still looming over them. Grabbing the man by the collar, Park Yu shoves him forward, screaming at him to run for his life. The survivor stumbles, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He looks back just as the monster unleashes a storm of razor-sharp projectiles from its body. This is insane, but Park Yu isn't even flinching, and the man can only wonder if all Academy hunters are this powerful. Now sprinting down the corridor, he yells back a desperate warning to committee member Park. Park Yu yells over his shoulder, asking if there's any narrow path sturdy enough to trap the monster. His mind is racing, desperately looking for a choke point in this concrete maze. The survivor stammers something about a fire exit, but his only real thought is to get himself out of there. He's already planning it. This hunter will lead the monster away, and he'll survive, just like he did before. As they sprint toward the exit, the man tells himself this is about survival, not achievements. But just as they reach the door, a cold realization flashes in Park Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, he swings his axe, smashing the door's control panel to pieces. The survivor spins around, his face a mask of complete and utter disbelief. He stares at Park Yu, unable to process what just happened. The hunter just destroyed their only escape route. For the survivor, a painful memory surfaces, the thought of returning empty-handed yet again. He remembers his childhood home, the constant sound of his parents fighting. He was just a boy, listening from the shadows, feeling like a burden. He'd just shut the door, wondering what difference his presence ever made anyway. But here, now, something in him snaps, and he turns back from the door with a new look in his eyes. He glares at Park Yu, demanding to know why he's just standing there. Park Yu watches silently, caught off guard by the sudden backbone on this guy. He admits he thought the survivor would use this as a chance to run. The man looks back, confessing that was his plan, but not anymore. Because the path ahead isn't an exit, it's a treacherous cliffside ledge hanging over a dark abyss. Park Yu explains that the spider type's corruption has twisted the very path they stand on. The survivor can only stare in disbelief, the grim reality of their situation sinking in. To make matters worse, His phone's battery is about to die, cutting off his last beacon of light. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoes from the darkness as Park Yu stomps something underfoot. The survivor freezes, realizing with a bitter heart that he doesn't even get to choose where he dies. He desperately calls out to Park Yu, who cryptically tells him to watch himself. Not his back, but his neck. A spiderling's claw is inches from his throat, but before it can strike, a flash of blue light erupts as Park Yu slams his arm into the creature, pinning it. With the immediate threat neutralized, he holds the twitching spiderling at bay. He turns to the survivor, his voice cold, admitting that he can no longer guarantee both of them will make it out alive. With a surge of blue energy, the space around him erupts into a storm of lethal shards. His eyes are cold, steel, every ounce of his focus locked onto the true threat. The spiderling he was holding is instantly shredded, its body carved apart by the attack. He lets the dead creature clatter to the floor and casually asks the parent monster if it's having trouble leaving. He strolls forward, taunting that all its little babies are gone now, provoking a furious screech from the beast. The monster lunges, slamming into him with a visceral thud, enraged that he thinks it can't escape. Park Yu is thrown back, pinned against a pillar by the creature's immense weight. But as he looks up, his eyes burn with a menacing crimson glow, daring the monster to try and finish him. It rears back a massive, sharpened limb, preparing to deliver the killing blow. But with a sickening snap, Park Yu effortlessly breaks the claw with one hand, completely unfazed. The enraged monster brings its remaining limbs crashing down, intending to pulverize him for good. But Park Yu's eyes flash a brilliant blue as he meets the attack with a swing of his own. A chaotic clash of steel and chitin fills the air as he effortlessly parries the full-force assault. The impact is so immense it drives him into the ground, cracking the very foundation beneath him. Yet, it's the monster that reels back, its limbs shattered and broken from the exchange. He rises from the crater, holding the beast aloft with one hand, his eyes now burning a demonic red. In one clean, powerful slash, he brings his pickaxe down through the creature's head. The monster's body splits perfectly in two, revealing the terrified survivor it had cornered. The man can only stare, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible scene before him. As the beast dissolves into light, Park Yu stands impassively, his back to the man he just saved. The air crackles with residual energy, Park Yu standing stoically as the man he saved stares from behind. He grips his pickaxe, a silent admission that the fight took more out of him than he expected. Finally finding his voice, the survivor stammers, trying to address the godlike figure before him. His mind is blown, so this is a real hunter. He's seen records, but nothing prepared him for this. Park Yu turns, beginning a cold, calculated breakdown of his opponent's weakness. These monsters, he explains, aren't intelligent. They just kill humans who get in their way. They are a force of nature, a plague acting on instinct, with no coordination, and they certainly don't come up with any clever plans. The man clenches his fist, understanding the logic but still reeling from the sheer execution. He tells Park Yu plainly, "You're on a completely different level than any hunter in the official reports." The survivor can't wrap his head around it, asking why a hunter of his caliber would ever retire. Park Yu turns the question back on him with a chilling hypothetical. What if there was a monster with intelligence? What if it had overwhelming power and a mind that rivaled, or even surpassed, a human's? The man is speechless. Park Gaius' cold gaze confirms this isn't just a random thought experiment, but when pressed, he simply says he doesn't have all the answers either. The survivor's attention snaps back to the present, worried about any spiderlings still lurking inside. Park Yu reassures him. The minions stop functioning the moment their main body dies. They proceed cautiously through the now silent, desolate building. He then gestures toward a strange, glowing canister, explaining the concept of corruption. It's an erosion of the environment caused by monsters, accelerated by these very capsules. This means the area is now permanently warped, and the monsters no longer have a time constraint. Park Yu clarifies the grim reality. They won't just disappear on their own anymore. With that said, he turns to leave, considering their business concluded. But the survivor calls out his name, stopping him right in his tracks. He asks for just a few minutes, his tone shifting from fear to determination. Park Yu silently grants the request, curious about what he could possibly want. The man then walks right past him, heading toward the back of the room. Confused, Park Yu watches him go, wondering what he's planning. With a sudden heave, the survivor lifts a massive sack of supplies onto his shoulders. Park Yu stares in complete disbelief, asking what on earth he thinks he's doing. The man grunts under the heavy load, stating the obvious. He's moving the capsule. Park Yu is not amused, ordering him to put it down after all the trouble he just went through. But the survivor refuses. His patience finally snaps as he asks the man if he has a death wish. But the survivor explains that watching Park Yu fight stirred something within him. He plants his foot firmly, taking a resolute step forward. He feels an overwhelming need to finally do his part. With a sudden burst of passion, he declares his love for this place. He admits he only started this job for his mother, but now he feels a genuine sense of pride in his work. He wants to be the one to represent their people and personally remove the villains from their hall. He then asks Park Yu to record this historic moment, only to be met with a dead, unimpressed stare. With a completely deadpan expression, Park Yu states his phone is dead. Without missing a beat, the man slams a stool onto the floor, preparing his stage. He tosses his own phone over, and Park Yu catches it with a flicker of surprise. The man declares his battery is low, but it should be enough to capture the moment. He points, asking with a smug grin if Park Yu is here to support his new campaign. He then begins stomping on the stool, trying to rally an imaginary crowd. A bead of sweat rolls down his face, his eyes filled with a desperate, misplaced fire. Park Yu just sighs internally, lifting the phone to record this pathetic spectacle. As the man preaches, Park Yu reflects on what's truly terrifying about this new world. It isn't the destruction but the deep, aching pain it leaves inside the human heart. He pants heavily, sweat pouring down his face from the sheer, agonizing effort. Every muscle screams in protest, his teeth gritting against the crushing weight on his shoulders. With a heavy stomp, he forces himself to take another step forward in the darkness. All the while, Park Yu simply follows, phone light illuminating this bizarre, one-man parade. Their destination soon becomes clear, the grand, imposing National Assembly building. He crosses the threshold, his footsteps echoing through the vast, empty halls. Up the stairs he climbs, hauling the massive bale as Park Yu casually strolls behind him. He mutters through ragged breaths, complaining about how utterly exhausted he is, how his back is killing him. But still, he pushes onward, one laborious stomp at a time, fueled by a desperate ambition. Because in his mind, this isn't just suffering, this is his true beginning. Park Yu calmly records the man's grand declaration he's forging his own path, free from his mother's influence. The exhausted man truly believes it, convinced he's finally walking on his own 2 feet. In the recording, he stomps forward, announcing he's reached the river and will act as the people's representative. Park Yu's voice from behind the camera urges him on, reminding him how important this footage will be. The man's face is flush with a mix of sweat and pure, blissful delusion. He proudly hefts a massive, glowing orb of water, a triumphant look on his face. The recording on the phone shows it all, with Park Yu's instructions to get a good close-up. But the video stops, and Park Yu's expression turns deadly serious. The scene changes, and he's now standing before a well-dressed woman, presenting the phone to her. He tells her plainly that what she's just seen were her son's final moments. Park Yu's face is a mask of indifference as the mother simply says he's lying. She clutches the phone, her own face twisting in disbelief, refusing to accept the truth. With a sharp smack, her hand connects with his cheek. She grabs him by the collar, her voice rising in a desperate accusation, screaming that he must have killed her son. Her rage boils over as she insists he's just trying to cover up his own crime. But Park Yu has had enough, and with a simple shove, he pushes her away. She stumbles backward, losing her balance and collapsing to the hard pavement. His eyes are ice as he warns her to watch what she says, offering to let her see for herself if she still doesn't believe him. But before she can even process it, one of the onlookers scoffs, muttering that the damn fool couldn't have possibly died a hero. And with that final, brutal truth, the woman breaks down completely, sobbing on the ground. As her husband tries to comfort her, the broken mother asks if they all hated her son. Park Yu just watches, his expression cold and analytical. He's seen this before, how people are ruined by their experiences, each in their own way. For some, the result is ugly. But for others, it can seem almost noble, even beautiful. Her son's life was a storm of misfortune and coincidence that overlapped perfectly. And with a heavy stomp, he embraced his fate, becoming the horn of a monster. The 8-legged man, leading his pathetic flock. His monstrous shadow fell over his followers in that assembly hall. Skittering through the chaos, he would pass judgment for all eternity. The scene shifts to a desolate, snowy landscape as a quiet countdown begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Park Yu murmurs, his face illuminated only by his laptop. The final number, 7, reveals a digital Christmas tree, a silly tradition from his online forum days. He smirks. Unlike last year, his tree actually has a few decorations from his friends. But as expected, the forum celebrity Defender already had 4 trees, completely plastered with messages. And Defender's greeting was just as childishly aggressive as ever. Some people never change. A sudden beep from his radio cuts through the quiet nostalgia. It's time to get back to work. Far away, in the desolate, snow-covered ruins of the city, Rebecca's voice comes through. She confirms they've received the case he sent, but Dajiang eyes it with suspicion, wondering what's inside. "Can we open it?" she asks. And from the other side, Park Yu gives a casual sure. They lift the lid, and their expressions immediately sink into pure confusion. Inside lies a satellite device, a rare piece of tech he managed to snag from the marketplace. He explains he got it for Rebecca, knowing how desperately she wanted to see her family again, and his words bring a tear to her eye. Back in his lonely bunker, he holds the radio to his lips. A quiet, sincere Merry Christmas is all he says. Rebecca's face lights up with a grateful smile, and even Dajiang looks stunned by his kindness. They wish him a Merry Christmas back as a harsh winter descends upon the desolate city. This new season brought a record-breaking cold, and supplies were dangerously low for the survivors. The forums filled with panicked posts. With the Legion gone, the fissures were spreading faster than ever. Park Gyu watches his screen, knowing that survival was always meant to be a struggle. But this particular winter felt crueler. A deep freeze that seemed to be claiming everything it touched. But the quiet of the winter night is broken by a presence outside. A wild dog, far too large to be normal. He knows the stories a pack of mutated dogs has claimed this territory, led by an elusive alpha called Gold. Yet, this is far outside their usual hunting grounds, and he can only assume it's desperate for food. That kind of desperation is a danger element, one that needs to be eliminated immediately. Without hesitation, he gears up and steps out into the biting cold, his flashlight cutting through the blizzard. His face is a mask of grim determination. This is his sanctuary, and he will defend it. As he tracks the creature, he stumbles upon a fresh trail of blood staining the pure white snow. He follows the crimson path, his boots crunching with grim purpose. With his rifle raised, he pushes deeper into the dark, frozen woods. He's ready for a confrontation, his senses on high alert for whatever waits at the end of the trail. The blood trail is thick, a violent splash of crimson against the pure white snow. And there it is, the source. He raises his rifle, thinking an injured beast needs a quick end. But as his flashlight fully illuminates the creature, a sudden recognition stops him cold. His eyes widen in disbelief. That's Gold, the alpha of the mutant wolf pack. What on earth is the pack leader doing out here, all alone and gasping for breath? He takes in the horrific wound, a savage tearing that's left its ribs exposed to the icy air. Park Yu lowers his rifle slightly, his hunter's focus shifting to a grim understanding. As the once mighty beast struggles to its feet, the painful truth becomes clear. Its pack abandoned it. With no fight left, the fallen alpha turns its back, completely ignoring the man holding the gun. It just stumbles away into the blizzard, a deposed king with nowhere left to go. Park Yu can only watch as the beast completely ignores him, pushing past his territory. Leaving a grim trail in the snow, Gold stumbles toward a specific destination, the old farming village. Its strength is fading fast, every step a painful, wobbling effort. With one last shuddering movement, the once proud alpha crashes hard into the snow. Its breath comes in ragged, wheezing gasps, life rapidly draining from its broken body. But as consciousness fades, its mind retreats into the past, to a memory from long ago. A sunny day in a peaceful village, tragically shattered by an unseen disaster. Through the quiet devastation, a younger, healthier Gold walks, seemingly searching for a familiar face. And there it is, the memory it's chasing. A kind hand offering a full bowl, a moment of peace and safety. But that warm memory is a lifetime away, and all that remains of that village now is a broken sign in a blizzard. Its eyes glaze over, the last light of consciousness dimming. Yet somehow, with a final, staggering effort, the great wolf hauls itself back to its feet. And watching this impossible display of will is Park Gyu, his face stoic in the falling snow. He follows its agonizing journey from a distance, rifle held at the ready. The creature leaves a bloody trail, leading it toward a derelict, gated structure. He steps through the broken entrance, his boots crunching in the snow. And there, just inside the walls, he finds the object of his search. The magnificent wolf has finally collapsed, its life bleeding out into a crimson stain. But as he approaches, he notices something strange about the sounds it's making. It's not just a death rattle. He realizes with a jolt that it's humming a familiar tune. Park Yu knows that dogs don't have human vocal cords, yet with its dying breaths, this creature was awkwardly mimicking an unmistakable tune. He can't believe it, the wolf is humming Happy Birthday. He remembers the official reports from scientists, claiming mutants were too clever to ever be tamed. His mind flashes back to a time when a woman tried to connect with them, an experiment that ended in tragedy and his own heartless intervention. He looks at the beautiful creature, deciding that the name Gold suits it far better. He calls out to the dying wolf, its golden eyes barely open. His old chronic curiosity takes over as he asks the impossible question, "Do you want to live?" Having made his choice, he carries Gold through the snow to one of his hidden dummy bunkers. Inside, away from the world, Park Yu begins the desperate work of saving its life. Impressed, he notes the wolf's intelligence. It growls from the pain of his treatment but never attacks. Park Yu raids his emergency food supply, grabbing some vacuum-sealed cuts of meat. He hesitates for a moment, wondering if this creature is really worth his best provisions. After boiling the meat, he sets a bowl down for his new patient. Gold approaches cautiously, sniffing the offering but refusing to eat. A low growl answers his demand for it to stop being picky. The wolf's golden eyes lock onto him, a silent challenge, but hunger wins out, and Gold finally begins to devour the meal. Its recovery is astonishingly fast, just like a wild animal's, and 3 days of care pass. Once it could walk again, he let it out into the mountains above his main bunker. He gestures to a small, makeshift shelter, declaring it the wolf's new home. But Gold keeps its distance, a low growl rumbling in its chest as Gyu tries to calm it down. To his surprise, the creature seems to understand his words, giving a slight, deliberate nod. Gyu stares, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Just how intelligent is this thing? It understands language far better than any normal animal. With the immediate tension broken, Gold curls up to rest, its breathing evening out into a soft snore. Seeing it finally relax, Gyu turns to leave, promising to bring more food later. But as he tells it to lay low, a sudden whoosh of movement cuts him off. In a flash of crimson energy, Gold lunges, pinning him before he can even react. A strange power washes over him, his eyes glowing red as he's completely overwhelmed. A flash of crimson violence, the beast's true nature laid bare in his mind. But the vision fades, and Gyu finds himself lost in a memory. He remembers the quiet days, watching the wolf yawn and scratch like any normal animal. Yet, a creeping worry had taken root in his mind. As the creature grew healthier, he realized an intelligent mutant could be far deadlier than any monster. A cold resolve hardens his gaze. The words of a forgotten warning echo in his thoughts. That thing will kill you. He watches it eat, the sound of its sharp teeth grinding together. A grim conclusion surfaces. The only path to his own survival, if he doesn't kill it first. The wolf suddenly stops, sensing the change in the air. But instead of violence, his mind flashes back to the beginning, when a simple attempt to pet the beast was met with a sharp snap. He remembers that there were no shortcuts to building trust with a creature like this. It was a slow process, requiring consistent care and patience to break through its defenses. He had fed it, tended to its wounds, and slowly earned a fragile peace. That peace is suddenly broken in the present by a crackle from his walkie-talkie. A man's voice broadcasts a desperate call for information, hoping to find other survivors. Park Gyu watches from a distance as the man offers to trade valuable oil. He gives the wolf a quiet command to stay put before heading down to investigate. Approaching the small group, their leader presents him with a picture they found online. His eyes narrow, studying the image with a sudden, intense focus. The leader explains he can't bear to see the man who gave him everything wandering the earth as one of the undead. His goal is a personal one: to find this man, Chang Suji, and give him a proper funeral. He reveals Chang Suji was the owner of a subcontractor who took part in the disastrous Tempest Group operation. It was at the request of his own daughter, Younghui, that he helped the man escape when everything went south. Park Yu listens intently, realizing this man is still chasing the ghosts of the past. The leader continues, explaining a zombie horde, believed to be led by Chang Suji, is now moving towards Seoul. He's found Hunter Park by pure chance, believing the heavens must be on his side. But Park Yu's face is a mask of cold indifference. He flatly states that he's not going to help. He claims he's nowhere near as skilled as he once was, and is in no state to offer any aid. As he turns away, the leader's daughter quietly remarks to him that her father hasn't changed a bit. With a sad smile, she tells him it's okay. She knows how ridiculous their request must sound. But as she speaks, Park Yu's eyes are drawn to the gold ring on her left hand. She notices his gaze and explains that after they last met, she married a man from the Tempest Group. Her expression falters as she finishes the story. Her husband is now dead. She says it was a shame, that he was a truly good person. But Park Yu's face remains unreadable. Trying to move on, she offers him some synthetic oil as thanks for his time, but her voice catches in her throat. A look of pure terror washes over her as she stares past him, stammering his name, because perched on the roof behind him is Gold, snarling silently, every inch the protective beast. Park Yu doesn't even flinch, simply telling his familiar to back off, that these people aren't enemies. He holds up a hand, assuring the wolf that they aren't here to harm him, a silent command to stand down. Just then, Rebecca makes a run for it, leaping away as Yonghui realizes where she's headed. Her companions rush over, demanding to know what spooked her, finding her with her rifle aimed and ready. But before she can fire, Park Yu calmly lowers her weapon. He tells her to leave it, she'd just be wasting ammunition. She stares back, completely bewildered. He's a hunter. Has he been looking after that monster all this time? His gaze is flat, almost pitying, as he asks if she thought he was expecting some kind of reward for his kindness. Suddenly, Gold lets out a sharp, piercing howl that cuts through the tension. It's a warning call, as the shadows of much larger beasts fall over the lone wolf. A pack of monstrous, mutated dogs emerges from the gloom, snarling and baring their teeth. Their maws are filled with rows of jagged fangs, promising a swift and brutal end. And at the head of the pack stands the new alpha, a monstrous beast radiating pure aggression. From a nearby rooftop, Park Gyu observes through his binoculars, figuring this must be the one who drove Gold out. He notes that even an uninjured Gold would have been no match for a creature of that size, but then he sees something odd. Through the lenses, he spots a lone, familiar wolf standing its ground. It's Gold. The hulking alpha roars, a clear challenge to the pack's former leader. The other dogs join in, a deafening chorus of snarls meant to intimidate and dominate. But instead of tearing him apart, the alpha simply stares down with a strange look on its face. It's looking at Gold, who isn't fighting, but lying submissively on the ground, panting but alive. Park Gyu lowers his binoculars, a faint smile on his face as he remarks how even a dog knows how to change its attitude. Young Huiji glances over, a smirk of her own revealing she's finally starting to grasp the situation. She can't help but think bitterly that her own father knew less than a common dog about survival. Back at their base, the group's leader is beyond relieved. With a welcoming smile, he expresses how glad they are to have a hunter of Park Gyu's caliber joining them. Park Gyu shakes his hand, explaining that with Gold rejoining the pack, an alliance is the only logical move. But he hasn't forgotten the nature of the beast. He's allied with a creature with near-human intelligence. He reminds himself to treat Gold not as a pet, but as a potential threat to his home. Yonghui looks to him, nervous about facing the mutants, but he assures her they are more than prepared. And there it is, a heavy machine gun mounted and ready, the true source of his confidence. A slow, knowing smile spreads across her face as she finally understands the scale of their firepower. Park Gyu sees her confidence return, acknowledging that she gets it now. They're ready. From their hilltop position, they watch the mutant pack moving across the plains below. Park Gyu settles behind his rifle, thinking how simple mutants are to deal with. Without proper firepower, they're a nightmare. But when you're prepared like this, it's less of a fight and more of a safari. He lines up his shot, finding a lone target in his crosshairs. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, he fires a single, calculated round. The shot cracks through the air, and the entire pack freezes, instantly alert. One of the mutants drops, and the rest, enraged, begin charging straight for them, just as he predicted. The hunters watch calmly as the wave of beasts barrels toward them. Park Gyu calls for everyone to get ready, knowing a single bullet is never enough to stop these things. Park Gyu knows the textbook way to kill these things, precise shots to the brain or heart. But there's no time for precision as the pack leaps down, and the old man flinches in terror. Fortunately, they didn't come here to play by the textbook. The veteran hunter on the heavy machine gun knows they have a much simpler, louder solution. He unleashes hell, the HMG roaring to life and spitting a wall of hot lead. The charging beasts are instantly shredded into a black mist, and even Park Gyu is impressed by the skill on display. He gives the gunner a quick gesture of approval, a nice, clean shot. The veteran salutes back, confident. With this much firepower, their side of the battle should be secure. But just as that thought crosses Park Gyu's mind, his expression freezes in horror. A lone wolf, missed in the chaos, dives from above, straight for the unsuspecting gunner. A desperate shout cuts through the air, but it's a second too late. The massive wolf slams down, not on the gunner, but right onto the heavy machine gun itself. With a sickening crunch, its jaws clamp down hard on the weapon's thick steel barrel, and in a terrifying show of brute force, it snaps the metal clean in half, destroying their best defense. The alpha then throws its head back and lets out a piercing howl, a declaration of victory. Park Gyu watches in disbelief, the chilling sound echoing across the bridge. He realizes with dawning horror that the howl wasn't a boast, it was a summons. He quickly tries to rally the others, telling them to stay calm and just follow his orders. But raw panic takes over, and the hunters break rank, screaming and fleeing for their lives. As they scatter, abandoning their weapons, Park Gyu's composure finally shatters as he calls out for Yonghui. He screams for her, but his desperate cries are drowned out as the summoned pack descends. There's no time to think, no time for fear, only the cold, mechanical click of his rifle. Any other hunter caught alone in this chaos is simply unlucky. But Park Gyu isn't panicking anymore. He calmly reloads, his eyes turning hard as steel. He unleashes a furious barrage, muzzle flashes lighting up the snarling beasts. He moves with a lethal grace, fending off attacks from every direction. Dropping his empty weapon, he snatches up a new rifle from one of the fleeing cowards. He slides low across the pavement, a blur of motion right into the heart of the pack. The beasts lunge, their teeth snapping, but he's already a step ahead. In this kill-or-be-killed moment, he fights with deadly precision, turning their ambush into a slaughter. Another rifle snaps into place, the sound of cold, calculated fury. He whips around, his gaze locking onto the next wave of monsters. Two precise shots tear through flesh and bone, dropping them in their tracks. The gun clicks empty. He tosses it aside like trash, already moving. With an axe in hand, he dives between two lunging wolves, a dance of death. In a single fluid motion, he slashes through both of them, A clean, brutal arc. Their bodies hit the ground, severed and broken by his raw efficiency. He pins one of the dying beasts with his boot, ending its struggle. A sickening crunch echoes as he brings the axe down one last time, but a low growl reminds him this slaughter is far from over. He turns to face the true alpha, a monstrous, muscle-bound beast of a dog. And it's not alone. The pale wolf, Gold, stands beside it, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Park Yu finally understands his mistake. It wasn't bad luck. He just severely underestimated Gold. The rest of the pack emerges from the shadows, surrounding him completely. Any hope of backup is crushed as he sees Chang Su-ji's group getting torn to pieces nearby. A heavy sigh escapes his lips. He truly has to do this alone. He always knew he'd die one day, a thought that felt distant until now. And facing this sea of snarling teeth, he accepts that day might very well be today. But there's no fear in his eyes, only a cold, steely focus. As the wolves charge, he makes a silent promise. As long as he can still draw breath, he will fight. With no other choice, he lunges forward, bringing his hatchet down on the closest beast. The sickening crunch of bone echoes as blood splatters across his face. But it's not enough. For every one he fells, another takes its place. Just as a wolf lunges for his throat, a pale blur intercepts it. It's Gold. The massive wolf lands solidly on the ground, a clear protector. He stands beside Park Yu, a shocking and unexpected ally. A simple nod from the beast confirms the impossible. Park Yu is floored, his entire understanding of the situation flipping on its head. They say dogs and wolves are nearly identical genetically, and in that moment, he realizes the one thing that separates them is a human. A dog without a human to care for is just another wolf. As the sun sets, the chaos of battle gives way to a quiet, somber evening. The survivors from Chang Su-ji's group sit defeated. Their quest was an absolute failure. Just then, Yonghui approaches, calling out to Hunter Park. She wants a private word, and her expression is surprisingly serious. And then, completely out of left field, she asks if he's single. Park Yu is stunned silent, not having the slightest clue where this is going. She believes meeting twice is fate, and a man like him wouldn't make her a widow again. He watches, dumbfounded, as she pulls out a ring. Is this a proposal? With a calm smile, she confirms his suspicion it's a serious offer of marriage. She holds up the ring, explaining that in these desperate times, practicality comes first. She even guesses he must be in his mid-30s, though Park Yu knows he's not even 30 yet. Taking a deliberate step closer, she closes the distance between them. Her expression turns vulnerable as she asks if it's because he doesn't find her attractive. Park Yu is caught off guard. That's not the reason at all. She quickly assures him that he's attractive enough, then asks what the real problem is. He looks away for a moment, gathering his thoughts before giving his final answer. With a serious gaze, he apologizes but firmly declines her offer. He explains that this feels wrong, and he senses there's an ulterior motive to her proposal. But most importantly, he admits he's just not ready to share his life with anyone. Yonghui takes the rejection gracefully, though a hint of disappointment crosses her face. She apologizes for making things awkward, but he assures her it's okay. Trying to move on, she asks if he plans to leave, now that her father seems to have given up. He shakes his head, revealing they'll be staying for a few more days. They still have something to do. Her confusion is obvious, and he wonders aloud if he forgot to mention the real plan. He glances over at a rugged, dark-colored jeep parked not far from them. Peng Ho-jae, he explains, was never the goal. It was just a detour to get to this. She follows his gaze to her own group of survivors, clarifying that they work for Chairman Cheolju Park. One of the hunters in her group overhears the name, his expression twisting in utter confusion. His eyes lock onto Park Yu, a slow, dawning recognition on his face. Could that really be him? The hunter starts to explain Cheolju Park, chairman of the Seokju group, a giant rivaling even the Tempest group. The man was a legend, especially after the location of his private, self-sufficient bunker was leaked online. So having a hunter on his security team is no surprise, but then the hunter's eyes lock onto Park Yu. The recognition hits him like a truck. Pilseong Kim realizes he's staring at a former classmate from the Guard Academy. He admits they barely spoke back then, but a face like Park Yu's? Impossible to forget. His mind flashes back to the Academy's sterile training halls, surrounded by other cadets. He remembers one brutal melee sparring session, a true test of grit and skill, and the reason he remembers it so clearly is because Park Yu was the only one who could withstand his assault. He can still see the stopwatch ticking down a mere 7.8 seconds. That's how long it took Pilseong, one of the Academy's best, to finally disarm him. Pilseong recalls the moment clearly. Park Yu on his knees, cursing his own defeat. The instructor had roared for a rematch, but there was no round 2 for them. Back in the present, Pilseong says seeing him explains the tense feeling he's had since arriving. He correctly deduces Park Yu set up booby traps, and our guy doesn't even try to deny it. With a hunter's gaze, Pilseong begins to analyze the surrounding terrain. He points toward the cliffs, noting the excellent elevation and wide zone of control. A sudden chill runs down Park Yu's spine as he realizes where the man is looking. Pilseong's eyes are locked directly on the location of his main bunker. But he just cracks a tired smile, saying it's nice seeing him but he's exhausted from watch duty. He casually dismisses them, saying to talk with Miss Yonghui if they need anything. As Pilseong turns to leave, Yonghui calls out to the hunter, stopping him in his tracks. She kindly invites him to join them for dinner, but he quickly waves her off, saying he's fine. With a gentle look, she asks if he's really sure, her hospitality hard to refuse. And just like that, the sounds of sizzling meat and clinking beer glasses fill the air. He did end up joining them, sitting amongst the survivors at their barbecue party. But as he chews, his gaze is distant. He's not here for the food. His mind drifts to Chairman Park, a man famous for having the perfect bunker since the war began. Why would someone with that level of safety abandon it to come to a place like this? That's the real reason he's here, to find out the truth behind that decision. Yonghui notices he seems to be enjoying himself, but he coolly replies it's absolutely not for the beef. She offers him another serving, and for a second, he's tempted before remembering his mission and politely declining. He has a question for her, and his playful demeanor vanishes instantly. Park Yu gets right to it, asking why the chairman would ever leave his famously secure bunker. Yonghui explains that his hand was forced. It was because of an attack. She reveals the culprits without hesitation. The Legion was behind the bombing. A flashback shows the horrifying moment Sangmin Park's world crumbled, his bunker collapsing around him. Amidst the fire and chaos, he lost almost his entire family in the attack. She asks, wouldn't anyone want to escape after a tragedy like that? But Park Yu just wants to know, escape to where? He doesn't even need her to answer, pulling out his phone with a knowing look. The screen displays a picture of a remote tropical paradise, the Ogasawara Islands. Yonghui confirms his suspicion, explaining that according to the chairman, he desperately wants to escape this hell and finally reach his own personal paradise. Park Yu listens intently, the gears in his mind turning. She then takes a sip of her drink and poses a question to him. Will he be joining the chairman? But before he can answer, she places her mug down with a clatter, answering for herself. No. Suddenly, their quiet conversation is interrupted by an approaching figure. It's none other than Chairman Sangmin Park himself. Wondering what they're discussing, Yonghui quickly makes the introductions, presenting the hunter she told him about. The chairman smiles, looking Park Yu over, and asks the most bizarre question he could have imagined. Park Yu just stares back, utterly baffled by the man's strange inquiry about his personality type. The chairman eagerly explains the MBTI test, revealing himself to be an ENFP. He describes his own personality type as a lively activist with a spark, but Park Yu just wants him to get that tablet out of his face, refusing the offer. Sangmin simply chuckles, confidently declaring he knew it. Park Yu must be an INFP. One of the chairman's followers quietly explains that he's been this way ever since the bombing. Park Yu and Yonghui listen, learning that while he was always cheerful, the incident changed him. She then turns to Park Yu, asking when he'll be setting out, and he replies in about 2 days. But the timeline suddenly accelerates, and the very next day, their hope arrives. A massive transport plane touches down at their makeshift base. Sangmin watches with a triumphant grin, ready to leave this hell and ascend to paradise. But the hope that arrives for Park Yu isn't that massive transport plane. It's something a little more exclusive. A sleek private jet awaits on a separate runway, where a new group of survivors gratefully welcomes Hunter Park. Their leader extends a hand, and Park Yu accepts, reminding himself this is just another job. It turns out his reputation preceded him, thanks to Yonghui's slightly embellished tales of his heroic deeds. And just as people were getting skeptical, the imposing figure of Pilseong Kim stepped up to add his 2 cents. He confirmed every word, admitting with a grim look that Park Yu is the only one to ever defeat him in combat. With his legend cemented, the group's leader formally requested his help as an escort for an important mission. The reward was too tempting to refuse supplies, medicine, but there was another reason pulling him in. Their destination was a Chinese military outpost, a place Park Yu had his own reasons for wanting to investigate. And so, with the deal struck, their small convoy hits the road, driving towards a new, unknown objective. As they drive, Pilseong explains the situation. These Chinese soldiers are basically refugees. Park Yu listens intently, realizing his new ally is far more informed than he let on. They soon arrive, pulling up to a heavily guarded checkpoint. The crimson flag confirms it. This is the Chinese military outpost. Pilseong steps out, unfazed by the armed welcome party. He approaches their officer, handling the tense negotiations with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Park Yu is flanked by guards, a silent and imposing observer. With a simple hand gesture, Pilseong signals that the transaction is complete. He gives the command for their hard-earned supplies to be loaded up. A forklift gets to work, moving massive wooden crates onto their truck. Park Yu watches them work, a thought nagging at him. Those parts seem a bit too big for a small aircraft. Suddenly, a loud clunk draws his attention as a crate slips open. The Chinese soldiers fumble to right the heavy box, but the damage is done. He saw it. And in that instant, he decides it's best to pretend he saw nothing at all. Because for some strange reason, the plane parts they just acquired look an awful lot like the nose cone of a massive bomb. Later, back at their new base, he finds himself in a medical chair. A medic begins a thorough examination, starting with his teeth. They're in an old airbase, now repurposed as a residence for the Seokju group. The checkup reveals no new injuries, just a nasty, jagged scar across his side. The doctor, Won Songjun-gu, declares him as healthy as the chairman himself. He explains the blood test results should be ready in about a day, before they have to leave. Park Gyu lets the statement hang in the air for a moment before deciding to probe. He casually asks if the doctor will also be going to Jeju Island with the chairman. Seongjun adjusts his glasses, his face completely unreadable. He asks if it was Miss Yonghui who told him, and suddenly, Park Gyu's suspicion flares. Because he clearly remembers Yonghui saying their true destination was Japan. The stories don't match. Clenching his fist, he coldly replies that he won't be joining them, knowing the doctor just took the bait. Seongjun doesn't even blink, adding that they already have a pilot, and the chairman can fly the plane too. Pressing his advantage, Park Gyu asks another pointed question. Will the doctor's wife be staying behind? Park Gyu's gaze sharpens, locking onto the doctor, searching for any crack in his facade. Seongjun meets his stare, his own expression a carefully constructed wall of indifference. He then puts on a show, claiming his wife and child tragically died in the explosion. Their tense standoff is broken when an assistant announces that Pil-seong is looking for the doctor. With the examination over, Seongjun promises the results by tomorrow, ushering Park Gyu out. But just as he leaves, the doctor calls out with a helpful little suggestion for finding more work. He tells Park Gyu that one of Pil-seong's junior associates is in charge now and could put in a good word. Seongjun claims he doesn't know her name, only that the person in question is a woman. He describes her as having short, bobbed hair and being roughly Park Gyu's age. Sinking onto a bench, Park Gyu realizes the doctor's words just confirmed his deepest suspicions. Watching the clinic's security guards, it all clicked into place for Park Gyu. The doctor, Seongjun, he was one of them. He was part of the Legion. He recalls the doctor mentioning how our submarine sank a Legion ship. That single word, our, was the slip-up that put him on high alert. It means the junior associate he mentioned, the one with bobbed hair, could only be Daram Kim. And while he's relieved she's alive, he can't shake this terrible feeling in his gut. He flashes back to the past, remembering Daram as one of his oldest partners. She was one of the few who approached him back then, ignoring the rumors about his personality. But there was another side to her, a memory of a gun pressed to his head, a ruthless, unforgiving side that never let a grudge go, no matter what. Another memory surfaces, a warning that old-school hunters were no longer welcome on Jeju Island. A desperate friend, seeing the writing on the wall, had even begged him for a spot in his bunker. Back in the present, Gyu sighs, trying to organize the chaos swirling in his mind. First fact. Pil-seong Kim and his comrades are from the Legion, and they're protecting some unstable man named Cheolju Park. Second fact, from the doctor. Cheolju is being tricked into thinking he's going to Japan, but he's really headed for Jeju. And the most terrifying detail of all, they're loading what looks like a nuclear bomb onto his plane. He also remembers Minhui Wu, the Red Mask, vowing to join the rebellion against the establishment. And the one pulling all these deadly strings, the person in charge of this entire operation, is Daram Kim. Knowing her history, knowing she never lets a grudge die, Gyu can only feel a cold dread creeping in. His spiraling thoughts are suddenly cut short by a voice calling out to him. It's an elderly man, approaching him with a gentle, almost grandfatherly smile. But his request is anything but gentle. He wants to buy a handgun, preferably loaded. Gyu's eyes narrow. This is not a conversation you have with a stranger. He asks what the man needs it for, only to get the absurd answer that it's for leisure. The old man then sweetens the deal, placing a heavy bar of pure gold into Gyu's hands. Gyu sizes him up instantly, reading his personality type. An ESTP, a pragmatist, an opportunist. The man just chuckles, impressed by the quick analysis, as his guard watches from the background. Gyu isn't interested in mind games. He cuts to the point. Does he even know how to use a gun? Instead of answering, the old man changes the subject, asking if Gyu has ever heard of the Ogasawara Islands. He hands over a ticket, describing the place as a paradise, a beautiful final destination. The old man confesses he was never able to find his paradise. Or rather, he thought he had until some bastards came and destroyed it all. His expression turns grim, admitting that even without them, the end result would have been the same. Gyu listens, processing this philosophy. A paradise that can be destroyed isn't paradise at all. The man then pulls the very gun he wanted to buy from his coat. But he doesn't seem threatening. instead asking if the simple act of searching for paradise isn't worthwhile on its own. Gyu is left speechless, this entire conversation taking a turn he never expected. Two men approach, addressing the old man respectfully as chairman. Later, alone in the dark, the chairman's final words echo in Gaius' mind a hope that he finds his own paradise one day. He's back at his laptop, digging into personality theory, trying to make sense of the man he just met. A sudden creak pulls Gyu from his thoughts. Alone in the dim room, he scoffs internally at the chairman's words, wondering what kind of paradise would have a toilet in the middle of it. But the man's philosophy lingers, forcing him to confront his own past. His mind drifts to another goodbye, a memory of Daram Kim's hand on his shoulder. She had told him to live well, a farewell that feels so much heavier in hindsight. He realizes now that all those partings weren't just simple goodbyes, and he can't stay idle. He grabs his radio and makes the call, reaching out to Manhwa Wu. Sitting alone in the dark, he lays everything on the line, telling her the entire, horrifying truth. He reveals their ultimate plan. They're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Jeju Island. Minhui listens, her metallic fingers tapping in thought. How typical of Daram Kim if she can't have her paradise. She'll just burn it all down. Park Yu continues the call, getting straight to the heart of the matter with Minhui. On the other end, she already suspects the truth, musing that Jeju Island is far more than a simple safe haven. Her fingers comb through her hair as the pieces begin to click into place. With a tap of her metallic hand, she drops the key phrase, the Lee Sang-hoon project. Gyu's mind flashes back to Lee Sang-hoon, who knowingly tied his name to the doomed relocation project. He speculates into the radio that it was almost as if the man had no other choice. In fact, he corrects himself, it's the only explanation that makes any logical sense. He remembers their past, how Head always dismissed Lee Sang-hoon's competitive nature as childish. But even then, he knew his rival was, at his core, a deeply rational person, and a man that calculating would never just throw his life away, leaving Gyu to wonder what is truly happening on that island. On the other end of the line, Minhui Wu's voice comes through with a grave update. Her words are quiet, but they carry an immense, world-changing weight. The news hits Gyu's dark room like a thunderclap. They're sealing the fissure. His eyes widen, his mind struggling to process the sheer impossibility of it all. He knew it could be done. India had closed one, but their nation was already a lost cause. But this was different. This was happening right now, on Jeju Island. Two awakeners, Hanmin Kang and Hyen Na, were at the heart of the fight. They were sacrificing their very lives in a desperate, final gambit to close the gate. And in that moment, hearing of their sacrifice, a sudden memory strikes him. He remembers looking at the back of a man who also seemed ready to throw everything away. A man just like them, Lee Sang-hoon, smiling confidently as he declared his first ever victory. The memory fades, leaving Park Yu with a grim, unshakable resolve. Just then, a message arrives from Minhui Wu, her tone dead serious. She warns him that a major fight is about to break out right in his area. Has to stay out of it, or he'll end up dead at the hands of these armed men. The quiet woods outside his bunker offer no comfort, only a stage for the coming conflict. So, Gyu makes his choice, his hand closing around the stock of a sniper rifle. Head spent all night preparing, laying out his weapons and resetting every trap at the entrance. He'll follow Minhua's advice and stay hidden, sure, but it never hurts to have insurance. With his radio switched on, he settles in, ready to see just who's come to play. A voice crackles over the radio, announcing the arrival of Colonel Seongyong Cho of the 21st Pioneer Corps. He declares their position, informing the unseen group that they're illegally occupying state-owned land. From his perch, Gyu watches the scene unfold, his own rifle at the ready. He listens in, thinking to himself, Minhui, what were you thinking sending such a small force? Against the Legion, this handful of soldiers is a joke, an insult even. The colonel gives his final warning, comply with the eviction or they will be searched by force. But just as the words leave his mouth, his eyes widen in sudden, sheer panic. A single shot rings out, dropping one of his men, as Pilseong Kim appears, screaming at them to get lost. The soldiers rush to their fallen comrade while the colonel stares in disbelief. Pilseong is on his radio, demanding to know why they're interfering when all they want is safe passage to Japan. The colonel grits his teeth, telling them they've tried asking nicely but it seems the soldiers just don't get it. But before he can finish his threat, the powerful whir of rotor blades fills the air. A helicopter descends, blasting the soldiers with a disorienting gale of wind and dust. From their respective positions, Gyu and Pilseong watch the chaos, as the occupiers declare they'll show them what business really means. Pilseong casually brings up his radio, muttering a quiet, almost bored command into the receiver. A heartbeat later, the ground erupts in a massive explosion, right in the middle of the soldiers' formation. The smoke clears to reveal the source, a full-blown missile battery, aimed and ready. Colonel Cho's face drains of all color, his eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror. Pilseong just smirks, his voice dripping with mockery over the radio as he asks if that's all they've got. And in that moment, the colonel's tough facade shatters, replaced by the pure, sweat-drenched terror of a man who knows he's already lost. The military's assault turns into a panicked rout as explosions rip through their ranks. Watching the chaos unfold, Pilseong scoffs at the soldiers, calling them nothing more than cockroaches. His voice then cuts through the radio, speaking directly into a quiet, dark room. He knows Gyu is listening, and he makes his offer. Come and join them. Gyu gasps for air, the proposal hitting him like a physical blow. Pilseong explains that they have their own awakened, though they're lunatics who refuse to hunt. But that's good news for real hunters, he says, because it means there's always work. He tells Gyu that he's even willing to overlook his past betrayals in this new world order. There's just one little thing he needs before they can move forward. His voice contorts with rage as he snarls that first, he needs to punch Gyu in the face. Pilseong finishes his tantrum over the radio, demanding Gyu come out and face him. But outside, his men are coming up empty. Their drone can't find a trace of him. His subordinate nervously suggests calling in someone named Daram Kim, but she didn't want to be disturbed. Pilseong explodes, ordering the call to be made anyway, ready to lie and say Gyu sold them out. Inside his bunker, Gyu has heard every word, his face a mask of cold composure. Then, the radio crackles to life once more, and Pilseong's voice calls out his name directly. He taunts Gyu, revealing Daram already told them about his little hideout and proposes a game of hide-and-seek. The weight of the threat finally lands, and Gyu looks up, trapped and exposed. Pilseong's voice continues, painting a picture of the fiery chaos outside. He admits he hasn't been able to reach Minhui since her helicopter was shot down, revealing his own desperation. Gyu wonders if it's just interference, or if Minhui is deliberately ignoring his calls. The most likely reason, he muses, is tied to a memory he can't forget. We flash back to a younger Gyu, standing solemnly in the pouring rain. He and Minhui were there, surrounded by fallen comrades in the ruins of a city. She let out a scream of utter anguish into the cold, wet air, but Gyu knew the truth of her horrible condition. She took delight in the suffering of others. Back in the present, he accepts his fate with a tired sigh, admitting he brought this upon himself. And as he picks up his rifle, he finds that despite the danger, he feels completely calm. Pilseong's voice suddenly crackles over the radio, smugly announcing that he's here. But Gyu just smirks, telling his old classmate he knows exactly where to find him, and dares him to come and try. And so, Pilseong's hunting party moves out, splitting into groups of 4 to scour the area. He warns his men to stay spread out, assuming Gyu has high-powered weapons. The hunter confidently shouts that Gyu's only available tactic is a simple ambush, but as he orders his men to corner their target, he fails to notice the hidden camera watching from a bird's nest. Back in his command center, Gyu is listening to everything, using his surveillance network to monitor their movements. Suddenly, one of the search parties calls out, having discovered what looks like a ventilation shaft. Gyu knew they'd find it, thinking to himself what a strange place to install a vent unless it was a trap. He calmly walks over to a panel and with a satisfying click, springs it. Thick clouds of tear gas erupt from the shaft, engulfing the hunters as they cough and choke. Pilseong orders them to toss a grenade in, but his men report back that the opening is too small. Checkmate. With his trap sprung, Gyu quietly emerges from his control room. He glances at a monitor, revealing the view from his decoy. This is the secret passageway that leads to his dummy bunker. He's used this escape route before, a well-rehearsed play to evade and counterattack, and he knows every single inch of this battlefield he's created. In fact, this is the very same setup he used against Chief Hong's raid. Meanwhile, outside, Pilseong's men are completely stumped. They stare down at the vent, realizing the utter futility of their situation. One of them notes the small holes are like a showerhead, making it impossible to counter. He reports their failure, leaving Pilseong to stew in a grim, frustrated silence. But Pilseong's frustration is cut short by a flicker of movement from above. He looks up, and his heart stops. Park Yu isn't running, he's re-emerged on the high ground, and he's calmly shouldering a rocket launcher aimed right at them. The hunter's face twists in pure, unadulterated panic. This wasn't a retreat, it was an ambush. With an audible click, the weapon arms, and all Pilseong can do is scream for his men to get down. A streak of fire erupts from the cliff, screaming down towards their clustered position. The world explodes in a deafening boom, blasting dirt and shrapnel into the air. Emerging from the dust cloud, Park Yu lands gracefully, his assault rifle already in hand. His finger calmly settles on the trigger, ready to finish the job, and he unleashes a merciless volley of gunfire into the chaos, leaving nothing to chance. His mind is a cold, calculating machine. Take down at least one of these fools. The rifle barks again and again, spitting hot brass as he methodically mows them down. Pilseong scrambles behind a rock, bullets whizzing past his head. Cornered and furious, the hunter raises his pistol, refusing to be prey. But Park Yu's focus is absolute, his eyes locked on his true target. He advances without an ounce of fear, closing in for the kill. As Pilseong fires a desperate shot from the ground, Park Yu leaps, ready to end this. A single gunshot echoes through the trees, a definitive, final sound. Someone stumbles into the darkness of a tunnel, gasping for breath. It's Park Yu clutching his side, a dark crimson stain spreading across his hoodie. Has been hit. A voice crackles through his earpiece, but Park Yu can only focus on the pain. Outside, the forest is a graveyard of Pilseong's men, the hunter himself left battered on the ground. Spitting blood, Pilseong grabs his radio, snarling that there's no turning back from this now. Park Yu listens in from his sanctuary, the bullet wound a grim reminder of his narrow escape. But Pilseong is smarter than he looks, realizing they're being monitored by some unknown method. He orders his men to search the area for traps, and almost instantly, they find a tripwire. Moments later, a hidden microphone is discovered and swiftly neutralized. Then, a surveillance camera torn down as Pilseong begins to blind his enemy. Back in the hideout, Park Yu watches one of his monitor feeds click off. His eyes and ears in the forest are being shut down, one by one. But as his last camera feed dies, a final, chilling message comes through. They've found it. Pilseong and his hunting party stand victorious, having tracked him to the source. His men report in, confirming they've located a hidden underground bunker. With his target cornered, Pilseong doesn't waste a single breath, ordering them to bring the welder. They were prepared for this, wheeling out heavy equipment to cut their way inside. The henchmen move in, a breaching team descending upon the reinforced entrance. With the outer door forced open, a heavily armed squad floods the antechamber, shields first. And on his monitor, Park Yu watches the invaders form up through his own security camera. His fortress has been breached, his final line of defense about to be tested. Yet, as he watches them, there's no fear in his eyes, only cold, sharp calculation. With a single, deliberate click, Park Yu activates his welcome party. The entire antechamber is engulfed in a massive, fiery explosion. Pilseong is caught completely off guard, his confident expression replaced with pure shock. Gyu flashes back to a lesson he learned long ago, inspired by the legendary survivor John Neenan. The strategy was simple but brilliant. Use a network of dummy bunkers to trap and eliminate intruders. Back in the present, one of Pilseong's men scrambles to report that they've found even more entrances. His commander demands to know how many, but the subordinate can barely swallow his fear. They've located 9 so far, but Gyu knows the real number is 13, and they've only scratched the surface. It's a deadly game of whack-a-mole, and none of these obvious paths lead to the prize. A small, confident smirk plays on his lips. So, Pilseong, which door will you choose next? But Gyu's confident smirk vanishes, as a new voice crackles over his earpiece. It's Pilseong, and he's not shouting at Gyu, but at a Colonel Daram Kim, demanding she stop this foolishness. He tries to get in her head, asking if she really wants to protect her family. But the Colonel, a woman with a sharp gaze and an old scar, simply brings the radio to her lips. And her voice isn't directed at Pilseong, it's directed at a weary Gyu, sitting alone in the dark. She reveals she knew his location all along, because one of his own juniors betrayed him. The weight of that betrayal hits him hard, a far more painful blow than any physical attack. And as he processes this, we flash back to the Colonel's past, when she was just a student being berated. She was always gifted, but so afraid of being hated that she kept to herself. This was the Daram Kim of the past, quiet, head down, and utterly unassertive. Her instructor watched her walk away, sighing at what he saw as a complete waste of talent. He turned to a younger Gyu, ordering him to be the one to talk some sense into her. And so, under the cover of darkness, Gyu sought her out. He found her hunched over, and told her that just being considerate won't change how people judge you. For someone unremarkable, laying low is the right move, but for someone gifted like her, being looked down on meant her timid attitude was the problem. And she finally looked up. He stood over her, his voice ringing with conviction, telling her not to let them take her for granted. Forget what others think, he said. Just deliver results, and all will be forgiven. His words, his philosophy, reflected in her wide, impressionable eyes. At least in the brutal world they were forced to live in, that kind of logic made perfect sense. And sure enough, she eventually overcame that mental hurdle he saw in her. With his guidance, she began to show truly explosive growth as a soldier. On the day of her graduation from the guard program, she stood at attention. Her instructor announced that from this day forward, Daram Kim's call sign would be Flawless, a name she accepted with a sharp, confident salute. The professor and Flawless, the duo achieved countless feats on the battlefield. Their past was a blur of missions and small moments, like a colleague's mundane warning about the rain, or a desperate plea from a superior over the radio, telling Gyu not to die out there. But through it all, one memory, or maybe a daydream, stands out. Daram, Wondering what it would be like if they could have met and lived an ordinary life together, Gyu reflects on his past, thinking of all the people who have left his life. But through it all, there was always one person he felt he could truly count on. She told him that while others found him scary, she always felt safe by his side. That person was Daram Kim. But now, back in the present, a voice from outside taunts a wounded Gyu about how unpopular he is. His old classmate reveals a devastating truth. His junior gave up the bunker's location, knowing it was a death sentence. Gyu just looks up with a defiant smirk, asking, isn't his junior just the greatest? Annoyed, the man on the other side asks if he should come in and open the door himself. But Gyu rises to his feet, telling him there's no need for that. With a heavy creak, the bunker door swings open, revealing Pilseong and his armed lackeys. His old classmate stands there, slightly confused, realizing Gyu opened the door for them. Wasting no time, Pilseong gives the order, and his man pulls the pin on a tear gas grenade. But as the smoke billows into the bunker, Gyu stands waiting, already protected by a gas mask. The gas is still potent, however, forcing a pained cough as he adjusts the seal. Seeing an opportunity, Pilseong points forward, screaming for his men to clear him out. Gyu stumbles backward, his mind drifting to the few regrets he still holds onto. His wounded leg gives out with a sharp crack, his body finally reaching its breaking point. Yet as the first wave of henchmen charges in, they suddenly trip and fall flat on their faces. It's a clumsy domino effect, the squad at the door just watching their comrades go down. Gyu's thoughts turn to her. Perhaps if Head never said those words, things would be different. But regret is a powerful fuel, and he plants his foot, ready to move forward. And he opens fire, unleashing a storm of lead from the darkness. Pilseong's men try to return fire, but they're just spraying blindly into the gas. A stray bullet cracks the lens of Gyu's mask, but he doesn't even blink. His mind drifts again, thinking maybe if he hadn't selfishly quit being a hunter. His rifle clicks empty, forcing him to pause. Or at the very least, he watches them stumble around, confused. They're lost, but Gyu has fought here thousands of times. Finding a better angle, he takes aim with absolute confidence. He knows he won't miss. A single shot rings out, the empty casing tinging as it's ejected. It rolls across the tiled floor, coming to a stop right beside a toilet. Suddenly, we're back in the past, as Younghui scolds him that you can't raise a kid with a toilet in the middle of the room. If only he hadn't quit, maybe she would have stayed by his side. But he knows these are just pointless regrets. Back in the present, Pilseong's men pull the pins on their grenades, ready to flush Gyu out. But their leader is getting impatient, demanding to know why they can't get the explosives deeper inside. His subordinate explains the bunker's layout is working against them. A steep, sandy slope is smothering the blasts. With a frustrated sigh, Pilseong realizes they need to bring out the heavy-duty explosives to get through. He grabs his radio, a hint of desperation in his voice as he calls out to Gyu. He needs to hear it, asking him if he understands that they are still going to win this thing. Turning to another man, he asks for a status report from the base and the chairman's evacuation. Just as the henchman confirms the warhead is almost ready, a sudden, sharp bang echoes through the trees. But it's not a gunshot, it's the flash of a camera, taking us back to another one of Gyu's memories. We see the eyes of a young researcher, filled with dawning horror. He's kneeling on an airfield, a ruthless old chairman holding him at gunpoint amidst a massacre. The researcher begs for his life, his hands clasped in a desperate plea. But the chairman is unmoved, his expression cold and final as he aims down the barrel. With his business concluded, he turns and walks up the stairs to his private jet. He doesn't even give the kneeling man a second glance as he boards the plane. The powerful jet engines begin to whirl, kicking up dust from the runway. The plane starts moving, a clean getaway after a brutal betrayal. Snapping back to the present, Pilseong's face is a mask of absolute fury. He screams at his men, a desperate command to stop that plane at any cost. Over the jet's intercom, the chairman's smooth voice makes an announcement. He welcomes his passengers aboard the Sokju Express, noting the time as they leave Korea behind. With a smug look, he reveals their final destination, his paradise. As the jet streaks into the bright, open sky, but down below, a lone figure stood watching it all unfold. A younger Pilseong gazed up, a strange feeling stirring within him. It wasn't awe at the beautiful sight, he realized, but a bitter sense of jealousy. Jealousy for someone leaving this sickening land of death, as his boot steps over a body in the present. Leading his men through the aftermath, that old resentment still burns inside him. But a sudden, high-pitched shriek pierces the air, snapping him out of his vengeful thoughts. Pilseong barely has time to react as 3 fighter jets roar over his head. They're descending rapidly, targeting a hidden airfield nestled in the woods below. One of his men screams out in pure panic, demanding to know whose side they're on. Meanwhile, in a dark control room, Park Gyu calmly listens to the distant chaos. His radio beeps, and a glimmer of hope sparks in his eyes. Could it be? Miles away, the Legion hacker stares at her monitor, calling his name in disbelief. She clutches her radio, her voice trembling as she asks if he's truly alive. A faint, knowing smirk crosses Gyu's face. She answered his call, just as planned. He warns her that a bombing is imminent, revealing the nuke was never loaded onto the plane. Then he asks if she's safe, but cuts her off, telling her to hold that thought as he steps away. Gyu steps into a dark corridor, but he's not alone. Someone is following him. The figure, Pilseong Kim, muses that his own squad would have been annihilated by these very traps. He moves with a practiced ease, reaching for a control panel. With a heavy screech, a steel door slams shut behind him, sealing them both inside. Pilseong turns, knife in hand, ready to confront the man he's cornered. But his confident demeanor breaks as he recognizes the face waiting for him, Gyu. Gyu just stares back, his expression unreadable as he acknowledges his old classmate. Trying to regain his composure, Pilseong scoffs at the impressive setup. He smirks, calling him the top graduate, dripping with condescending praise. That smirk instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock at what he sees next. His eyes land on a ridiculously out-of-place toilet, and he can't help but mock the strange decor. But he's not here for interior design tips, drawing a strange, forked blade as he gets serious. Gyu remains perfectly still, asking if this is what his old classmate was hoping for all along. A bitter smirk forms on Pilseong's lips. He says he could never forget that day. The memory is burned into his mind, down to the exact time on his watch. 7.8 seconds. We flash back to see a younger Pilseong on his knees, weaponless and completely overpowered. He could only look up, his face twisted in a snarl of pure, humiliating rage. Back then, Gyu stood over him, a cold and imposing figure looking down on his defeated rival. The shame of that moment has been fueling Pilseong's hatred ever since. Now, with a crazed grin, he declares that this time, it's time for round 2. Gyu looks back, his expression unreadable, and agrees it's time to go again. A small, knowing smirk plays on his lips, and in that moment, Pilseong realizes this raw desire for a rematch wasn't just his. Just then, a voice crackles through Gyu's earpiece, trying to get his attention, but he's completely deaf to it, his focus locked on the man before him. The two rivals stand poised, weapons drawn, ready to settle their ancient grudge. The voice on the comms turns to static as Pilseong glances down at his watch. They lock eyes, a silent declaration that nothing else in the world matters right now. With a sharp click, a timer begins, a cruel echo of their first fateful encounter. And somewhere far away, Minhui Wu listens, a faint smile on her lips as she raises a clawed, metallic hand. Minhui Wu's assistant listens in, a nervous sweat beating as she realizes what's happening. Back in the shelter, the duel has already begun, steel clashing against steel with fiery intensity. Pilseong's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, desperate to finally win. Their weapons meet with a deafening clang, the force of the impact echoing through the room. He roars Gyu's name, stomping forward to bring his massive blade down in a brutal overhead swing. The machete slices through the air, a perfect arc aimed right for the professor's neck. But Gyu doesn't even flinch as the razor-sharp edge stops dead just inches from his throat. He's blocked it, not with his own blade, but with the small, unassuming head of his axe. And with Pilseong thrown off balance, Gyu reveals his ace, firing a point-blank shot from his weapon. The hunter is thrown back, his powerful swing utterly useless against the professor's cunning trick. The blast sends Pilseong staggering backward, his chest scorched and his attack completely broken. Gyu's eyes flash with a cold, predatory light. He's not giving him a single second to recover. He lunges forward, his boot cracking the ground as he closes the distance in an instant. With Pilseong still reeling, Gyu brings his axe down in a furious counterattack. The tables have turned completely, forcing the hulking hunter into a desperate, defensive scramble. All of Pilseong's raw power is now focused on one thing, just trying to survive the onslaught. But Gyu remains perfectly composed, his movements fluid and precise, a stark contrast to his opponent's rage. Their blades clash again and again, the ringing of steel filling the air as Gyu relentlessly presses his advantage. The hunter is driven back step by step, his feet scraping against the floor as he's slowly overpowered. Gyu's expression is one of pure, unshakable focus, dictating the pace of the fight with every swing. He makes a bold move, reaching out as if to disarm his opponent. But instead, his axe gun goes flying, a calculated gamble that leaves him wide open. Pilseong seizes the opportunity, kicking Gyu square in the chest and sending him staggering back. Eyes glowing with feral rage, the hunter lunges forward to deliver the final, killing blow. But the blade finds flesh it wasn't meant for. Gyu has pulled one of Pilseong's own men into its path. Blood sprays across his face, yet Gyu's expression remains utterly cold and unmoved. The henchman is brutally impaled, a look of sheer disbelief crossing Pilseong's face. A final, choked scream escapes the dying man as his life is snuffed out. With his opponent's blade now occupied, Gyu calmly reaches for his returning weapon. The axe spins perfectly back into his waiting hand, the hunter's trap now perfectly sprung. Before Pilseong can even process the human shield, a blur of motion screams past his eyes. With crimson light blazing from his own, Gyu brings the axe down with terrifying speed. He doesn't aim for Pilseong, but for the blade still lodged in the henchman's chest. The axe bites deep into the dying man's skull with a sickening crack. Gyu feels the impact shudder up his arm, his expression remaining cold and calculating. He uses the dead weight of the henchman to wrench the machete from Pilseong's grasp. Sparks fly as steel grinds against steel, the hunter struggling to hold on to his weapon. But in the chaos, Pilseong yanks his blade free, managing to slash Gyu's leg. A flicker of something dangerous crosses Gyu's face. The hunter just drew first blood. The henchman's body finally falls away as Pilseong prepares for his next attack. But the sting of the cut vanishes, replaced by a vivid, violent memory. A younger Gyu lets out a raw scream, bringing a hammer down as Pilseong watches in horror. He casually checks his digital watch, stopping the timer with a click. And the one on the ground? A much younger, completely overwhelmed Pilseong. Gyu looks down, offering a condescending bit of praise for his improvement. He remembers the calculated violence, every brutal swing perfectly timed. Pilseong's face was a mask of desperation, a stark contrast to Gyu's icy calm. The outcome of their past encounters was always the same. Pilseong on his knees. Gyu would end the test with a final, humiliating swing of a crowbar. A smug look crosses his face. It was never a real fight, just a number on a stopwatch. Pilseong's vision fills with the reflection of his old tormentor, the taunt echoing in his mind. But this time, he has one last, desperate trick up his sleeve. With a primal scream, he vows to take Gyu down with him. Gyu is faster though, shattering Pilseong's hand and the detonator with a single, brutal strike. The world tumbles upside down as Pilseong's life begins to fade. His last sight is the calm, victorious face of Gyu reflected in his dying eye. And then darkness. A beep sounds in Gyu's earpiece, a calm voice asking who won the fight. He stands over the body, almost apologetically reporting that he survived. Again, the voice on the other end, Manhwa, tells him not to be so grim. She was cheering for him the whole time. She then casually asks Gyu if he can help her out with a little cleanup. With a chilling confidence in her glowing blue eye, she tells him not to worry, because down on the ground, Pilseong's scattered forces are running for their lives. They look up just in time to see death falling from the sky. Manhwa explains her help has already arrived, as jets roar past and the earth explodes. She advises Gyu to just stay indoors for a bit while the bombs do their work. Back in her control room, she calmly clarifies the orders she gave. A metallic tap echoes as her fingers drum against her prosthetic hand. The mission was brutally simple. Kill anything that moves on sight. And in moments, the entire forest is nothing but smoke and ash. Once the bombardment ceases, the heavy bunker doors finally begin to move. With a metallic screech, they grind open, revealing the world outside. Park Gyu steps out from the darkness, back into the now silent forest. He's met with a grim tableau of scorched earth and fallen soldiers. Without a word, he kneels and casually rummages through a dead man's pocket. Finding a pack of cigarettes, he sits down to survey the utter devastation. He lets out a weary sigh, the unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Looking out at the endless field of bodies, he knows this cleanup will take forever. But soon, the grim task of stacking the corpses one by one begins. And surprisingly, the defender himself is there, expertly handling the last body, a specialist in corpse disposal, of all things. Jong-ho casually asks why he wasn't called for the actual fight, adding that his sister misses him. After all, she was the one who frantically ordered the use of the precious defender summoning ticket to get him here. Park Gyu just tosses him a pack of cigarettes, explaining that this was basically a small-scale war. He bluntly states that the two of them showing up wouldn't have changed a thing. Jong-ho smirks, guessing a guy with that kind of attitude probably didn't have many friends. The jab unexpectedly hits a nerve, pulling Park Gyu back into a distant memory. He remembers a younger Yonghui-ji, waving at him with a warm smile. He sees the two of them from behind, partners walking into the unknown together. The memory fades, leaving a flicker of contemplation in Park Gyu's eyes. Shaking it off, Jong-ho thanks him for the loot and rations, saying his sister will appreciate them as he leaves. But just as he's leaving, Jong-ho calls back out to the defender. He tosses the jacket back with a simple, genuine word of thanks. Park Gyu catches it, assuring Jong-ho that he won't forget this. A small, knowing chuckle escapes Jong-ho's lips. He tells Park Gyu to be sure and call him next time, then walks off into the distance. Park Gyu is left watching him go, a little taken aback by the unexpected offer. As his gaze lifts to the sky, a distant memory begins to play in his mind. The words of an old man echo, wishing that he could find his own paradise. The memory sends a ripple of intense emotion across his face. He's been hurt so many times, but he knows he doesn't regret showing Daram Kim his bunker. He realizes if he hadn't trusted her, he would have remained totally in the dark. He never would have learned about the mission to seal the fissure on Jeju Island. It gives him a real objective, unlike his old, vague goal of just surviving. Suddenly, there's a tangible path toward a better future. A future where people like Daram Kim don't have to live in constant despair. A world where hope is no longer just a fleeting dream. With this newfound clarity, he makes a silent vow to himself. He has to live long enough to see his comrades finally succeed. A look of genuine purpose replaces the weary survivalist in his eyes. If this faint hope is what it means to find paradise, he'll chase it with everything he has. And with that revelation, a subtle smile touches his lips. He seals himself away, fully committed to building this new paradise. A few days later, he's hunched over a terminal, deep in his work. An unexpected message from a Japanese user appears on their private forums. He scrolls down to the attached photo, and a jolt of recognition hits him. He knows that plane. Leaning closer to the screen, his suspicion turns to certainty. The image reveals a crowd of survivors celebrating on some distant shore. And right in the center, smiling for the camera, is none other than Chairman Park, the very same man who was hell-bent on finding his own paradise in this ruined world. A small, knowing smile plays on Gyu's lips as he decides to humor the late chairman's obsession. He actually sits down and takes the MBTI test, just to see what all the fuss was about. The results flash on screen. INFP. A contemplative mediator, an introvert lost in their own world. Gyu sinks into his hoodie, finding the description less than flattering. He decides to consult an expert, figuring Dajiong would know about these things. Her reaction is immediate disgust, asking if that isn't some kind of loser personality. He questions if she's sure about this, and with a confident look, she confirms she is. Elsewhere, the lottery winner stares down at a pamphlet, his eyes wide with disbelief. They're actually building at a towering residential block called The Hope. In the dead of night, the silence of the warehouse feels heavy. The only sound is the quiet breathing of someone deep in sleep, or so it would seem, as Gyu lies still in his makeshift bed. But his eyes are wide open, staring into the darkness, fully aware. A shadow breaks from the gloom, a silhouette of a man standing over him. The intruder raises his arm, a blade gleaming, ready for a silent kill. Gyu's gaze doesn't even flicker with fear. He's been waiting for this. Before the knife can even begin its descent, the cold steel of a pistol is pressed firmly against the assassin's body. With a snap, Gyu reveals he was never the prey, turning the tables in an instant. But the assassin's face is just a phantom, a figment of his own haunted mind. The single threat multiplies into a horde of shadowy figures, their blades gleaming. Gyu jolts awake with a strangled gasp, sweat beading on his forehead. He pants for breath. The silence of the room, a stark contrast to his nightmare. Slowly, he sits up, the terror of the dream still clinging to him. A grimace crosses his face. It was that dream again. The same one he's had every night since the attack. He can't forget the day Kim Pilseong and the Legion faction stormed his bunker. Even with Minhui's group, they only eliminated the ones who found the location. He knows a threat still remains out there because Kim Daram is still alive. His mind made up, Gyu gets to his feet with a look of grim determination. He knows it's finally time to make the decision he's been avoiding. Picking up the radio, he thinks he can't take this anymore, and prepares to call Minhui. This all started with a job he took from the National Committee, a job that led him to Incheon. After civil war broke out in Seoul, this port city became the last refuge for the displaced. Officially, the massive camps that sprung up were under government management. But in reality, they were completely abandoned, left to develop their own dark ecosystems. He walks through the muddy, makeshift settlement, his purpose clear. Stopping in a desolate alleyway, he looks up, wondering if this is the place. The card in his hand confirms it. He's arrived at the freelancer Hunter Street. His attempt to meet Minhui Wu had been a bust. She wasn't in, but her assistant, recognizing a fellow hunter, offered to show him the way. Back in the present, he walks the muddy streets, surprised by what he finds. He expected a nest of killers, not this. The place is filled with ordinary people just trying to get by, the elderly, little kids running around. Suddenly, a playful shout cuts through the grime, and Park Yu turns to look. A young man scoops up a laughing child. A rare, light-hearted moment in this desolate place. But then the man looks up, his expression freezing in utter disbelief. He can't believe his eyes. It's an old acquaintance, Bak Songyun, who asks what on earth Park Yu is doing here. A woman joins them, and Songyun introduces her as his wife. Park Yu gives a slight nod, thinking to himself how incredibly young she looks. But then he notices the faded web of scars covering her hands and arms, telling a story of a much harder life. The little boy runs into his mother's arms, a small spark of life in this dreary camp. Baek Sung-yoon explains to Park Yu that he rescued her from some thugs a while back. One thing simply led to another, and now here they are, a family. Park Yu watches them, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Maybe he really is a lucky guy. Sung-yoon lets out a genuine happy laugh, basking in the life he's managed to build. Park Yu just observes, a little stunned by the raw emotion on his old friend's face. He'd never known Sung-yoon could even make an expression so full of pure contentment. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Park Yu's lips as he takes it all in. Changing the subject, he asks to be shown to his quarters, B-23. Sung-yoon agrees, noting the spot is right around here in this maze of shipping containers. They walk past B-22, getting closer to Park Yu's new home. With a grand gesture, Sung-yoon points it out, but Park Yu isn't exactly thrilled. They arrive at a dilapidated shack, and he dryly remarks that it's not as bad as he expected. Sung-yoon's eyes nearly pop out of his head, stunned by the sheer sarcasm. He stammers through a list of minor fixes, like wiring and leaks, as rats scurry past. With a strained smile, he insists it'll be perfectly livable after a little work. Park Yu cuts him off with a simple, yet devastating question. Where's the bathroom? Learning it's a shared restroom, his face crumples in disgust, already contemplating leaving. Sung-yoon explains this is a rushed welfare program to keep hunters from joining the Legion faction. Hearing this, Park Yu looks at his friend and asks just how long he's been living in a place like this. Sung-yoon casually says he's been living like this for a little over a year. Park Yu is surprised, thinking this whole setup was Min-wei Woo's doing. But no, Sung-yoon corrects him, this place was actually created by Kim Daram. Lighting a cigarette, he explains she created the freelancer system specifically to exploit retired hunters like him for cheap. Park Yu muses on how times have changed, and asks if Sung-yoon knows what an ordinary person like Daram has to do to keep her position. His friend listens intently, as Park Yu lays out the harsh reality of their world. To cling to power when your own abilities aren't enough, you have to burn everything you've got. Most people, he continues, end up burning what they built in the past. And for someone in her position, that usually means sacrificing old connections. She turned her seniors, her peers, and even her juniors into day laborers and locked them away in this camp. She drained every one of her old ties dry, a leech just to save her own skin. Suddenly, a thought hits Park Yu, a realization he'd never even considered before. No matter how many accolades a florist earns, they're all built on the professor's foundation. A florist without a professor is nothing, just a helpless body left in the dark. He finally understands what drove Daram, what she was up against. He sees how much she must have changed to survive in the committee, a world dominated by the awakened. Changing the subject, Sung-yoon holds up a radio, clarifying that he never stole it from Daram. She simply abandoned it when she defected to the Legion faction, too scared of being tracked. Park Yu's eyes narrow in frustration, wondering why Sung-yoon kept this crucial information to himself. But his friend just smirks, asking if he would have even believed him back then. Sung-yoon leads the way, inviting Park Yu to come inside and get settled. But from the sidelines, another man watches with a condescending look, expecting more from the so-called professor. Park Yu just walks on, his expression unreadable, seemingly ignoring the judgment. The survivor can't help but smirk, thinking he looks a lot weaker than the rumors suggested. They arrive at a small, ramshackle shelter just as dusk settles over the camp. A moment later, a single light bulb flickers on, illuminating the simple room. Wiping his hands clean, Sung-yoon announces that he's finished the repairs. He proudly presents the humble cot, asking if it isn't a pretty decent setup. He's even rigged up electricity, meaning no more waiting in line at the public charging station. But Park Yu's eyes narrow. He knows Baek Sung-yoon, and this kind of favor is never free. Sung-yoon boasts about the luxury Hez provided, but Gyu knows there's a catch. And there it is. Sung-yoon flashes a smile and asks if he can fight. Gyu sighs. He knew it. What's the job? The mission, Sung-yoon explains, is a mutation hunt. Gyu asks if they're taking on a whole swarm, but Sung-yoon smirks, clarifying it's just one. Only one? Gyu is confused. Surely Sung-yoon could handle that himself. But as he's shown a phone screen, his eyes widen in realization. The target is a mutated chimpanzee, a creature known only as Red. It's claimed the high-rises of the ruined city as its personal hunting ground. Its powerful hand grips the ledge, a silent testament to its monstrous strength. The creature crouches against the blood-red sky, its glowing eyes scanning the darkness below. But Sung-yoon adds one more terrifying detail about the creature's glowing eyes. It's not just a mutation, it's an awakened one, and Gyu's expression sours at the news. The team loads up and drives through the dilapidated city, a concrete graveyard where Red holds dominion. They ride in the back of the truck, the grim reality of the hunt setting in. Gyu quietly admits to himself that his first instinct was to refuse this mission entirely. Sung-yoon, however, seems to be enjoying himself, casually mentioning Red has already wiped out 3 hunter teams. He describes its brutal signature move, grabbing people by the ankle and dragging them into the heights. One hunter he knew was slammed headfirst from a 10-story building. It moves like a ghost through the city with some kind of detection ability, its victim count now over 100. Sung-yoon finally asks Gyu why he'd ever accept such a suicide mission, and the answer is a single place, Jeju Island. Baek Sung-yoon reveals his price, Bring back the monster's corpse, and his family gets a ticket to paradise. Gyu is immediately skeptical, questioning if the evacuation fleet even exists anymore, let alone the treacherous sea route. He gestures to the grim reality around them, desperate people clinging to their children in the cold. This makeshift shantytown is a testament to their hopelessness, a place slowly dying. Sunyun asks him frankly, how much longer does he really think this place can last? He admits there's no guarantee Jeju is any better, but it's a promise he made to Kim Daram. With a determined gaze, he confesses his simple, driving desire to give his family a better life, and he needs Gyu's help. Gyu's mind races, weighing the options. He has to confirm if Red is an awakened mutation, and besides, if Sungyun dies, the job is his anyway. His focus sharpens, realizing the immediate threat isn't just the monster. The makeshift hunter team is formed, and as one of the hunters calls him senior, Gyu cuts him off flatly. As they prepare, one of the hunters, Bang Jae-hyuk, casually mentions a grim rumor about their rations. His partner, Ha Tae-hoon, scoffs at the idea, telling him not to believe everything he reads online. Baek Sung-yoon explains that those two are merely escorts for the vehicle. They won't be joining the fight. Gyu already knows the real person to watch out for in this crew is the man now standing before him, who addresses him as Kim Daram's direct superior. This is Cheon Youngjae, an 18th-gen hunter,